This, indeed. How can he still remain calm before such a situation? Xianxia's words raised many doubts in the minds of others. Despite being 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Yuan had been extremely silent throughout the entire journey, standing impassively by the side even when the other combat masters met with danger. Had it not been for him standing up a moment ago, the crowd might have forgotten about his existence. Zhang Yuan's face turned livid for a moment before he waved his hands nonchalantly. The requirement of being a combat master is to remain composed even when the sky falls. Furthermore, given how dangerous the situation is and my lack of understanding of formations, I feel that it's not my place to speak up, or else I might cause others more trouble. You can't be suspecting me of being a spy just because I have been silent all this while. Can you? There are many people who have remained quiet all this while just like you, such as Formation Master Lu Mo. You are right in saying that being silent isn't enough evidence to doubt you. Then, Zhang Yuan frowned doubtfully, unsure of what Zhang Xian was getting at. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's lips curled up. Don't worry, I just want to ask you a very simple question. Can you list the names of the combat masters who have sacrificed themselves here? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Other than Zhang Yuan, Feng Sun, and Zhuo Qingfeng, there were another 12 combat masters in the expedition team. All in all, there were only 15 of them. Due to the strict discipline that the Combat Master Hall expected of its members, the 4 of them hadn't really spoken much throughout the entire duration. There was also no one who actively tried to speak with them, so not even Zhang Xian was aware of their names. But as 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, the direct superior of those combat masters, Zhang Yuan should have been well aware of their names. What? You can't even name your own subordinates? Zhang Xian mocked coldly. Combat Master Zhang, what's wrong? Feng Sun was taken aback. Coming from the same Combat Master Hall, he knew that 2 of the deceased combat masters had been trained by Zhang Yuan personally. Yet, to be unable to name even those 2, that was truly extremely suspicious. The others hurriedly stepped back as they turned doubtful looks toward Zhang Yuan. The situation concerning Luo Ruoxin could still be passed off as coincidence, but for Zhang Yuan to be unable to name his own subordinates, that could not be explained. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth several times, but not a word came out of his mouth. The composure of his face gradually eroded before eventually forming a sneer. You are indeed very smart. Very well, since you have noticed me, I guess this is the end of our game. Boom! Shortly after those words were spoken, a powerful aura burst forth from Zhang Yuan. It exerted an incredible pressure on those around him, leaving them feeling suffocated within. He is at the leaving aperture realm. Wuxia's narrowed in astonishment. He hurriedly stepped in front of the crowd while driving his Jinqi to its maximum might, ready to make a move at any moment. Just by the aura exuded by the other party, he could tell that the other party was a true leaving aperture realm expert, an existence that was far stronger than him. Do you think that you will be able to stop me? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly as he raised his finger and tapped the space in front of him lightly. Pong! Before Wuxia could react, he was sent flying before crashing heavily into a wall. Leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage and Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, it was just a gap of 2 cultivation stages, but the difference between the 2 was like the gap between heaven and earth. Everyone, be careful. He is the Skyleaf King, Wuxia roared anxiously. Even though the other party had only used his primordial spirit in the attack, Wuxia could still feel overwhelming killing intent from it. Of the Qingtian lineage, the only one who could possess such immense strength was the legendary Skyleaf King. Skyleaf King. The bodies of the crowd immediately tensed up. They hurriedly raised their weapons as they eyed the person before them warily. They knew that they would not be a match for the other party, but they had no other choice at the moment. It was impossible for them to escape from a true leaving aperture realm expert, so the only choice they had was to face the other party. Ha! A bunch of weaklings! Facing the attack of the crowd, Zhang Yuan stepped forward calmly before abruptly thrusting his palm forward. Boom! A great pressure fell upon everyone in an instant, leaving them feeling as if the world was crumbling around them. Upon reaching the leaving aperture realm, one's primordial spirit gained the ability to move even the power of nature itself. The members of the expedition team were by no means weak, but they were still far from matching up to such strength. Humph! After holding everyone in place, Zhang Yuan flicked his finger forcefully. So. The weapons in everyone's hands immediately flew out of their grasps with such great force that their fingers began bleeding. I will block him. The rest of you, run. Realizing that they would not be a match for the other party even with their strength combined, Wuxia roared furiously as he flew toward the ladder. Saint-tier battle technique, overlapping waves, furious gale slash. Slashing his sword furiously, Wuxia sent burst after burst of sword chi toward the other party, reminiscent of the relentless waves of the ocean. Even the surrounding air seemed to have been ripped apart by the motion, creating a huge gorge on the ground. Interesting? Zhang Yuan chuckled softly as he raised his hands. As if playing cat's cradle, he struck the sword chi with his little finger, followed by his ring finger, middle finger, forefinger, and his thumb. Every single strike would dissipate the sword chi slightly, and after a few strikes, the furious might of the overlapping waves' furious gale slash had already been neutralized entirely. That is the Saint-tier battle technique, wind-treading fingers. Isn't he the Skyleaf King? How is he able to utilize the techniques of the Combat Master Hall? Feng Sun uttered in disbelief. The technique the other party was utilizing was actually a move of the Combat Master Hall, wind-treading fingers. The Skyleaf King hasn't really claimed Combat Master Zhang's body for his own. Instead, he is only controlling the latter's soul. In other words, Combat Master Zhang is still alive, Xianxia said with a frown. Combat Master Zhang is still alive? Principal Zhang, I beseech you, please save him. Feng Sun pleaded anxiously. Zhang Yuan was a very close friend of his, and they had braved through many battles together. In the journey through the ancient domain, he had been so concerned with the happenings around him that he did not even notice that his close friend had been possessed by the Skyleaf King. No matter what, he was determined to save him. We definitely have to save Combat Master Zhang. But there are two things that I am still unable to make sense of for the moment, Xianxia said as he stroked his lower jaw. With his current strength, he would not be able to interfere in the fight between Wuxia and the Skyleaf King. Thus, he decided to focus his attention on analyzing the situation first. Seeing that Xianxia was still contemplating in such an urgent situation, Feng Sun urged anxiously, "There's no time to think anymore. I fear that Wuxia will break Combat Master Zhang's physical body at this rate. If so, we won't be able to save him even if we do manage to force the Skyleaf King out of his body." Hearing those words, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the battle. By that point, Guild Leader Han and Wuxia had joined the battle as well. The Skyleaf King was powerful, and Wuxia alone was not a match for him. However, with the three of them collaborating with one another, they were gradually gaining the upper hand. Xianxia's eyes lit up. I didn't think that the three of them will be able to pull off such a powerful formation together. Individually, Wuxia, Guild Leader Han, and Wuxia were far from a match for the powerful Skyleaf King. However, when their powers were combined through an offensive formation, they were actually able to exert a fighting prowess far beyond their individual limits, allowing them to gain the upper hand even against an opponent as powerful as the Skyleaf King. No, something is amiss. Even if the Skyleaf King's strength is diminished due to incompatibility with Combat Master Zhang's body, it does not make sense for him to have weakened so much. When a leaving aperture realm expert possessed the body of another, their strength would be reduced. Even so, the strength that they wielded would still be far beyond what Wuxia and the others could withstand. Yet, the Skyleaf King was gradually being forced back. The situation did not add up. You are courting death. After retreating for a few steps, Zhang Yuan suddenly came to a halt. With reddened eyes, he roared furiously as a primordial spirit escaped from his glabella. Hong Long Long. As soon as the primordial spirit appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy began gathering together to form a giant that carried destructive might and aura at a wave of its hands. Who? With a simple palm strike, the formation formed by Wuxia, Guild Leader Han, and Wuxia was unraveled. A few more strikes later, the trio was unable to withstand the incredible might of the Skyleaf King and sustained significant damage, spewing blood from their mouths. "Hold it right there." Noting that the trio was in a dire position, Feng Sun quickly rushed forward to their aid. "Heh!" The Skyleaf King sneered coldly as he raised his finger to flick Feng Sun. Pong! A single strike, and Feng Sun was sent flying as well. Despite being a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle Combat Master, he was still a long way from matching up to the Saint 5 Dan Skyleaf King. "I got it!" Watching as Feng Sun was knocked flying, a thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind as his eyes lit up in excitement. Slapping his thigh excitedly, he turned around and instructed, "Everyone, I need some time. I will have to ask you to hold him back for a short moment." Hearing those words, the crowd nodded before gathering Xianxia on their palms and directing it toward the primordial spirit in the sky. They knew that they would not be a match for the Skyleaf King, but they trusted Xianxia deeply. They knew that the latter had his reasons for issuing such commands, so they immediately acted on it. While the others were holding back the Skyleaf King, Xianxia rushed up to Zhang Yuan's body and punched him in his face. Pong! As the Skyleaf King had departed from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan's soul had not regained control of his body yet, the body was completely vulnerable at the moment. Unable to withstand Xianxia's attack, it was immediately sent flying into the distance. Principal Zhang. Feng Sun, who had just barely gotten back up to his feet, saw the sight, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. "It was just a moment ago that you said that Zhang Yuan was still alive, but a moment later you suddenly began pummeling Zhang Yuan viciously. Do you have some kind of deep-seated hatred toward him that you are so anxious to send him off to his death?" Pong 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 pong. Paying no heed to Feng Sun's shout, Xianxia walked up to Zhang Yuan and struck the back of his head forcefully once more. Feng Sun was about to rush up to stop Xianxia when the sight before him abruptly left him with a feeling of déjà vu, and he froze on the spot. That movement, why does it feel so familiar? Certain memories seemed to flicker across the back of his mind, and he felt as if he had encountered such a scene before. Furthermore, a dull pain was starting to creep to the back of his head as well. However, that sensation vanished in an instant, and he did not have the time to devote any thoughts to it either. He continued rushing toward Xianxia to stop the latter, but in a casual glance upwards, he saw the primordial spirit of the Skyleaf King shaking unstably as horror surfaced in his eyes. "What are you doing?" The Skyleaf King roared furiously as he raised a hand toward Xianxia to grasp him. However, before the hand could reach, Xianxia had already sent another punch into Zhang Yuan's body. The primordial spirit jolted once more, and it nearly fell from the sky this time around. Upon seeing this sight, Feng Sun and Wuxia glanced at one another as a look of delight bloomed on their faces. Could it be that attacking Combat Master Zhang's body will affect the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit as well? "Principal Zhang, allow me." Feng Sun rushed right up toward Zhang Yuan and sent a punch toward where Xianxia had struck earlier. Voila! Just as they had anticipated, the primordial spirit in the sky jolted yet again, as if having sustained severe damage. "Help me control that fellow. There are some questions that I need to ask him." Passing Zhang Yuan into Feng Sun's arms, he flew to Wuxia's side and looked up toward the primordial spirit in the sky. "Principal Zhang, what is going on?" Wuxia and the others asked doubtfully. Both he and Guild Leader Han were nearing leaving Aperture Realm, but they had never heard that a primordial spirit would be affected by attacks directed toward its body. Not to mention a possessed body at that. "I will explain the situation to you later on." Xianxia waved his hand before turning his attention back toward the Skyleaf King. "Skyleaf King, there are some things that I just can't understand no matter how I ponder over them. Why are you going to the extent of paying such a heavy price just to conceal yourself within Combat Master Zhang's body?" The Skyleaf King harumphed. "A clever man you are indeed. Within such a short period of time, you managed to clearly identify my weakness." Halfway through his words, however, Feng Sun suddenly struck the back of Zhang Yuan's head out of excitement, and the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit jolted violently, nearly collapsing back to the ground. There is no way I could have missed it. Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for you to execute the battle techniques of the original host, but you still managed to pull it off. That means that you have only exerted dominance over Combat Master Zhang's soul temporarily instead of wiping it out entirely. From this, it can be deduced that your strength is currently severely limited, said Xianxia. I see. How could I have missed that? Guild leader Han's eyes lit up as a thought came to his mind. What's happening? Wuxia asked in bewilderment. This involves a huge secret regarding how leaving Aperture Realm cultivators possess others. Under normal circumstances, the possessor should only be able to utilize battle techniques that they are skilled at, but previously, Combat Master Zhang managed to execute the wind-treading fingers. This goes to show that his soul is still around, just that it has only been suppressed for the time being. As powerful as a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator's primordial spirit is, it is still extremely dangerous for him to attempt to control another soul in its own body. In its home ground, the opposing soul has a significant advantage against the primordial spirit. Even if it is unable to defeat the primordial spirit, it will still be able to keep it occupied, resulting in a significant decline in the latter's fighting prowess. Guild leader Han explained. As his real cultivation was slightly higher than Wuxia's, he also had a greater understanding of the leaving Aperture Realm than the latter. Then why would the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit be injured while attacking Combat Master Zhang's body? Xianxia asked with a frown. The others also turned perplexed gazes toward Guild leader Han. Since the Skyleaf King was only possessing Jiang Yuan's body, there should have been no connection between the two. Not to mention, even if it was the Skyleaf King's own body there, such a sight still should not have occurred. After the primordial spirit left the body should have been nothing more than a corpse, so killing it would not have affected the primordial spirit in any way. This was just like how even though Xianxia had melted the Jadeleaf King's body down, the Jadeleaf King's primordial spirit had remained unfazed by the matter, not injured or weakened in any manner. This, Guild leader Han frowned deeply in contemplation before eventually shaking his head. I am not too sure about the matter either. Honestly, when he saw the Skyleaf King jolting as Jiang Yuan's body was being struck, he was baffled as well. It's simple. Hearing their conversation, Xianxia smiled. The Skyleaf King definitely wields sufficient strength to kill Jiang Yuan's soul before possessing him, but he didn't choose to do so because it would have made it difficult for him to conceal the malicious aura of his primordial spirit and emulate Jiang Yuan's aura. Otherworldly demon kings harness powerful killing intent in their bodies and souls, so if the Skyleaf King had truly possessed Combat Master Zhang, we would have noticed it swiftly. The crowd nodded. The Xianxia of slaughter that the otherworldly demons cultivated granted even their souls deep killing intent, thus making their presence very noticeable. In order to avoid our notice, the Skyleaf King was unable to utilize any normal possession means. Thus, the only option he was left with was the coexistence of souls. This secret art would allow his primordial spirit to take control of Combat Master Zhang's body while emanating only the latter's aura, making it difficult for others to notice his presence. However, the problem with that was that if Combat Master Zhang's soul were to be struck, he would suffer damage as well. Chuckling softly, Xianxia raised his gaze to the figure in the sky and asked, Am I right? Not bad. But do you think that you can subdue me with just this? You are too naive. The Skyleaf King was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt a splitting pain, and its body jolted yet again, stifling his words. Lowering his gaze, he saw Feng Sun striking the back of Jiang Yuan's head relentlessly, as if trying to vent his frustration. You! The Skyleaf King felt so furious that he was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, Xianxia spoke once more. There's just one last problem that I have been unable to make sense of. Just what is in our expedition team that would lead even the great Skyleaf King to willingly sever his primordial spirit and suffer a sharp decline in his cultivation just to infiltrate our group? Sever his primordial spirit? Everyone was stunned. This primordial spirit isn't the Skyleaf King himself but a portion that he severed. Otherwise, how could the #1 king of the Qingtian lineage only wield such strength? Xianxia said. He had seen the half-leaving Aperture Realm Jadeleaf King drawing his primordial spirit out to battle against the Stoneleaf King, and the strength that he had wielded was truly spectacular. There were very few who would have been able to stand in his way. Considering that the Skyleaf King was a full-fledged leaving Aperture Realm expert, how could he only wield that little strength? Furthermore, there was no way a person as cautious as the Skyleaf King would fuse his entire primordial spirit with Zhang Yuan. If he were to do so, wouldn't that be equivalent to entrusting his life to Zhang Yuan? Thus, from these 2 points, he could deduce that the primordial spirit within Zhang Yuan's body was not the Skyleaf King himself but just a portion that he had severed. Just a severed portion of his primordial spirit already wields so much strength? The crowd was horrified. With just this small portion of his primordial spirit, he had managed to grasp control of Zhang Yuan and nearly decimate their entire expedition team. Wasn't the Skyleaf King a little too frightening? Seeing how the young man below was able to even guess this, the Skyleaf King was slightly surprised. A moment later, he sneered coldly and said, "You are indeed a smart person. Since that's the case, I shan't beat around the bush either. Hand the item over, and I will spare your lives." He was just about to add a few more threats when his primordial spirit jolted yet again and plummeted 8 meters from the sky. He turned his gaze toward Feng Sun, who was still busy hammering Zhang Yuan, and roared with clenched jaws, "What the heck are you doing? Stop it!" Ah! Hearing the loud bellow, Feng Sun was stunned for a moment. However, after realizing that the one speaking was the Skyleaf King, he went to turn back around to continue when he saw Xianxia shaking his head at him. "All right, you can stop for the time being. There are a few questions that I need to ask him." "All right." Feng Sun nodded as he gazed as Zhang Yuan's body reluctantly. With Feng Sun finally halting his disruptive behavior, the Skyleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze back to Xianxia, he said, "All right, let's cut the crap. Hand over the map in your possession." "Map?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Didn't you snatch it from the poison hall?" The Skyleaf King clearly had the strength to kill all of them, so the fact that he was willing to sever his primordial spirit just to infiltrate their ranks was bewildering in itself. At this moment, hearing him suddenly speak about a map, Xianxia could not help but feel even more perplexed. He had indeed heard that there was a map on the ancient domain, but wasn't it snatched away by the Skyleaf King back at the Poison Hall? After going through all the effort to infiltrate the Poison Hall, he had ended up obtaining nothing at all. That had left him feeling quite disappointed for some time. "The portion that I have obtained only consists of the introduction of the ancient domain, and it's written in the language of the ancient gods at that. There is no way that I can read that," the Skyleaf King harumphed coldly. "Without a doubt, the real map was taken away by Wu Yangzi 2,000 years ago. It must be in one of your hands." "It was taken away by Wu Yangzi?" Xianxia was stunned for a brief moment before a thought abruptly came into his mind. Lifting his gaze to face the Skyleaf King once more, he said, "Elder Wu Yangzi was kidnapped by your otherworldly demonic tribe, imprisoned till the day of his death. If he really had the map in his possession, it would have long fallen into your hands. Feng Sun, since that fellow is playing games with us, pummel him to his death." "Sure thing." Feng Sun excitedly nodded before sending fist after fist into Zhang Yuan's body once more. Palipala. Under the barrage of fists, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit jolted ceaselessly. Overwhelmed with rage, the Skyleaf King narrowed his eyes furiously and roared, "I will remember this. Xianxia, is it? You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the future, or else I will tear you to pieces." After saying those words, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit dashed toward the sky before vanishing from everyone's view, as if it had never been there in the first place. Upon seeing the Skyleaf King escaping, Wuxia and the others hurriedly prepared themselves to give chase, only to see Xianxia waving his hand to stop them. "Don't bother. Even when significantly weakened, he is not an opponent whom we can deal with easily. Furthermore, we are still in the formation, and danger lurks all around us. We can't discount the possibility that he might intentionally lead us into a trap." Knowing that he would die if the situation continued, The Skyleaf King had forcefully undone the coexistence of souls despite the great damage he would sustain from doing so and fled swiftly. While the Skyleaf King would be significantly weakened from this course of action, he would still be a difficult opponent to deal with. It would be unsafe for them to face the other party now that they did not have Zhang Yuan's body to keep the other party in check. Knowing that what Zhang Xian said was true, Wuxia and the others gave up on pursuing the Skyleaf King as well. Principal Zhang, how did you notice that Combat Master Zhang has been possessed by the Skyleaf King? It shouldn't be possible to tell that much by his silence, right? Guild leader Han asked curiously. While Zhang Xian had reasoned the matter out with Zhang Yuan's silence, he could not help but feel that there was something deeper to it. It's simple. It should only be known among our expedition that I have killed the Stoneleaf King, but somehow the Scarlet Leaf King was aware as well. The fact that he was able to pinpoint me even though my cultivation is only at nascent saint was very suspicious in itself. This hinted at the possibility that there was a spy among us who leaked the news to him. Furthermore, the fact that he was unfazed by the formation and his attempt to sow discord among the group at this moment. All of this speaks for itself. Zhang Xian replied. Just as guild leader Han had guessed previously, the 2 points alone were not sufficient to deduce that Zhang Yuan had been possessed by the Skyleaf King. However, if they were to consider what the Scarlet Leaf King had said previously as well, it would all fit perfectly together. I see. The crowd turned toward Zhang Xian with looks of admiration. They did not even notice such minute details, and yet, the young man had actually been able to deduce so much from them. His capability was truly worthy of respect. What do we do now? Wuxia asked. While they had resolved the threat from the Skyleaf King, they still had not succeeded in escaping from the formation yet. For the time being, after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian was just about to speak when something caught his eye. Cough cough. Feng Sun, that's enough. You don't have to hit him anymore. The Skyleaf King has already escaped, so there's no point in you beating Combat Master Zhang now. Everyone quickly turned their gazes, and it was only at this moment that they noticed that Feng Sun was still attacking Zhang Yuan's head relentlessly, sending punches fully packed with power one after another. His attacks were very precisely controlled to maximize pain without inducing lethality. Feng Sun recovered from his trance, and he scratched his head awkwardly. He has already escaped? I thought that there was still a portion of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit lingering within Combat Master Zhang, so I was trying to help expel it from his body. Since he chose to escape, he must have thoroughly severed the connection between him and Combat Master Zhang's soul beforehand. Zhang Xian shook his head and said, after which, he walked up to Zhang Yuan and placed his hand on the latter's wrist. A moment later, he whipped out a jade box, and in one smooth motion, he placed dozens of needles into the latter's head. No matter what, Zhang Yuan was only a victim of this matter. It would be for the best if he could be saved. Under the control of Zhang Xian's Jinqi, the needles revolved on the spot. A moment later, Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Boom! At the same time, his aura abruptly surged. In an instant, he had actually made the breakthrough from Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle to Saint 4 Dan Primordial Spirit Realm. A portion of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit was fused with Combat Master Zhang's soul, and it ended up serving as nourishment for Combat Master Zhang after the Skyleaf King severed the connection between the both of them. That eventually served as an impetus for Combat Master Zhang's breakthrough. In a sense, this matter can be considered a blessing in disguise. Zhang Xian explained. The Skyleaf King was a Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm expert, so even a small portion of his primordial spirit harnessed a massive amount of energy. Given how Zhang Yuan had managed to devour it, it was within expectations that he would enjoy a surge in his cultivation. Where am I? Why does my head hurt so much? Who was the one that beat me? Having just woke up from his coma, Zhang Yuan fondled the back of his head, and he scanned his surroundings in confusion. Him! Everyone pointed their finger toward Feng Sun. Feng Sun, after being pummeled so badly, how could Zhang Yuan hold himself back after learning who the culprit was? Without any hesitation, he charged right up to Feng Sun. Granted that it was in a moment of danger that Feng Sun had done so, But Zhang Yuan was still unable to quell the rage in his heart without returning the favor. Zhang Yuan had achieved a breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm, so naturally, Feng Sun could not possibly be a match for him. As a result, he was pummeled mercilessly. Unable to stand it any longer, he quickly looked to others for help. Principal Zhang Wuxia, save me. However, Wuxia, Zhang Xian, and the others simply averted their gazes, as if they hadn't heard the pleading at all. This formation sure is difficult to decipher. Indeed, if we can find a way to decipher it, we will be able to escape from here. Isn't the weather great today? A cloudless sky with a nice breeze. The perfect weather for an expedition. Save you? You must be joking. You sure had your fair share of fun when you pummeled him earlier. Shouldn't you let Zhang Yuan vent his frustrations on you too? Otherwise, that would be really unfair for him, don't you think? After a session of pummeling, Zhang Yuan's anger was finally quelled. By that point, Feng Sun's head was already completely swollen. A truly hideous and miserable sight. Seeing the state that Feng Sun was in, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as an idea came to his mind. Right? Why didn't I think of it previously? We might be unable to break the formation, but we can always have the Scarlet Leaf King do it for us. Have the Scarlet Leaf King do it for us? The crowd was taken aback. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. He flicked his wrist, and a bundle of formation flags appeared in his grasp. Previously, Guild Leader Han and the others had given him a handful of Grade 7 formation flags, and he still had quite a number of them remaining. Go! With a formation blueprint in his mind, Zhang Xian muttered softly, and the formation's flags swiftly flew forth from his hands. Currently, Zhang Xian already possessed capabilities on par with a 7-star Pinnacle Formation Master. Even though he could not set up most Grade 7 Pinnacle formations due to his lacking cultivation, setting up ordinary Grade 7 formations was still very well within his means. As soon as the formation flags got into position, Zhang Xian stomped his feet forcefully on the ground. Wang! The formation came to a life, and a cloud of white mist swiftly shrouded the crowd. Principal Zhang, are you intending on concealing us in a formation so as to lure the Scarlet Leaf King over? Guild Leader Han's eyes suddenly lit up upon realizing what Zhang Xian was trying to do. One of the main reasons why they were in such a disadvantageous position within the formation was because they were in the open whereas the enemy was hiding in the shadows. This allowed the enemy to launch wave after wave of attacks against them through controlling the formation, and they were completely helpless to retaliate against it. However, with a Grade 7 formation hiding their trail, the enemy would be unable to see them. This would level the playing field, making it harder for the Scarlet Leaf King to harm them through the formation. Perhaps, this might even become the impetus for turning the tables on the Scarlet Leaf King. Of course, that was easier said than done. As a 7-star Pinnacle Formation Master, he knew full well the intricacy behind pulling that feat off. To set up an inner formation within a larger formation was exponentially more difficult because one would need to have a near-perfect understanding of the larger formation, as well as the various transformations it could pull off. Otherwise, if the conditions in the larger formation changed, the inner formation could very well unravel by itself. Even the most talented of formation masters wouldn't dare dream of attempting it. In all likelihood, only a monster like Principal Zhang could truly pull it off. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded in response to Guild Leader Han's words. Upon hearing the confirmation, the crowd also finally noticed what Zhang Xian was up to, and their eyes lit up in excitement. Only Feng Sun was standing by the side with a dumbfounded look on his face. So, this is what you have been thinking of while watching Zhang Yuan pummel me viciously? With this formation to conceal our trail, we don't have to worry about coming under the Scarlet Leaf King's attack for the time being. Let's rest while we can and recuperate, Zhang Xian instructed. Ever since entering the Celestial Palace, they had been leaping from one crisis into another. By this point, both their minds and bodies were completely exhausted. All right, nodding. The crowd took a seat on the ground before whipping out several recovery pills and spirit stones to recuperate. Seeing that they were finally out of danger for the time being, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to check on another one of his hypotheses regarding the formation they were trapped in when he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance. Turning around, he saw Luo Ruoxin walking up to him with complicated emotions in her eyes. She hesitated for a brief moment before speaking softly. "Thank you." Knowing that Luo Ruoxin was thanking him for the previous matter, Xianxia replied with a smile, "There's no need to stand on ceremony." He knew from the very start that Luo Ruoxin was not the Skyleaf King, and all he did was to speak of the truth as well. Shaking her head, Luo Ruoxin said, "No, what I mean is thank you for believing me." At this point, the young lady seemed to have thought of something, and a forlorn look crept onto her face. However, that look only surfaced for a moment before vanishing. Stretching out her hand, she continued, "If you wish to break this formation, I might be able to offer some help." "Oh? You know of this formation?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "I don't, but I do have an idea in mind. This formation is made up of many smaller formations, and if we attempt to find a way out by barging our way through the smaller formations, it is likely that we might find ourselves running in circles, unable to find the exit no matter which direction we take. To escape from a formation of this design, the best way is to leap out of the formation," Luo Ruoxin said. "Leap out of the formation? How can we leap out of it?" Xianxia asked with a frown. He also understood that logic as well. If he knew how to leap out of the formation, he would have long led the expedition team out. The Library of Heaven's Path could only reflect the flaws of the smaller formation within the door that he was presently in. It was unable to analyze the overall layout and workings of the larger formation, and without sufficient information, Xianxia was unable to deduce a feasible way to leap out of the formation. "We have been through quite a few courtyards, and every single one of them is around several hundred meters wide. Judging from the size of the Celestial Palace from the outside, even if we have not leaped out of it yet, we should be nearing its edge by now. However, even if we barge through a few more courtyards, chances are we will still find ourselves within the formation. Don't you think that it is perplexing?" Luo Ruoxin queried. "This? You are saying that the formation also harnesses the laws of space as well?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed. "Indeed. Judging from the distance, they should have already escaped from the Celestial Palace by now. Yet, for the end to still be nowhere in sight, there was only one possibility. Spatial formation. You're right. Why didn't I think of it? Ancient sage Qiu Wu is highly skilled in spatial manipulation, and it is also due to his skill that the seals he set up in the subterranean gallery have been able to last for so many years. Furthermore, we encountered a spatial formation right after we entered, so I should guessed it." Xianxia smacked his face in realization. Considering ancient sage Qiu Wu's expertise in spatial manipulation, he should have long guessed that the formation that they were trapped in harnessed the laws of space as well. How could he have neglected something that was so apparent? Excited, Xianxia leaped forward to peck the young lady on the cheeks before laughing heartily. "Your words have truly opened my eyes. Thank you, Ruoxin. You are really the love of my life." "You?" Not expecting Xianxia to suddenly make a move on her, Luo Ruoxin's eyes widened, and a crimson blush spread across her face. That fellow looked quite honest normally, so why would he? "I'm not going to bother with you anymore." Luo Ruoxin turned around and walked away. It was after walking a distance away that she realized her face was burning red. It was in a moment of excitement that Xianxia had acted like so, and it was only after Luo Ruoxin left that he realized what he had just done. His face reddened in embarrassment, but touching his lips, he could still feel a soft, supple sensation. Will she really ignore me from now on? As someone who had no experience with romance whatsoever, Xianxia could not help but panic upon hearing those words. In this moment, he seemed nothing like the valiant man who faced the Skyleaf King squarely a moment ago. However, he knew that this was not the moment for him to be troubled by such affairs either. He drove his soul depth to calm his mind before flicking his wrist, and the myriad anthive queen appeared before him. He knew next to nothing about spatial formations, but the myriad anthive queen had been born with the innate ability to manipulate space. Perhaps, under the latter's lead, they just might be able to find an escape route. Thus, he swiftly informed the myriad anthive queen of their current plight. The myriad anthive queen nodded before lying on the ground to sniff the surroundings. In truth, while the myriad anthive queen possessed an inherent ability to manipulate space, it actually did not have much of an understanding regarding the laws of space. To make an analogy, it was just like how bees instinctively knew that they had to build honeycombs with hexagonal shapes because it was the most efficient geometry to use, but that did not necessarily mean that they were skilled architects. After sniffing for a moment, the myriad anthive queen stood up. "Master, we are indeed within a folded space. I think I can find the way out of here." "Wonderful!" Hearing that the myriad anthive queen indeed knew the way out, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He hurriedly turned around to inform Wuxia and the others telepathically. Very soon, everyone had gathered together discreetly. As veterans who had braved through many battlefields, they knew how to make use of their resting time efficiently. Even though it hadn't been long since they started recuperating, they had already recovered roughly half of their strength. "Everyone, follow the myriad anthive queen closely. Make sure not to lag behind," Xianxia instructed sternly before walking over to Luo Ruoxin's side. Noting that the young lady was not intending to shun him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's head over as well." Saying those words, he reached out to grab the young lady's hand. "You!" The young lady instinctively tried to pull her hand back, only to realize that the young man's grasp was growing tighter and tighter. She could not help but frown. Just because she had not reprimanded him, he was getting more and more overboard. As this thought flashed across her mind, she made up her mind to retract her hand forcefully and teach the young man a lesson. However, before she could do anything, the young man suddenly spoke. "In the verdant mountain of Huanyu Empire, I met you for the first time. You were standing quietly before a waterfall, reminiscent of a beautiful ink painting. It was in that instant that I realized that I have a goal in life. When I saw that you were going to be attacked by the spirit beasts, I couldn't stop my feet from heading toward you. After we managed to flee from the spirit beasts, I suffered a rebound in my soul and fell unconscious, and you were the one who saved my life. But by the time I woke up, you had already left. I had no idea who you are or where you came from, and I thought that I would never meet you again. A feeling of emptiness struck me at that moment, and I felt as if I had lost something very precious to me. Thus, when I met you once more in the Master Teacher Academy, I felt as if my heart was going to explode. I knew that I had to ask for your name, or else I might regret it my entire life." Recalling the times together with the young lady, a sweet smile gradually surfaced on Xianxia's lips. He had met many charming women ever since his reincarnation. Some were graceful, some were gentle, some were domineering, some were adorable, and some even harbored some feelings toward him. But for some reason, only the young lady before him was able to evoke such emotions and nostalgia in him. He knew that she was very important to him, and he did not want to miss his chance. We visited the Saint Ascension platform together. Even though we managed to meet Kong Shi and obtain the scroll that he wrote personally, my greatest gain from that trip was actually the time that I was able to spend with you. In those days, whenever I opened my eyes after I was done cultivating, I would always see you seated serenely not too far away. In those days, we spent our time chatting with one another and discussing the flaws and strengths of cultivation techniques. To tell you the truth, I really wished that time could have stopped forever then. Do you know how happy I was when you said that you wanted to come to the ancient domain as well? Everyone said that it is an extremely dangerous place, and we might very well lose our lives here. But as long as I could be together with you, I would be willing to brave through any danger. It was in that moment that I finally realized my feelings for you. I really want to be with you. I want to spend an eternity with you. Turning toward the young lady beside him, determination gleamed in Xianxia's eyes. "Ruoxin, won't you allow me to continue holding your hand as we tread down this long journey together?" Up to this point, he still did not know the true background of the young lady before him, and the other party had never mentioned it to him. However, despite having encountered many people in the midst of his journey, his heart had only leaped for the young lady before him. It was embarrassing for him to say such words, but he did not want to let her slip past him just because of his own embarrassment. Not expecting Xianxia to suddenly say such words, Luo Ruoxin's body tensed up. I need to consider. Feel free to consider all you want. In any case, just know that I won't be releasing your hand. Grasping the young lady's hand firmly as if guarding his most precious treasure, Xianxia smiled. Not expecting the fellow to refuse to release her hand, Luo Ruoxin's face turned completely red. She tried to tug back her hand, but her action only caused the young man to further tighten his grip. You, let go. I won't. Once I let go, you will start avoiding me, Xianxia said determinedly. I promise that I won't avoid you, all right? Let go. Luo Ruoxin looked at her surroundings anxiously, only to realize that the master teachers and the myriad anthive queen had already departed and were nowhere to be seen. Within the mist, there were only the two of them. The realization of that caused her face to redden further, and she dared not look up anymore. I won't, Xianxia replied resolutely. There was a brief moment of silence. Luo Ruoxin slowly looked up, and seeing the other party's earnest and unwavering eyes, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth. You are a good man. I am not a good man. I am a baddie, a big baddie. Xianxia quickly refuted those words. He did not confess just to be given a good man card one. Luo Ruoxin burst into laughter, and in an instant, the awkwardness between them vanished. That fellow sure was. While others were trying to show the best side of themselves in their confessions, that fellow was adamantly insisting that he was a baddie. Where in the world could one find another who confessed in such a manner? That silly man. Shaking her head, Luo Ruoxin said, Let go. I won't let go. Not even if you beat me up. Xianxia shook his head. Unless you accept my confession. You? How can you be so unreasonable? Luo Ruoxin said in agitation. I am just that unreasonable. No matter what, unless you agree to my confession, I will never let go, Xianxia said adamantly. He could tell that the young lady did not dislike him. Since that was the case, he wanted to push the matter through. Otherwise, if he were to miss this opportunity, who knew when the next one would come his way? You! Luo Ruoxin did not think that Xianxia would be so shameless. In that moment, she could not even tell whether she wanted to laugh or cry. Several thoughts flashed across her mind, and her face sunk a little. I don't dislike you, but I have my difficulties. If you were to choose me, you will be put through much suffering, and even so, we might still not end up together. Despite knowing this, are you still willing to tread down this path? I am. Xianxia nodded. All along, you have never said a word about your identity, and you have never revealed your true strength either. I know that you have your own considerations for doing so I won't ask you to tell me everything. However, I hope that you can trust me on this. I won't allow anyone to get in our way. Even if the world stands in our way, I will shatter the heavens into pieces. Be it in his previous life or his current one, he had never been one to look back after making up his mind. This was the belief that he had lived by. It was either he chose to stay out of it altogether, or else he would persist with his decision and walk it to the very end. Even death would not change his mind. It was also with this belief that he managed to advance from an ordinary teacher in Tianxian Kingdom to a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, and the principal of a master teacher academy within less than a year, becoming a figure respected and admired by many. You! Despite the lack of contemplation from Xianxia before his response, his words were filled with utmost resolution and earnestness. Luo Ruoxin's eyes could not help but redden as sweetness spread from her heart. She halted for a brief moment before nodding her head slightly. All right, I will tread down this long journey along with you. So what if the future is unknown? So what if the road ahead is filled with thorns? As long as I have your company while walking down this road, it will suffice. Even if the road leads to the edge of a cliff, even if our paths must diverge at the very end, at the very least, we have faced the world together. Really? Hearing Luo Ruoxin's response, Xianxia was stunned. For a long moment, he could not believe ears. Then, all of a sudden, He leaped up and held the young lady up in his arms as he spun her around twice on the spot. Really? Seeing how the young man before her was acting so childishly, Luo Ruoxin chuckled softly. Having placed aside her worries, she decided to look straight ahead. There was no point worrying about the future now. They would just have to deal with it when it came their way. The young man had said that he had fallen in love with her the first time he met her, but the same could be said about her as well. The first time she met him, she felt that something had struck a chord in her heart. Those spirit beasts had come to repay her kindness, but he thought that they had intended her harm. Despite possessing unspectacular strength, he had still rushed right in and forcefully dragged her away to flee. Truly, his silliness was a little adorable. After that, they had been through all kinds of experiences together, such as going to the Saint Ascension platform together and meeting Kong Shi. There were so many others whom she could have found to accompany her there, but she had found herself looking toward him instead. Who could say whether it was that little desire in her heart that swayed her decision? Having said everything that she wanted to say, she felt an incredible feeling of lightness and happiness. Chuckling, Xianxia carefully placed the young lady down. All right, let's proceed ahead. Otherwise, we might not make it in time. The myriad anthive queen had already found the exit and was in the midst of leading the others over. If they were to continue dilly-dallying, they might just end up trapped there forever, unable to escape. Luo Ruoxin nodded. Grasping onto the hand of the young lady tightly, Xianxia led Luo Ruoxin forward with widened strides. He was the one who set up the formation, so he could easily sense where the others were heading. After circling a few rounds on the spot, an object that resembled a door came into sight. It was the exit that the myriad anthive queen had found and torn open. The duo quickly stepped into it. A moment later, a massive waterfall appeared before their eyes. Swiftly turning around, they saw the black sandstorm of oblivion ravaging behind their backs. They had returned to the entrance of the Celestial Palace. We have managed to escape from the formation. Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. Even though he had deduced it to be a feasible solution, he had not been entirely sure that it would work. It was only when they finally got out that the burden weighing down on his heart finally lifted, and he heaved a sigh of relief. The formation within the Celestial Palace was simply too powerful, such that even he was helpless before it. Wait a moment. The Celestial Palace isn't real? You're right. Why didn't we notice it before? Shocked voices sounded from Wuxia and the others. They had left the formation earlier than Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin, and they were currently staring at the Celestial Palace with a flabbergasted look. Hearing those words, Xianxia also lifted his gaze to look at the Celestial Palace, and what he saw left him completely stunned. Just like before, the Celestial Palace was still floating right before the massive waterfall. However, unlike what they saw before, it was currently hung on the top of the cliff together with the waterfall, as if an oil painting. The Celestial Palace is actually a painting? In other words, we were inside a painting earlier. Xianxia widened his mouth in shock. Legend has it that upon reaching the very peak, a painter is able to create a world within their painting, and the life forms they can depict are able to reproduce and further their kind, just like humans. I always thought that it was just an exaggeration, but to think that it would actually be true. Guild leader Han gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this with my own eyes, I never would have believed that this would actually be possible, Wuxia said hoarsely. As a 7-star formation master and 7-star master teacher, there was no doubt that they were knowledgeable. Yet, upon seeing the painting of the Celestial Palace, they could not help but display expressions reminiscent of a child seeing the world for the very first time. Look, is that the Scarlet Leaf King? Someone among the crowd suddenly exclaimed with a hushed voice. Xianxia turned his gaze over, and as expected, he saw a figure sitting on a stone pillar above the waterfall with his eyes tightly closed, seemingly searching for something. Gazing at the Scarlet Leaf King, who sat motionlessly on the stone pillar, a thought suddenly came to Xianxia. The formation that I have set up has obstructed his vision and spiritual perception. Perhaps he still doesn't know that we have already escaped. The formation within the Celestial Palace was at least at grade 8. Even if the Scarlet Leaf King was able to gain ownership of it, it would still be extremely difficult for him to fully control with his half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivation. As such, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the entire expedition team just by himself. It was for this reason that he had intentionally tried to turn them against one another so that they would diminish their own forces, making it easier for him to deal with them. Xianxia turned around and addressed the crowd. He hasn't noticed us yet. Let's quickly find a place to hide first. I will try to approach him and see if I can find an opportunity to kill him. Principal Zhang will go along with you. Wuxia and guild leader Han stepped forward and volunteered themselves. They were the two strongest experts of the expedition team, and if anyone among them could match the Scarlet Leaf King, it could only be them. There's no need for that. I have a plan in mind, so it won't be convenient for me to bring you with me. Don't worry. If I am unable to hold on anymore, I will definitely call the both of you over. Xianxia replied. The Scarlet Leaf King was bound to be even stronger than the Jade Leaf King. If he became desperate, even with the combined strength of Wuxia and guild leader Han, it was hard to say whether they would be a match for him. Since that was the case, it would be best for him to avoid a direct encounter. This way, the risk could be minimized, and there would be more room for him to maneuver around as well. Wuxia and guild leader Han knew that the young man must have had an idea in mind to say such words. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, the both of them nodded. All right then. Be careful, Luo Ruoxin said. Xianxia directed a confident smile at Luo Ruoxin before leading the expedition team to a safe hiding place some distance away. After settling everyone down, he left the group to find a remote place. Jai. In a few moments, he turned into the form of the Violet Leaf King. Not even Feng Sun was aware that he had turned the Jade Leaf King against the Stone Leaf King after disguising as the Violet Leaf King. Naturally, Jiang Yuan was unaware of the matter as well, and so was the Scarlet Leaf King. As such, disguising as the Violet Leaf King would be the ideal way to catch the Scarlet Leaf King off guard. Flying ahead, Xianxia soon arrived in the vicinity of the stone pillar where the Scarlet Leaf King was. He quickly used his eye of insight to scan the area. Just as he had deduced, the stone pillar was indeed the core of the Celestial Palace. The person on top of it would gain control of the massive formation within the Celestial Palace. Violet Leaf King? Why are you here? Just as Xianxia was still surveying the surroundings, the Scarlet Leaf King's voice suddenly sounded. Reporting to the Scarlet Leaf King, while conducting the mission entrusted to me by His Majesty, I uncovered vital intelligence in the Poison Hall. In order to avoid alarming anyone, I could only lie low and observe quietly from the dark. Finally, my efforts paid off, so I quickly rushed here as fast as I could. Xianxia said. Vital intelligence? What kind of vital intelligence? The Scarlet Leaf King asked. In his view, while the expedition team had used a grade 7 formation to conceal their trail, it was not a matter of great concern at all. In any case, it was impossible for them to escape from the painting without knowledge of the laws of space, so he did not even think of doubting the authenticity of the Violet Leaf King before his eyes. Xianxia carefully scanned his surroundings before whispering in a lowered voice. It is regarding the map. It is regarding the map? The Scarlet Leaf King narrowed his eyes before leaping up in agitation. Where is it? Calm down for a moment and allow me to finish speaking first. Based on the news that I have received, the booklet obtained by the Skyleaf King is only an introduction and not the complete map of the ancient domain. It is said that the real map was taken away by Wu Yangzi more than 2,000 years ago, Xianxia said. You're right. The Skyleaf King has already learned of this matter from the mouths of Xianxia and the others. Seeing that his intelligence was the same as what the other party had, the Scarlet Leaf King nodded. Xianxia's heart jolted, but not the slightest hint of it could be seen on his face. Instead, with a curious look, he asked the Scarlet Leaf King, Xianxia, that old principal of the Master Teacher Academy, isn't dead yet. The Scarlet Leaf King shook his head. Of course not. That fellow is currently trapped at the deepest region of the ancient domain together with the Skyleaf King and the others. Without the map, No one is able to enter or exit, so they can only bide their time there. The Skyleaf King is trapped in the ancient domain? Then, in the Poison Hall, Xianxia was taken aback. Didn't the Skyleaf King just head to the Poison Hall a while ago? Furthermore, they had just met several minutes ago. If even a severed portion of his primordial spirit could escape from the ancient domain, surely the Skyleaf King himself should have been able to do so. The Skyleaf King knew that he would face grave danger here. So 2 years ago, before he entered the ancient domain, he left a portion of his soul outside. Firstly, it was to ensure his survival even if his main primordial spirit dies within the ancient domain. Secondly, it also serves as an effective medium of communication to the rest of us. Most of the intelligence that we have originates from him, replied the Scarlet Leaf King. I see. Hearing that explanation, Xianxia came to a realization. No wonder. He had been wondering why the Skyleaf King would choose to send his severed primordial spirit after them when it would have been safer for him to do it personally, especially for something as important as the map. It turned out that it was not that he did not want to do so, but he could not. Trapped in the depths of the ancient domain, he had no choice but to leave this job to his severed primordial spirit. A thought came to Xianxia's mind. Having reached the leaving aperture realm, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit is capable for existing for extended periods of time outside of his body. However, that is not the case for the severed primordial spirit. Inevitably, it is weaker and unstabler than a complete primordial spirit, so it is incapable of surviving independently for too long a period of time. Perhaps the severed primordial spirit was hiding in the Earthleaf King's body back then. It was possible for the primordial spirits of leaving aperture realm cultivators to survive independently, but the same could not be said for severed ones. Most likely, the Skyleaf King had sneaked into Jinyuan City while possessing the Earthleaf King. Later on, when the severed primordial spirit realized that what he had received was only an introduction and not the full map, he decided to possess Jiang Yuan's body and infiltrate the expedition team. He deeply believed that the map was within the expedition team, and he was hoping to steal the map once it appeared. If not for that reason, the severed primordial spirit would have probably killed them long ago when it had the chance to do so. After finishing his story, the Scarlet Leaf King looked at the contemplating Violet Leaf King and asked, "So, where is the map?" "According to what I know, it seems like the map is in the hands of that fellow who goes by the name of Xianxia," replied Xianxia. "Xianxia?" The Scarlet Leaf King shook his head. The Skyleaf King has been paying close attention to him, and while that fellow has many tricks up his sleeves, it is unlikely that the map is in his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped in the Celestial Palace in the first place. While that Xianxia had been able to lead the expedition team through trial after trial, it was mainly through his wits. It was unlikely that he had the map on his map. Otherwise, he would have long reached the depths of the ancient domain. Xianxia shook his head and replied, "He doesn't know about the map, but the map is definitely in his hands." "Oh?" The Scarlet Leaf King frowned in incomprehension. That fellow managed to obtain Wu Yangzi's inheritance, and the map was within it as well. However, as he could not understand the language of the ancient gods, he was unable to make sense of it, so he was unaware of the ties between it and the ancient domain. As such, he ended up not using it at all, Xianxia explained. The Scarlet Leaf King was taken aback. He had never considered such a possibility. The Scarlet Leaf King pondered for a moment before asking, "Where did you obtain this information?" "I infiltrated the ranks of the humans a while ago and headed to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to confirm this matter. I am very certain of the intelligence I have procured," Xianxia said confidently. "What you said isn't entirely impossible." The eyes of the Scarlet Leaf King lit up. "If what you say is true, I will report your contribution to His Majesty and request that he reward you handsomely." "All right, wait here for a moment. I will rip apart the formation that fellow set up and apprehend him." "Wait a moment," Xianxia hurriedly interjected. "Even though I am certain the map is in Xianxia's hand, I cannot confirm where he placed it or whether it is with him at the moment or not. After all, he is unaware of the ties between the map and the ancient domain, so it won't be odd if he chose to leave it in his academy. The Scarlet Leaf King mused over those words. The Violet Leaf King was right. If that Xianxia fellow was unaware of the connection between the map and the ancient domain, given the dangers of the ancient domain, he might have chosen to leave it behind in the Master Teacher Academy so that it could be passed down to others even if something were to happen to him. So that would be a huge trouble. Why don't we do this instead? Doesn't the Skyleaf King have the introduction to the ancient domain? I think we can use it to obtain the true map, Xianxia suggested. The Scarlet Leaf King frowned. Use it to obtain the true map? How? If there was such a convenient method, they would have long used it. Sage clans possess certain means to find their lost kin through resonance in their unique bloodline. Since the introduction and the map are both written using the language of the ancient gods, I believe that it might be possible to induce a resonance between the two and find the map. It is because of this that I went to the effort of looking up and learning one such secret art back when I was at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. As long as I am in physical contact with the introduction, I am confident that I will be able to locate the whereabouts of the map. Xianxia replied. Resonance in their unique bloodline. I did hear that there was such a thing among the sage clans. Well, I am a little doubtful as to whether the technique can be extended toward the introduction and map, but there should be no harm giving it a go. The Scarlet Leaf King frowned for a moment before eventually nodding. Flicking his wrist, he passed a jade box over and said, Here is the introduction to the ancient domain. The Skyleaf King left it with me earlier on. As the Skyleaf King had chosen to possess Jiang Yuan's body, naturally, he could not have kept the introduction with him. Thus, he had chosen to entrust it to the second strongest member of the 10 Great Kings, the Scarlet Leaf King. All right. Taking the jade box, Xianxia opened it lightly and took a look inside, and his eyes lit up. There was an ancient book within that deeply resembled the map he had received from Wu Yangzi's inheritance. There was no doubt that they had come from the same origin. Xianxia lightly placed his finger on it, and the knowledge harnessed within it immediately surged into his mind. It was written in the same incomprehensible language used for the map, making it nigh impossible to understand what was being written within. I should be able to find a thing or two by examining it closely. The introduction had quite a few flaws reflected, and by comparing the words, he would be able to understand some of the content. However, he knew that this was not the time to do so. Casually closing the jade box, Xianxia turned to the Scarlet Leaf King once more and said, Actually, to use the secret art, I will have to set up a grade 7 pinnacle formation. As you know, my understanding of formations is far beneath yours, so I might require your help later on. Set up a formation? All right. The Scarlet Leaf King nodded. Just by how the Scarlet Leaf King was able to control the massive formation in the Celestial Palace showed that he had a deep understanding of formations. I will tell you where the flags should be positioned. I will have to trouble you to help me set it up, Xianxia said as he retrieved a couple of grade 7 formation flags from his storage ring. All right, the Scarlet Leaf King replied as he took the formation flags from Xianxia's hands. 30 meters to the left, at the Jiaxu position. After that, 27 meters to the right, at the Hangu position. Xianxia began reciting. The terms that he was using were precise terminologies often used by 7-star formation masters. Those who had some mastery in formations would know of them. Hearing the Violet Leaf King listing out the precise positionings of the formation flags, the Scarlet Leaf King could not help but be impressed. Driving his Jinqi, he carefully nailed each and every one of the formation flags in place. Halfway through the construction of the formation, the Scarlet Leaf King suddenly noticed something, and he frowned. Wait a moment, something is wrong. Why does this formation resemble a slaughter formation? Even though the formation that the Violet Leaf King was asking him to set up was foreign to him, through his deep understanding of formations, he was still able to deduce its core function, and it appeared to be a slaughter formation. Weren't they going to set up a formation to find the map? Why were they constructing a slaughter formation instead? In that instant, doubts filled the Scarlet Leaf King's mind. Slaughter formation? How could that be? Scarlet Leaf King, you are worrying unnecessarily. While the formation might resemble a slaughter formation, you will soon notice that it is something else entirely once it is activated. Something entirely else? This setup can be nothing but a slaughter formation. These 3 formation flags serve to draw in the handle of the Big Dipper, whereas these positions serve to trigger the malignant star. The Scarlet Leaf King frowned. Once trapped within it, not even a half-leaving aperture realm would be able to escape from it easily. If you look at from that perspective, it does resemble a slaughter formation. However, if you look at it from below, it will be an entirely different sight altogether. This is also where the brilliance of the formation lies. If you don't believe me, come here and take a look. Xianxia moved to the center of the formation and placed a formation flag there before beckoning the Scarlet Leaf King over with a smile. The Scarlet Leaf King was perplexed by what the Violet Leaf King was up to, but he still moved toward the latter nevertheless. In any case, the Violet Leaf King was there as well, and the formation was still incomplete, so it was impossible for the other party to activate it and use it against him. Stay here and don't move. Look in that direction. That's right. All right, I am going to move the formation flags right now, and once you see it, you will understand the profoundness of the formation. Seeing that the Scarlet Leaf King had gotten into position, Xianxia slowly backed away and flew up while shouting, "Make sure not to move. If you move, you won't get a clear glimpse of what that is going to happen." Yes, it's that direction. Before finishing his words, he had already whipped out several more formation flags, and the formation flags abruptly burst forth in multiple locations. That is 100 flags of void ceiling? You aren't the Violet Leaf King. Who are you? The Scarlet Leaf King was standing still on the ground, waiting for whatever the Violet Leaf King was going to show him, when he suddenly noticed the formation flags in the latter's hand flying in multiple directions. His eyes immediately narrowed in wariness, and Xianxia burst forth from his body. At this point, it was apparent that something was amiss. 100 flags of void ceiling was a technique that allowed formation masters to swiftly set up a formation so that it could be instantaneously utilized in the midst of a battle. However, it was an advanced ability that only 7-star formation masters could possibly pull off. Considering how the Violet Leaf King didn't specialize in formations, how could he possibly be capable of using it? Obviously, the fellow before him was not the real Violet Leaf King. So. He immediately stepped against the ground to leap toward the fake Violet Leaf King to end his life. But in that instant, the latter abruptly stomped his leg lightly. Hong Long. The formation came to life, and tides of sword chi immediately came surging in his direction. You! The Scarlet Leaf King narrowed his eyes in horror, unable to believe what he had just seen. As a 7-star pinnacle formation master, he was capable of pulling off the 100 flags of void ceiling as well. However, to be able to activate a formation with just a stomp of his feet, how did the other party manage to do it? It was inconceivable. Him willingly stepping into the formation in the first place was based on the notion that there was no one in the world who could activate a formation so quickly. Even if the Violet Leaf King meant him harm, he should have been able to escape in time. Yet, who could have known that not only was the other party capable of pulling off the 100 flags of void ceiling, he could even activate the formation so swiftly, leaving him no time to escape at all. Pong! Before he could react, he was already struck in his chest by the sword chi, and blood gushed forth from his wounds. He had managed to prevent the sword chi from wounding his vitals, but he was left in a terribly unkempt state. His composure had disappeared without a trace. Gritting his teeth, the Scarlet Leaf King roared furiously, "Who in the world are you? To think that the second strongest expert of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings would end up being fooled by another like that." So much rage was coursing through the Scarlet Leaf King's veins that he felt as if he could explode at any moment. "Who am I? I am the person whom you are trying to kill." Xianxia chuckled softly as he reverted back to his original appearance. "You are Xianxia? But that killing intent, how did you?" The Scarlet Leaf King was so shocked that he found himself unable to speak coherently. Humans were unable to cultivate the Xianxia of slaughter, so how could the other party emanate killing intent like them? Not to mention, the purity of it was even on par with otherworldly demon kings like them. At this moment, the Scarlet Leaf King suddenly thought of something else, and his body shook. You killed the Violet Leaf King." Right after saying those words, the young man outside of the formation stroked his lower jaw in embarrassment and said, "That, it isn't just the Violet Leaf King. Other than you and the Sky Leaf King, the remaining members of the 10 Great Kings have all died by my hand." Pooh! The Scarlet Leaf King spurted blood. The 10 Great Kings of the Qingtian lineage had all reached Saint Fordan at the very minimum, and they were existences who could individually cause a great calamity anywhere, even in Qingyuan-conferred empire. With the 10 Great Kings moving in this operation, he had thought that they would be able to snitch the ancient domain easily and inflict great damage upon Qingyuan-conferred empire while they were at it. Yet, 8 of the kings had died before they could even cause the slightest stir. They thought that the Master Teacher Pavilion or Combat Master Hall might have caught wind of their movements and dispatched experts to eliminate them, thus resulting in their deaths. But who knew that they were killed by a mere nascent Saint Master Teacher? The more the Scarlet Leaf King thought about the matter, the more stifled he felt. It is fortunate that the Qingtian Emperor was unaware of this matter. If he were to learn of it, would he faint from anger on the spot? Just what kind of grudge did the other party have against them, to be hunting down their 10 Great Kings one after another? "I don't want to explore the ancient domain anymore. I want to go home." The Scarlet Leaf King felt deeply dismayed, but the situation did not allow him any time to wallow in his emotions. He was the one who had set up a huge portion of the Grade 7 Pinnacle Formation, so he fully understood the might that it wielded. Even with the means that he possessed, he knew that he would not last for long against the might of the formation. He had to escape as soon as he could. At that moment, however, the voice of the young man sounded from above. "Guild Leader Han, come over here and control the formation. Kill that fellow as fast as possible." Right after those words sounded, the might of the formation suddenly intensified, as if it was driven by some greater power. "You!" The face of the Scarlet Leaf King paled. While he was the one who had set up the formation, he was not too familiar with its entire layout and its various transformations. It would take at least an hour before he could find the life gate and escape. As the other party was only at nascent Saint, it would have been extremely strenuous for him to drive a Grade 7 Pinnacle formation. Given so, the Scarlet Leaf King would still have been able to cope for the time being. However, if it was Guild Leader Han who was driving the formation, he might really just meet his end there. On top of being a Saint Fordan Pinnacle expert, that fellow was the head of a Formation Master Guild, a true expert of formations. With the formation being controlled by such a skilled and powerful individual, his chances of escaping were as good as null. While the Scarlet Leaf King was despairing, outside the formation, the eyes of Guild Leader Han and the others were gleaming in excitement. When they heard Xianxia's shout, they immediately leaped out of their hiding spots and dashed toward the waterfall. As soon as they arrived, they found the Scarlet Leaf King trapped within an extremely powerful slaughter formation. With the sheer might of the slaughter formation, they could easily kill the Scarlet Leaf King as long as they were to control properly. While driving the formation, Guild Leader Han couldn't help but turn to Xianxia and ask, "Principal Zhang, if I am not mistaken, this formation should be a Grade 7 Pinnacle, right? Were you the one who set it up?" Out of fear that they would be noticed by the Scarlet Leaf King, they had chosen to hide quite a distance away, so they were unaware of how Xianxia had managed to deal with the Scarlet Leaf King. The slaughter formation before him could be considered one of the stronger ones even among the Grade 7 formations, and even with his proficiency of formations, it would have taken him an extremely long time to set up it perfectly. Principal Zhang was only a nascent saint, so how could he have done it so quickly? The humble Xianxia shook his head, not taking credit for what he had not done. "I wasn't the one who set the formation up. The Scarlet Leaf King was the one who did it." The Scarlet Leaf King? The crowd was dumbfounded. To set up a formation just to trap himself in. Was that fellow sick in the mind? Perhaps he might have grown tired of the vicissitudes of life, so he wanted to seek an end. Who knows what could be going through the minds of those otherworldly demons? Xianxia shrugged nonchalantly. He could not talk too much about how he had managed to trick the Scarlet Leaf King, as it would be difficult to explain how he had managed to disguise as the Violet Leaf King. Leaving guild leader Han and Wuxia to drive the formation, Xianxia retreated to the back of the crowd to find a remote place to sit down. After which, he immersed his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to carefully examine the booklet containing an introduction of the ancient domain, which he had just obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King's hands. The booklet was also written in the language of the ancient gods, as the Scarlet Leaf King had claimed, so he could not understand a single character. However, he could roughly tell that there were quite a few words that were similar to the one written on Wu Yangzi's map. Flicking his wrist, an ancient sheet of goatskin appeared in his hands. On it was a map that was labeled with all kinds of bizarre words. Studying the map carefully, Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. There is nothing similar between what is depicted on the map and the geographical terrain of the ancient domain. While he could not recognize the words written on the goatskin, he could still interpret the geographical terrain on it. But there was not the slightest semblance to the ancient domain they were in. It was also for this reason that he did not think that there was a connection between the map and the ancient domain. The map should be several dozen millenniums old by now. Could it be that the world has changed since the crafting of the map, resulting in its geography changing entirely? Xianxia hypothesized. Continents and oceans persisted through the ages, but they were not unchanging. They would gradually be reshaped with the passing of time or a major natural disaster. Could that have happened to the ancient domain as well? That thought did not persist for too long before Xianxia shook his head. That isn't right. We are in a folded space, and there are no tectonic plates or natural disasters that could cause such a significant reshaping of the geographical terrain. Different from the external world, folded spaces were unaffected by the changes of nature. Furthermore, the ancient domain mainly consisted of formations, so even if there were changes over time, it couldn't possibly have been so thorough such that there wasn't the slightest resemblance. Frowning deeply, Xianxia continued staring deeply into the goatskin and the booklet, and all of a sudden, he seemed to notice that there was something very similar about the two. A thought came to his mind and he placed both items together. Wang! With a soft buzz, the map and the booklet fused together, and in the blink of an eye, a new goatskin map appeared before Xianxia. The map was actually divided into two. It was no wonder he could not understand either part of it individually. It turned out that they were each just a half of the full map. Lifting the newly formed goatskin up, he noticed that the features of the map had changed completely. At some point, Feng Sun had walked up behind him, and pointing at the features on the map, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Isn't that the lava from the very start? And that is the unbounded world, the lightning formation, and the black sandstorm of oblivion." Even without Feng Sun pointing them out, Xianxia could tell with his own eyes. The newly formed goatskin map contained vivid images of the various features of the ancient domain, so much so that it looked as if the entire scenery had been brought to life. This red line is the correct path? There is actually such a road? Why didn't we notice it before? Feng Sun remarked. After hearing those words, Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw a faint red line leading from the lava all the way through the ancient domain. Xianxia shook his head. The red line is indeed the correct path through the ancient domain, but most likely, it wouldn't have appeared in the first place if we didn't have the map in our possession. If they had the complete map before entering the ancient domain, they would have been able to advance along the path laid out by the red line safely without encountering any danger. It was not that they were not sharp enough to notice the existence of a safe path, but that the path would not have appeared in the first place without the complete map in hand. This was probably another manipulation of the laws of space, so he couldn't say for sure how it worked either. Tracing the map, they soon saw the celestial palace. So, the crux of the ancient domain lies just beyond the waterfall. After confirming the direction and road, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Standing up, he turned to Guild Leader Han and the others. With Guild Leader Han and Wuxia working together to drive the Grade 7 Pinnacle Slaughter formation, it did not take them too long to kill the Scarlet Leaf King. If the Fireleaf King was pitiful for being crushed to death by the Golden Origin Cauldron before he could do anything, the Scarlet Leaf King definitely topped that. To be killed by the formation that he had constructed himself. The second strongest expert of the 10 great kings sure died an indignant death. In any case, after dealing with the Scarlet Leaf King, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Now that we have the map in hand, we should be safe, Xianxia said with a smile. After which, he raised his hand, and the goatskin map in his hands flew into the air before forming a rainbow bridge that bypassed the celestial palace, leading straight into the depths of the waterfall. Let's go. Beckoning the others along, Xianxia took the lead and stepped onto the bridge. A moment later, he recalled something, and with a grasp, he retrieved the formation flags used for the slaughter formation, stowing it into his storage ring. At the same time, with a slight flick of his finger, the Scarlet Leaf King's storage ring fell into his hands. The second strongest expert of the 10 great kings should have quite a few good items in his possession. It would have been a waste to leave it there. Advancing along the bridge, they soon bypassed the celestial palace and stepped through the waterfall. Back then, they noticed that the waterfall and the celestial palace were actually a massive painting. Walking past it, the scenery abruptly changed, and a massive palace came into sight. What concentrated spiritual energy! Upon stepping in, Xianxia felt his pores widening as his Jinqi pulsated in excitement. The spiritual energy contained within the palace was truly concentrated, to the point that it felt as if it would condense into water at any moment. If one were to cultivate there, one would be able to advance one's cultivation swiftly even without using high-tier spirit stones. Is that carved using spirit stones? After taking a few steps forward, the breathing of the crowd suddenly hastened. Ahead of them was a massive tablet, which emanated a brilliant glow. Astonishingly, it was actually carved out of a massive high-tier spirit stone. Is there such a huge spirit stone in the world? Everyone gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Even Xianxia's eyes were widened. The tablet was 6 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and half a meter thick. Such a massive tablet was actually made solely out of high-tier spirit stones. It was truly a shocking sight. Even the largest high-tier spirit stone he had seen thus far was only the size of a baby's fist. But this sculpture should easily weigh more than a ton. If it were to be divided into the standard size of a spirit stone, how many pieces would it be? A few 100,000? A few million? To encounter something as extravagant at this barely after walking into the palace, just what kind of treasures would be hidden within? Qiu Wu Palace. Could the creator of this ancient domain be ancient sage Qiu Wu? Upon seeing the words carved on the tablet, Wu Shi's eyebrows leaped up in astonishment. Xianxia swiftly turned to look at the tablet as well, and carved on it were 3 large words, Qiu Wu Palace. The handwriting was identical to the one within the manual of the Unbounded Voyager. It seems like it was indeed left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. Xianxia shot a glance toward Luo Ruoxin, and both of them nodded harmoniously. It was just a deduction they made earlier, but at this point they could be absolutely certain of it. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Who is he? One of the combat masters asked. As this matter concerned ancient history, other than master teachers, there were very few who knew much about him. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was one of Kong Shi's followers. He accompanied Kong Shi into many battlefields and slaughtered innumerable otherworldly demons. Possessing a cultivation surpassing Saint Nindan back when he was still alive, he was one of the most esteemed and respected ancient sages in the history of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Wu Shi explained. Kong Shi's follower? Beyond Saint Nindan? Those who were not aware of it previously were astonished. Putting everything else aside, just that description was sufficient for the crowd to imagine ancient sage Qiu Wu's standing. As one who stood beside Kong Shi, he must have had many opportunities to receive Kong Shi's guidance, so he was bound to have been far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. Not only so, he was even an expert surpassing Saint Nindan. It was no wonder the ancient domain that he built was so fearsome, such that it nearly annihilated their entire expedition team. Ancient sage Qiu Wu is not only strong, he also contributed greatly to humanity as well. The seals that ward off the otherworldly demonic tribe in the subterranean gallery were all constructed by him. Even the head of our branch, Pavilion Master Go, is a loyal fan of his. If he knew that this ancient domain was created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, he surely would have come here personally, Wuxia said. With his overwhelming strength, ancient sage Qiu Wu was able to keep the otherworldly demonic tribe at bay for so many millenniums. He is indeed one of the most outstanding predecessors of our master-teacher Pavilion. Indeed, his accomplishments are only second to the great Kong Shi. Upon hearing of the deeds of ancient sage Qiu Wu, the eyes of the crowd lit up in reverence. The main responsibility of combat masters and master-teachers was to protect mankind from the otherworldly demonic tribe. Were it not for ancient sage Qiu Wu's seals, mankind wouldn't have possibly been able to enjoy such a long period of peace. They had thought that the ancient domain had been left behind by a normal Saint Realm pinnacle expert, but who would have thought that it was actually someone as great as ancient sage Qiu Wu? If there is a sculpture of Elder Qiu Wu within this ancient domain, I will definitely kowtow to him to pay my respects, Feng Sun said in agitation. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was a figure whom he deeply respected as well, and he had never imagined that a day would come when he would have the privilege of entering the ancient domain left behind by the other party. Me too. The other combat masters also nodded in agreement. Since Elder Qiu Wu has left behind such a massive ancient domain, he must have left his will somewhere as well. Let's continue advancing ahead. According to what the Scarlet Leaf King said, the old principal and the others aren't dead yet, they are just trapped at the moment. However, it appears that the Skyleaf King is also trapped together with them, so let's hurry over in case any mishap occurs, said Xianxia, holding back his urge to dig up the tablet and put it in his storage ring. As valuable as the tablet was, considering the look of reverence that the master teachers and combat masters were directing toward it, if he were to take it, they would definitely pit their life against him. Thus, after careful contemplation, he decided to drop the idea. All right. Nodding, the crowd continued walking forward. Barely after taking a few steps, the eyes of a combat master suddenly lit up as he pointed at the ground beside him excitedly. Look at this! Following the direction that the combat master was pointing in, there was a spear deeply lodged into the wall. Only a half of it was revealed outside. Wuxia walked over and gently pulled the spear out from the wall. This is a half-saint weapon? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in shock. Just like the Glacier Rain Sword, the spear was actually at half-saint tier as well. Such weapons were rare even in Qingyuan-conferred empire. Yet, in the ancient domain it was casually tossed along the road as if it was nothing more than trash. This level of extravagance was really terrifying. There's one over there as well. In the midst of his shock, another shout sounded from the side, and following which, a half-saint sword was retrieved from the wall on the other side. There's one here too. This one over here is a saint low-tier artifact. Advancing ahead, more and more shocked exclamations sounded. Before long, everyone had a weapon that was of at least half-saint tier in their hands, and a couple of luckier ones even managed to obtain saint low-tier weapons. Saint low-tier, that was the tier which the Golden Origin Cauldron had been in before being upgraded. For a weapon of that level to be tossed casually around was truly bewildering to the crowd. The spirits within these weapons seemed to have dissipated after suffering heavy blows. While these half-saint and saint low-tier weapons possess outstanding sharpness and durability, they won't be able to exert their full prowess without any spirit within them, Wuxia remarked after taking a look at all of the weapons. While these weapons were extremely high-tiered, they were devoid of spirit, and that would result in a significant reduction in their might. It's not that the spirits have dissipated after suffering heavy blows, but that they have been worn out by the passing of time. The spirits within weapons enjoyed a greater longevity than humans, but they still suffered from senescence decline. As time passed, the spirit would still gradually erode. There was nothing in this world that could last for an eternity. The only reason the Golden Origin Cauldron could survive several millenniums was because it had spent most of its time in hibernation, and this had helped it to reduce its senescence decline. Such knowledge involved the intricacies of the soul, so most master teachers weren't aware of it either. All right, let's continue moving on. After stowing the weapons into their storage rings, Xianxia and the others continued forward. Along the way, they found quite a few medicinal herbs and artifacts too. However, just like the weapons from before, their spirits had eroded, resulting in their diminished effectiveness. Even so, they would be able to fetch quite a fortune when sold, so the expedition team still collected them. It was hard to tell whether it was due to them treading on the safe path or the final passageway was supposed to be like that, but they did not encounter any danger along the path. After walking for some time, a vast square appeared before their eyes. The square was filled with many depressions and debris. There were also dozens of corpses scattered around the area. There was an intense fight here. The crowd narrowed their eyes in alarm. Walking up one of the corpses, Wu exclaimed in alarm, "This is Vice Principal Mu Renshu of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia's close aide. Upon reaching Saint Realm, one's physical body would gain extraordinary resilience, so it would not decompose as easily. As such, even though it had been quite some time since Mu Renshu's death, his body still looked no different from how it was when he was alive." "Vice Principal Mu Renshu?" Xianxia asked as he walked over. He had read about the other party through the records stored in the academy. On top of the principal Xianxia, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had 4 other vice principals. However, all of them had followed Xianxia into the ancient domain and never returned. It was also for this reason that Lu Feng was able to serve as the stand-in principal for the past 2 years. Mu Renshu was known to be the strongest among the 4 vice principals. Who would have thought that he would lose his life here? After searching the area for a while and not finding Xianxia's body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had never met the old principal before, but there was a painting of the latter in the academy records, and none of the dozens of corpses fit the description. "There are the corpses of 13 master teachers and 21 otherworldly demons here," Wu Shi said with a sigh after tallying the numbers. All 13 of them were 6-star master teachers, but they had ended up dying silently in the ancient domain. This was a huge loss to both the Master Teacher Academy and the Master Teacher Pavilion. "The fight must have been intense," Xianxia remarked solemnly. He could not help but recall the tombstone that Xianxia had left for himself in the Mausoleum of Principles. Those who came with him would have surely known the great dangers of venturing into the ancient domain as well, but they had still chosen to join the expedition anyway. Their selflessness was truly worthy of respect. "Let's take them back with us." They might have been unable to return to the Master Teacher Academy when they were still alive, but at the very least, they should be granted a peaceful rest within the academy after death. Waving his hand, Xianxia carefully placed the corpses of the master teachers within his storage ring. After what they had done for mankind, their corpses could not be left exposed in the open. The least he could do for them was bring them back home and give them a proper burial. After Xianxia was done collecting the bodies of the fallen master teachers, Guild Leader Han looked around his surroundings and asked, "But why would they be fighting here? And where did the rest of them go?" "I am not too sure, but my guess is that old Principal Xianxia must have found out that the otherworldly demons were planning to enter the ancient domain, so he swiftly gathered an expedition team and entered the ancient domain as well. Eventually, they ended up encountering one another here, and a bitter fight ensued," Xianxia said. Based on the words left behind by Xianxia in the Mausoleum of Principles, he had only chosen to enter the ancient domain because there were no alternatives before him. From this, it could be deduced that the otherworldly demons must have learned of the ancient domain in advance, and Xianxia was trying to stop them. Of course, that was still only a deduction on Xianxia's part. They would have to hear the story from the person in question in order to confirm what had happened back then. "Everyone, come here." At that moment, a master teacher suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, only to see the master teacher examining a massive boulder in the square with a perplexed look. The master teacher was one of the elders from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy. His combat ability was SOSO within the expedition team, but he was an extremely meticulous person. The crowd quickly walked over to the boulder, and after taking a closer look, frowns emerged on their faces as well. There was a palm print on it. It was hard to tell whether it was left behind in the midst of the fight or by the creator of the ancient domain. That is the switch to trigger a mechanism in the area. I saw a similar one in the unbounded world, Xianxia remarked. Back when he was in the unbounded world, he had seen something similar. Rather than a palm print, it was probably more exact to call it a groove. As long as one put their palm on it and infused jinqi into the groove, it would trigger some kind of mechanism in the surroundings. Most likely, it had been left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. A switch! Wuxia examined it carefully before nodding. Stand back. I'll give it a try. There was no saying what could happen once the switch was triggered, so it was best to take caution. Everyone quickly stepped back as they prepared their defenses. With a grim expression, Wuxia placed his palm onto the groove. Wang! A buzzing sound echoed, and the wall ahead of them abruptly burst open, revealing 9 identical round doors, each around the height of a human. Within each round door was an aura vaguely resembling what they had felt before stepping into the unbounded world. Folded spaces. Seeing that there was no danger, the crowd slowly walked up to the doors with bewildered expressions. There are so many choices? 9 is the limit of a number. The 9 doors probably represent the extremities, Guild leader Han explained. The crowd nodded. 9, the limit of a number, as well as the number derived from the 6 Yin-Yang 3-3 derivation. In this world, there were many things in nature that were Nanette. For example, Fighter 9 Dan, Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, Saint 9 Dan. 9 heavens, 9 provinces, 9 trials, 9 realms, 9 dragons, 9 bestowments. 9 doors, that is probably just like the formation. There is life and death, panorama and fright. Which one should we choose? A combat master asked. 1. This. Having no answer to the question, Guild leader Han subconsciously turned his gaze toward Xianxia. Every formation was bound to have at least 8 doors. The origin gate, hibernation gate, life gate, impair gate, panorama gate, death gate, closed gate, and fright gate. Depending on which gate one encountered, one would face a different fate. Perhaps it would be life, perhaps it would be death, perhaps it would be escape, perhaps it would be eternal incarceration. One wrong move could mean the end. It was due to this that few dared to move recklessly within a formation. Otherwise, one wrong step and they would face confinement or even death. At this moment, there were 9 doors before them. It wasn't completely aligned with the 8 gates, but it was sure to be bound by the same rules. Thus, they dared not enter any of them recklessly. Noting Guild leader Han's actions, the others also turned their gazes toward the young man as well. Seeing that all eyes were gathered on him, Xianxia was rendered speechless. Those before him were all esteemed master teachers and formation masters, existences who were deeply feared and respected. Yet, all of a sudden, in this trip to the ancient domain, they seemed to have suddenly lost their backbones and ended up relying entirely on him. Every time they were stuck in a dilemma, they would end up turning to him for instructions. He wasn't omniscient, all right? He didn't have the answer to every single question in the world. There were things that he was incapable of as well. Seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Guild leader Han said with a smile, Principal Xiang, in the journey, you have displayed an understanding of formations and an eye of discernment far superior to ours. We trust you, and we will enter any door that you point out. Indeed, we trust you. We don't have much of an understanding of formations, so we are completely helpless before this. You are probably the only one who can lead us into the correct door. Everyone began speaking up. Seeing their attitude, Xianxia knew that he would be unable to turn the matter down, so he eventually relented with a nod. I will give it a try. After saying those words, he activated his eye of insight and began observing the doors carefully. From experience, he knew that the Library of Heaven's Path would only reflect the composition and structure of the doors instead of informing him whether it was safe inside or not. In such situations, it would be better for him to rely on his eye of insight. After taking a look around him, his gaze soon stopped before a door. He lowered his head to take a closer look at the ground before the door. Perplexed, the crowd rushed over and saw a smear of blood on the ground. As too much time had passed, it had already dried up, so it was not overly conspicuous. Wuxia frowned. It seems someone left it behind intentionally. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The bloodstain had not been left behind by blood dripping from someone's wound. Instead, someone had intentionally left a mark here so as to serve as a hint to those coming afterward. Frowning deeply, Xianxia continued staring intently at the bloodstain. As lines of insight swam within his eyes, a scene of when the bloodstain first appeared seemed to vaguely reconstruct before his eyes. Xianxia stood up and said, "This bloodstain was left by old Principal Xianxia. This is the door that he entered. Let's enter this door then," Guild leader Han said. Xianxia nodded. Their main goal at hand was to find Xianxia and the remaining survivors. Since the latter had chosen to enter this door, it went without saying that this was the door they should head into as well. Furthermore, one thing to note was that while they had encountered so many life-threatening dangers on their journey through the ancient domain, such that their expedition team could have been easily wiped out in any phase, the old principal's team seemed to have breezed through the trials without facing much trouble despite the relatively lower average cultivation of his team. Most likely, he must have known about the secrets of the ancient domain beforehand. Thus, following in his footsteps should lead them to safety. All right. Wuxia began leading the way forward, and the crowd followed closely behind him. As soon as they stepped through the door, the scenery before them immediately changed. A small garden filled with a field of resplendent flowers appeared before their eyes. A slight fragrance drifted in the air. Everyone was taken aback. They had thought of many possibilities before stepping through the door. Perhaps they might meet grave danger. Perhaps they might find themselves forced to face some kind of incredibly difficult trial. But one thing they had not thought was that they would end up walking into a seemingly ordinary flower garden. Look! A combat master pointed toward the center of the flower garden. A massive sculpture of an old man dressed in a master-teacher robe towered there. Forged out of some kind of unique material, the sculpture was extremely lifelike, giving one the feeling as if it would start moving at any moment. It's ancient sage Qiu Wu. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Xianxia's mouth twitched. It was the old man who had wanted to take him in as his student. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Upon seeing the sculpture, the eyes of Feng Sun and the others immediately lit up. They hurriedly rushed forward and kowtowed deeply to ancient sage Qiu Wu in reverence. This was the man whose seals had brought several dozen millenniums of peace to mankind. Most definitely, he was a man who was worth their respect. Wuxia and the others also quickly bowed down as well. Seeing how earnestly the others were paying respects to ancient sage Qiu Wu, Xianxia could not help but feel a little awkward. It was not too long ago that he had offered to take the other party in as his student. If the group over were to learn of this matter, would they pummel him to death? Boom! All of a sudden, the ground began shaking, and the sculpture wobbled along with it. A bright glint flashed in the eyes of sculpture. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was coming to life. Upon seeing this sight, Wuxia, Feng Sun, and the others were startled. They quickly lowered their bodies fearfully. Xianxia was initially taken aback by the situation as well, but after taking a closer look, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not ancient sage Qiu Wu coming back to life. There's a will infused within the sculpture. The current situation was similar to how ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul first appeared in the unbounded world. There was the same authoritative aura and immense pressure that he felt from before. It was probably a phenomenon that would occur whenever the other party's fragmented soul awakened. That was to be expected. After all, how could a man who had already died several dozen millenniums ago possibly come back to life? Most likely, the kneeling crowd must have triggered some kind of mechanism which awoke the will within the sculpture. Since there was a will hidden within the sculpture, it meant that they had chosen the right door to enter. Who? The sculpture opened its eyes and gazed down upon the kneeling crowd before him, and with an impassive voice, he said, "I am Qiu Wu. You should have already learned that by now." Just like before, his voice had an ancient quality to it, reminiscent of one who had lived through history. Paying respects to ancient sage Qiu Wu, hearing the other party acknowledging his identity, the crowd could not help but tremble in excitement. That was a figure who had stood as an equal with Kong Shi back in that legendary era. He was an ancient sage, one of the most renowned master teachers in the world. Countless viewed him as their idol and role model. Seeing the respectful attitude of the crowd, the sculpture nodded slightly before continuing. The fact that you were able to come to this point shows that your mental resilience and judgment are top-notch. I will just skip with all of the pleasantries and conduct a trial to assess your wisdom. I will accept those who are able to clear the trial as my students, and they will be entitled to my heritage. As for those who are unable to clear the trial, I can only have you remain here so as to prevent word from leaking. Is there anyone who wishes to give it a try? This ancient sage Qiu Wu was the exact same as the one whom Xianxia had encountered in the unbounded world. Without the slightest dawdling, he revealed his intentions and got straight to the matter at hand. A trial to assess our wisdom? Entitled to Elder's Heritage? Everyone's breathing quickened. Putting aside how ancient sage Qiu Wu's cultivation had already achieved a level beyond Saint Nine Dan, just his grasp over space itself was something that most 9-star master teachers couldn't even come close to matching. If they could receive his heritage, they would surely rise through the ranks, and it would only be a matter of time before they scaled to the peak of the continent. Indeed, talent and mental fortitude allow a cultivator to emulate the successes of the predecessors and achieve the same level of strength as them. However, it is only wisdom that allows one to create that which is unique to them and create their own schools of cultivation. Perhaps, they might even be able to surpass the countless geniuses that came before them. Accept the trial and you will be granted a chance to join my lineage. Otherwise, turn around and leave my Qiu Wu palace, the sculpture said. The crowd did not rush into making a decision. Instead, they looked at one another with grim looks on their faces. Of course, it would be for the best if they could obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. However, considering the difficulty of the trials they had been through thus far, the final trial was bound to be something nigh impossible for them to clear. If they were to fail the trial, they would be trapped in the Qiu Wu palace, unable to leave. Succeed, and they would attain power and glory. Fail, and they would be damned. Xianxia and the others must have decided to take the trial. That should be why they ended up being trapped within Qiu Wu Palace, Wuxia remarked. That would explain why the old principal had disappeared for 2 years. As one who had managed to become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it went without saying that Xianxia was a man who possessed great wisdom. On top of that, he also had quite a few vice principals and elders by his side. Every single one of them was an outstanding talent in their own right, but despite 2 years passing, they were still trapped within Qiu Wu Palace. This was a clear indication of how difficult the trial was. But even with the risk of being trapped within the Qiu Wu Palace, I still must undergo the trial. This kind of opportunity is too valuable for me to pass, Feng Sun said with determination. Indeed, for an opportunity to obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, I am willing to brave through even death itself. Zhang Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. Combat masters were trained to charge through all adversity with a relentless and fearless attitude. The heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu was a treasure that countless master teachers dreamt of laying their hands on. If they failed the trial, they only had their own weakness to blame. I will participate in the trial. Me too. Wu Shi, Mu Shi, Tianxiong, and the others nodded affirmatively as well. As master teachers, how could they give up on an opportunity to obtain the heritage of the venerated ancient sage Qiu Wu? It was not just about the cultivation technique, but their pride and honor as well. Wait a moment, something is not right here. I can understand why the old principal would have been trapped within Qiu Wu Palace for failing the trial, but why would the Skyleaf King be trapped within too? Are otherworldly demons allowed to undertake the trial as well? While the others were making their decisions, at the very back of the crowd, Xianxia abruptly spoke up with a deep frown. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage was greatly tempting to him, but it wouldn't really be a huge loss even if he didn't obtain it. For one, he had seen the other party's unbounded Voyager, and while it was indeed strong, it had plenty of flaws as well. To risk his future over a flawed secret art, it just was not worth it. After all, the most urgent thing for him at the moment was to become a 9-star master teacher before 30. Otherwise, the only thing that would be awaiting him was death. As such, he did not spare much thought to whether he should undertake the trial or not. Instead, he found himself wondering a very different issue instead. If old Principal Xianxia was truly trapped within the Qiu Wu Palace, why would the Skyleaf King be trapped as well? Ancient sage Qiu Wu had constructed many seals in his lifetime to seal the otherworldly demonic tribe out of the Master Teacher continent, and eventually, he had even lost his life in the midst of battling them. Through this, one could easily sense the hostility that he harbored toward the otherworldly demonic tribe. With his sculpture and fragmented soul standing guard here, how could the otherworldly demons possibly be given a chance to undertake the trial and claim his heritage for themselves? Could it be that this fellow is a fake? Xianxia frowned. There was a total of 9 doors outside, and each of them probably led to a different outcome. For this fellow to suddenly appear and claim that he would be passing down his heritage to them, wasn't it a little too easy and convenient? Xianxia could not help but be deeply skeptical of the situation before him. The sculpture spoke once more. Most of you should have made up your minds by now. Make your decisions. Yes. Wuxia and the others stood up, and with unwavering resolution in their eyes, they began marching forward. Of the 22 of them remaining, other than Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin, the rest had actually decided to take the trial. Wait a moment. Seeing that they were going to enter, Xianxia bellowed loudly to stop them. What's wrong? Surprised by Xianxia's sudden outburst, Wuxia and the others hurriedly placed a finger to their lips to gesture for him to quieten down. It was extremely disrespectful to be shouting so loudly before an elder as venerated as ancient sage Qiu Wu. It's nothing much. I am just deeply perplexed. Frowning, Xianxia flicked his finger at the sculpture. Hula! A powerful surge of sword qi burst toward the sculpture with astounding sharpness, severing the air in two. Even spirit pinnacle artifacts would have been destroyed in the face of that sword qi. Upon seeing this sight, the bodies of Wuxia and the others jolted, and they nearly fainted on the spot. That is ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture, and there is even his consciousness within it. To make a move against him without any warning beforehand. Are you insane? Alarmed, Wuxia hurriedly rushed forward, and with a slight wave of his hand, he easily dispelled the sword qi, after which, he turned to Xianxia and asked with a deep frown, Principal Zhang, what are you trying to do? Nothing much. I just think that there is something wrong with this fellow, and I want to test him. Xianxia replied with a frown. He did not think that Wuxia would rush back so anxiously to deflect his sword qi. Test him. Hearing those words, the crowd nearly fell to the ground in fear. Who was the man standing before them? Ancient sage Qiu Wu, a legendary expert who stood as Kong Shi's equal, and Xianxia actually wanted to test him? Principal Zhang, ancient sage Qiu Wu is a respected elder of our master teacher pavilion. It is a deeply insolent act to raise one's hand against him. Guild leader Han anxiously sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. The hierarchy of seniority was an order that the master teacher continent operated by. Students were not to raise their hands against their own teachers, let alone a venerated elder like ancient sage Qiu Wu. Even if Xianxia wanted to go on an insane streak, he should first have looked at the occasion. If it were made known that he had attacked ancient sage Qiu Wu, he could very well become an enemy of all master teachers on the continent. Seeing the anxious looks around him, seemingly tempted to bind him to prevent him from recklessly attempting any more foolishness, Xianxia sighed deeply. He knew that Wuxia was right. His actions were indeed lacking consideration. No matter what, ancient sage Qiu Wu was one of the strongest master teachers in history, a figure who had once fought alongside Kong Shi. Even if the other party was a fake, it would still be very reckless of him to make a move against the other party. However, if he could not force the other party into executing a battle technique, he would be unable to use the Library of Heaven's Path to compile a book on the other party and confirm his identity. Just as Xianxia was conflicted over what his next course of action should be, the sculpture suddenly turned toward him and frowned. As Xianxia had been standing at the very back all along, ancient sage Qiu Wu had not noticed him. However, now that he had a clear glimpse of the other party's appearance, his eyelids immediately began twitching as he let loose an unintentional exclamation. "It's you. You recognize me?" Xianxia was taken aback as well. The sculpture harumphed coldly. "A person who listed the flaws in my unbounded Voyager and spoke such words to me, how could I not recognize you? You possess the memory of what happened in the unbounded world?" Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Doomed, he really made a mistake this time around. Since the other party was aware of what had happened in the unbounded world, it could only mean that the fragmented soul before him belonged to ancient sage Qiu Wu as well. Otherwise, he could not possibly have known about the unbounded Voyager. Did he really guess wrongly? I am able to access the memories of my fragmented soul in the unbounded world. He could have survived for at least 2 more days, but with mere words you actually managed to discompose his psyche, causing him to dissipate on the spot. Are those in the current generation really that formidable? The sculpture replied. The fragmented soul deposited in the unbounded world only served one aim, to find a fitting successor, take them in as his student, and impart the unbounded Voyager to them. Eventually, the fragmented soul did manage to find a fitting successor, but not only was the other party unwilling to become his student, the other party even scorned the unbounded Voyager for having too many flaws. What was even worse was that the other party even attempted to take him in as his student. Having suffered this series of blows, it was no wonder his fragmented soul dissipated. Discompose his psyche? Principal Zhang has met ancient sage Qiu Wu before? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the crowd glanced at one another with confusion in their eyes. Just what in the world did Principal Zhang say that discomposed the psyche of even the great ancient sage from the same era as Kong Shi, causing his fragmented soul to dissipate on the spot? Those words slipped out of my lips unintentionally. Allow me to earnestly apologize to Elder right here. With a reddened face, Xianxia hurriedly clasped his fist. He had only said those words to change the topic back then. He had not really thought that it would end up like that. There's no need for you to apologize. What you said is true. The unbounded Voyager is an advanced movement technique, but it isn't perfect. Back then, Kong Shi also said the exact same words to me. The sculpture replied without the slightest hint of anger. Even though the cultivation of the young man before him was not too high, his eye of discernment was truly extraordinary. Despite having lived so many years, the young man was the second person who had managed to point out all of the flaws in his unbounded Voyager in a single breath. The duration that I can remain conscious for is limited. If you wish to obtain my heritage, move on. You might command a deep understanding of movement techniques, but I have created my own unique school in the field of spatial manipulation. It won't be easy for you to comprehend it, the sculpture remarked confidently. In the field of spatial manipulation, not even Kong Shi was close to a match for him. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in the field back in his era. Thus, he had absolute confidence that he would not be bested in this field. The fact that the young man before him was able to see through the flaws in the unbounded Voyager in a single glance showed that he possessed a deep aptitude in battle techniques. However, it would not be easy for him to achieve the same success in the field of spatial manipulation. There was no such thing as a perfect human being who was knowledgeable about everything. After all, there was only one Kong Shi. Understood. Elder, I have a doubt in my mind, and I hope that you will be able to enlighten me, Xianxia said with a nod. Speak. Thinking that it would be improper for him to ask ancient sage Qiu Wu directly whether he had allowed an otherworldly demon to take the trial. After all, that would be equivalent to questioning the latter's loyalty. Xianxia pondered for a moment before speaking. A senior of mine entered the ancient domain around 2 years ago, and there should be a powerful otherworldly demon pursuing them from behind. Based on what we know thus far, it seems like they are trapped in Qiu Wu Palace, unable to escape. May I ask if they managed to clear your trial? There was indeed a group who arrived at my Qiu Wu Palace 2 years ago, and there were some otherworldly demons among them as well. However, they didn't choose this door, the sculpture replied. They didn't choose this door? Xianxia had not expected to hear this response. That did not make sense. Since the old principal had marked this door, this should have been the door he entered as well. Why would he not have entered this door? Indeed, they took a detour around the 9 doors and advanced straight ahead. So they are currently trapped within the Saint Ascension Hall, the sculpture replied. Saint Ascension Hall? Hearing those words, Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin glanced at one another, and they could see the bewilderment in each other's eyes. In the first place, the ancient domain was not located too far away from the Saint Ascension platform, and for there to be a Saint Ascension Hall within here as well, could there really be a connection? The sculpture nodded. That is a gift that Kongshi left for the later generations. Of course, if you wish to head there, you have to clear my trial first. Otherwise, if you head straight there like they did, you will only be trapped like the rest of them, unable to leave for all eternity. Xianxia was taken aback. If the old principal had headed straight to the Saint Ascension Hall, why did he leave a mark before this door? The more he contemplated over the matter, the more perplexed he felt. The sculpture looked at Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin and said, "Now that I have answered your question, it's time for you to make your decision too. My trial won't be easy." But the rest of them still decided to challenge it. "What about you two?" They were the only ones who had not expressed their decision yet. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia said, "I wish to undertake the trial." Since he had already confirmed that Xianxia and the others were currently in the Saint Ascension Hall, he would have to clear the trial in order to get to them. Otherwise, if they were to head therein through the same route that Xianxia and the others took previously, they would only end up being trapped in there as well. Besides, it would be a delight to obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. Take the Unbounded Voyager for example. While it had plenty of flaws at the moment, once he found sufficient high-tier movement techniques to compile together with it and perfect it, the prowess it harnessed would be frightening. Once that happened, Xianxia's fighting prowess would be raised by leaps and bounds in a single breath. Just by mastering the Unbounded Voyager 1 Dan, he would be able to easily escape even from the real Skyleaf King. He would not be as powerless as he was before. Luo Ruoxin shook her head. "I won't be entering." "You aren't going to enter?" Xianxia was startled. He did not think that Luo Ruoxin would make such a decision. I have my own heritage. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage is great, but it's not compatible with me. Instead of wasting my effort inside, I think I will just wait outside for all of you," Luo Ruoxin explained with a smile. "I see. All right then." Xianxia nodded. Luo Ruoxin was right. Those who possessed unique constitutions or bloodlines could often only practice specific types of cultivation techniques and battle techniques. Take Xiaoya for example. Before meeting Xianxia, she had practiced the White Jade Pure Maiden skill, which was deeply incompatible with her pure Yin body. As a result, not only did her cultivation stagnate, it had even resulted in great suffering for her. "Don't worry about me, you should go ahead with the trial. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage is very valuable. It will definitely be beneficial to you if you can learn it," Luo Ruoxin said. Xianxia nodded. "I'll go in and take a look. Don't worry, I'll surely clear the trial." He had no idea what the trial would be on, but he had absolute confidence that he would be able to clear it. Hearing those words, Luo Ruoxin nodded with a smile. "Good luck." Having made up his mind, Xianxia began walking toward the door behind the sculpture along with Wuxia and the others, who, in just a few moments, they disappeared from sight. A moment later, Xianxia and the others found themselves standing within a courtyard, and a row of stone tablets stood before them. There were around 20 of them in total, and they formed a circle around the crowd. Each of them was densely inscribed with all kinds of characters. Knowing that they were already within the trial, Wuxia, Feng Sun, and the others dared not dawdle. They quickly rushed forward to examine the stone tablets. A quick sweep of the tablets left each of them with bizarre expressions on their faces. It was not that they were unable to learn whatever was on top of the stone tablets, but that they could not even understand it. The inscriptions on the stone tablets consisted of words from many different languages. There was the language that they used, the ancient beast language, and even the words of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Dozens of languages were inscribed side by side one another on the stone tablets, making it nigh impossible for one to decipher it. Near, Qing, Hua, Shang, Break, Ming, Xiao. How are we supposed to comprehend this? Wuxia happened to know quite a few languages and could read some of the inscriptions, but the words did not string together to construct a proper sentence, and this left him completely bewildered. He had no idea how he was supposed to interpret the inscriptions. Perplexed, he turned his gaze toward the others, only to see Feng Sun, Wu Tianxiong, and the others with equally confused expressions on their faces. He shot a glance at Xianxia and saw that the latter had a baffled look as well. They thought that the trial to assess their wisdom would require them to learn a particularly profound cultivation technique, as such events trials usually went, but they could not even read the stone tablets. How were they supposed to clear the trial? They had already guessed that a trial from ancient sage Qiu Wu would be anything but easy, but who knew that it would be so bewildering? Wuxia continued examining the stone tablets before him, but nothing came to him. Unable to stand it anymore, he headed over to Xianxia and asked, "Principal Zhang, have you discovered anything yet?" If any of them was capable of comprehending the secrets behind the stone tablet, it could only be the young man before him. Not yet. Xianxia shook his head. To be honest, he was also at a complete loss as well. Recalling the conversation between ancient sage Qiu Wu and Xianxia earlier, Wuxia couldn't help but ask, "Didn't ancient sage Qiu Wu praise you earlier for your deep understanding of battle techniques? Since you were able to comprehend his other battle technique, this shouldn't be too much trouble for you, right?" Xianxia shook his head bitterly. "I only happened to successfully decipher his movement technique, but I really have no idea what's going on." At this point, Feng Sun walked up to them and said, "It's already a formidable feat for you to have been able to decipher his movement technique, so you don't have to feel dismayed. Right, Principal Zhang? What did you speak to ancient sage Qiu Wu about for him to remember you so clearly?" Hearing that question, everyone quickly turned their gazes over as well. In truth, this was also a matter that they had been very curious about. Words that could make a fragmented soul of an ancient sage who had lived for several dozen millenniums lose his composure and dissipate. Just what could they be? Seeing that everyone was looking at him with eyes gleaming with curiosity, Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "If I were to say that I tried to take ancient sage Qiu Wu as my student, would any of you believe me? Accept ancient sage Qiu Wu as your disciple?" The lips of Wuxia and the others twitched for a moment first before they quickly shook their heads. They didn't think that Xianxia was being serious. They felt that it was inconceivable that anyone would dare speak words like that. After all, ancient sage Qiu Wu was an expert that stood beside Kong Shi in that chaotic era. Even the current head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, a true 9-star Master Teacher, would have to respectfully address him as elder, not daring to show the slightest discourtesy towards him. Yet Xianxia actually said that he attempted to accept the other party as his student. If he were to really dare to utter such words, ancient sage Qiu Wu would probably have him killed in a single slap. Through everyone's expression, Xianxia could tell that they didn't believe him. He knew that this would happen. Nevertheless, he couldn't be bothered to explain either. It was his intention to keep a low profile anyway, so this was for the best. Let's continue examining the stone tablets. Since this is part of a trial, there's bound to be a solution to it. Not wanting to dwell on that topic, Xianxia waved his hand as he turned his attention back to the stone tablets before him. Through his eye of insight, he could tell that there was nothing special about the material of the stone tablets before him. They were just ordinary boulders, and the only exceptional quality about them was just their durability. In other words, the crux to the stone tablet had to be the inscriptions on it. Just that, there were simply too many languages on the stone tablets. Furthermore, even if they managed to translate it, they didn't form proper sentences, making it impossible to figure what they meant. Perplexed, Xianxia stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone tablet. "Who?" A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia swiftly flipped it open. Ashen stone tablet inscribed by ancient sage Qiu Wu. It contains the complete formula to cultivating the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. There are 27 flaws regarding the inscribed battle technique. Number 1. The effectiveness of the battle technique is highly dependent on the state of mind the cultivator is in. As such, the cultivator will have to ready his emotional state before the battle, or else he will be unable to display the full prowess of the technique. This makes it highly ineffective in abrupt situations. Number 2. It has a high requirement of one's Xianxia. Detailed on the book were the many flaws of the battle technique. As expected, it is a battle technique. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It seemed like ancient sage Qiu Wu wasn't lying to them. The stone tablets were indeed a kind of trial. Soon, after he was done reading the book, Xianxia scratched his head. He did get the name of the battle technique and he had a thorough understanding of its flaws as well, but he still couldn't understand the battle technique manual. Knowing the flaws but not the technique itself was like having a remedy in hand but not knowing what illness it applied to. It did nothing to help the situation that they were in. He had to think of a way to understand the words on the stone tablet so that he could obtain the battle technique. Thus, retracting his consciousness from the library of Heaven's Path, he continued examining the stone tablets before him intently. The same seemingly meaningless combination of characters came into sight, leaving his eyes hurting a little. Those words just simply didn't form something coherent together. Wait, even though I am unable to understand the words on the stone tablet, perhaps I might be able to translate it through compiling it together with other books. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up as a thought came into his mind. If he were to go about it the normal method, it was likely that he would first have to translate the many different languages on the stone tablets into a single language first. However, just that step in itself would likely take up a significant period of time. Furthermore, given that it was a trial of wisdom, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as simply translating the words. There were bound to be many stumbling blocks waiting ahead of him. Instead of going through the trouble, wouldn't it be much simpler if he could just compile the other palm art manuals with it? With this thought in mind, Xianxia turned to the crowd and asked, "Do you have any palm art manuals in your possession? Can you allow me to take a look at them?" Palm art manuals? The crowd was perplexed by Xianxia's sudden request. Unsure of what he was up to, the urgent matter at hand was to figure out what the trial was through deciphering the stone tablets which ancient sage Qiu Wu left behind. Why was the other party asking for palm art manuals all of the sudden? "I have quite a few here with me. I copied them from the Palm Hall of our Combat Master Hall branch just a while ago," Zhang Yuan said as he flicked his wrist, and a stack of over several hundred books appeared before his eyes. While he was perplexed by what Xianxia was up to, he knew that the latter wasn't one to make a request for no reason. As the warriors of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, combat masters devoted much of their time to studying all kinds of battle techniques. As such, every single one of them had a huge collection of battle techniques in their storage rings. "I have some over here too." Feng Sun flicked his wrist and took out a bunch too. Before long, the combat masters had already whipped out more than 3,000 palm art manuals. "I don't have as many palm art manuals as they do, but mine are of relatively higher tier." With a smile, Wuxia and guild leader Han took out roughly a dozen books combined. Most of the palm arts detailed in the dozen books had already reached Saint Low tier, making them exceptionally valuable. Nevertheless, since Xianxia said that he needed it, they took it out without any hesitation. "Thank you." Xianxia nodded as he quickly collected those books into the library of Heaven's Path. "Compile," Xianxia muttered softly. "Who?" Countless books flew together and merged together with the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm's manual. Voila! A brand new book appeared before Xianxia's eyes. He reached forward to grab it before swiftly flipping it open. As expected, quite a few flaws of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm have been resolved. Sweeping through the contents, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Just like what he had guessed earlier, the compilation of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm manual with the other several 10,000 palm art manuals he had in the Library of Heaven's Path had the number of flaws successfully reduced from the initial 27 to just 9. considering that the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was an extremely advanced palm art, it was inevitable that the books he had collected thus far wouldn't be sufficient to perfect it. In truth, it was already a huge blessing that they were able to resolve 18 of the flaws. Let me see if I can cultivate it. Xianxia took a quick look through the newly compiled manual, and eventually, he shook his head in disappointment. Even though it was very close to being a Heaven's Path battle technique with only 9 flaws remaining, some parts of it were still gibberish. To be more exact, the portions which had been corrected by the compilation of the other books were readable. There was no problem interpreting them, but the flawed portions still remained the jumbled mess of languages they were. Let me compare the readable portions with the stone tablet and see if I can decipher it. Memorizing the parts which had been translated perfectly, Xianxia began examining the corresponding portions of the text on the stone tablets, only to realize that he was as confused as before. It was as if the two were completely unrelated to one another. Somehow, he felt like a student who had the model answer in hand but was still unable to comprehend the question. After studying the stone tablets for a while longer, Xianxia mumbled with a conflicted expression. These words don't seem to have anything to do with battle techniques. All along, he had been able to find the flaws of any battle technique easily through the library of Heaven's Path and shock others. Yet, despite having the model answer in hand, he still couldn't understand what was on the stone tablet at all. It was extremely frustrating. It has already been 4 hours now. Should I just use the 18 resolved flaws to see if I can clear the trial with just that? Xianxia rubbed his glabella as he thought. Typically speaking, the requirement for clearing the trial was for him to learn the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, but there was nothing he could do if the stone tablets made perfectly no sense to him. Perhaps, if he were to submit the 18 resolved flaws, ancient sage Qiu Wu might not think too much into the matter and clear him for the trial? With this thought in mind, Xianxia stood up to call for ancient sage Qiu Wu, but in that moment, he caught sight of a certain inscription by the corner of a stone tablet in his peripheral vision. These inscriptions were made up of the language of the otherworldly demonic tribe. They made no sense when read as a whole, but in the moment which Xianxia stood up, the inscriptions seemed to have danced slightly. It was a similar feeling to what he felt from the inscriptions carved by the Greenleaf King's subordinates back in the subterranean gallery. Could it be that we aren't supposed to regard these inscriptions as words but figures instead? Suddenly, such a thought came into Xianxia's mind. If the inscriptions were truly just words, he should have been able to decipher them by matching the translated content in his library of Heaven's Path with the stone tablets. But that didn't work out. However, if they were figures, it would all make sense. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Xianxia began examining the stone tablets before him closely once more. This time, with his focus on the form of each inscribed word, they suddenly seemed to float out of the stone tablet before his eyes and string together as one. Taking a closer look, he realized in astonishment that it was drawing out a Jinqi circulation pathway. Let me try cultivating it. After gaining a thorough understanding of the various Jinqi circulation pathways of the battle technique, Xianxia began driving his Jinqi through his body in the same manner reflected on the stone tablets. Jai, with the overwhelming might of the Heaven's Path Jinqi, the acupoints along the Jinqi circulation pathway were opened instantaneously. Whenever Xianxia encountered flawed sections of the technique, he would utilize the correct version which he had compiled in the library of Heaven's Path previously instead. Cracking sounds echoed relentlessly from Xianxia's body. So this is how the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm should be cultivated. Soon, after driving his Jinqi a circulation through his body, he had finally managed to master the palm art. As there were too many flaws in the palm art, Xianxia ended up being unable to compile it into a Heaven's Path battle technique, leaving it only at Saint Intermediate tier. Nevertheless, it was still an advanced battle technique that was far beyond the means of ordinary nascent saints to cultivate. In fact, it would be difficult for even Saint 4 Dan experts to grasp the technique. However, Xianxia was an exception as he had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher previously. The Jinqi which he harnessed within his body was boundless like the vast ocean, granting his sufficient energy to execute the technique. At the same time, The exceptionally pure heaven's path Xianxia was able to reach and open up even the smallest meridians within his body. As such, he actually succeeded in cultivating the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm to minor accomplishment. The cultivation of battle techniques could be divided into novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. With so many flaws remaining in the palm art, it'll suffice for me to cultivate it to minor accomplishment. I should find an opportunity to head to the Palm Hall of the Combat Master Hall to find more books to perfect the technique into a Heaven's Path palm art before cultivating it further. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia stood up. There were simply far too many flaws in the palm art. It was fortunate that the flaws had only weakened the might of the palm art and increased the depletion of Xianxia required in its execution instead of inflicting permanent harm on his body like the unbounded Voyager. Otherwise, he would have never cultivated it. It's really too crude. Xianxia sighed deeply. This must have been the most flawed battle technique that he had practiced ever since he started cultivating. He couldn't help but shake his head at this great embarrassment. Principal Zhang, how is it? Noting that Xianxia seemed to have dawned on something, Wuxia and the others hurriedly turned their gazes towards him. After studying the stone tablets for some time, they had succeeded in translating quite a few portions of the stone tablets and gathered some insights of their own. However, the stone tablets still remained as much of an enigma to them as before. The battle technique contained within the stone tablet is a palm art. I have managed to decipher and grasp it. Xianxia replied with a nod. A palm art? You managed to grasp it? Everyone was stunned. While all they could see were a bunch of jumbled up words, the young man before them had already managed to decipher the text and even successfully grasp it. Wasn't his wisdom a little too earth-shattering? A palm art? You have managed to decipher and grasp it. Hong Long. Xianxia was just about to speak when the ground suddenly rumbled deafeningly. Taking a look, he saw that ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture had leaped into the courtyard and was currently staring at him with a perplexed look in his eyes. Ancient sage Qiu Wu knew how difficult the trial he had left behind was. Even the most talented of his students required at least several months in order to decipher the secret behind the stone tablets. Yet, the young man actually managed to grasp the palm art he had left behind in less than 6 hours? Was it really possible for a human to have such high wisdom? Xianxia nodded. If I am not mistaken, the name of your palm art is Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. The sculptor widened his eyes in astonishment. You know the name of the palm art? He had only recorded the Xianxia circulation pathway of the palm art in the form of figures on the stone tablets. Nowhere on the stone tablets was the name of the palm art stated. Just where in the world did that fellow learn of the name? This? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. It suddenly dawned on him as well that the name of the palm art was not stated anywhere on the stone tablets. Even though he had practiced the battle technique, he would only know that it was a palm art and not what palm art it was. Elder, I happen to have read some of your records and learned that you have a powerful palm art named Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, which has been lost with time. While practicing the palm art recorded on the stone tablets, I realized that it is very similar to the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, so I deduced that this palm art might be it, Xianxia replied. One thing was for sure. He could not reveal the details concerning the Library of Heaven's Path. Whether the other party believed him or not, that was not his concern anyway. The sculptor was stunned. You have read some of my records? You did not seem to have read my records when I tried to take you in as my student back in the unbounded world, though. Nevertheless, he knew that there was no point pursuing this matter. Thus, the sculptor turned to Xianxia once more and asked, You said that you not only deciphered the palm art, you have even grasped it as well, correct? Yes. Xianxia nodded. The sculptor shook his head. You would have cleared the trial just by deciphering the palm art. But to practice it as well. Reckless. You are really too reckless. He was the one who had created the palm art, so he knew full well how difficult it was to practice the technique. Even the strongest among their expedition group, the St. Fordan Pinnacle Master Teacher, would not have sufficient Xianxia to practice the technique. For a nascent saint to try it out, wasn't he just asking for trouble? This fist art has reached Saint Intermediate tier, and it would be difficult for even Saint 5 Dan experts to master the technique. Those whose cultivation don't meet the mark will only injure themselves by practicing it. Back when I first created the technique, it took an entire year and 3 months just to achieve novice mastery, 3 years to reach initiate and minor accomplishment, nearly 8 years. Of my disciples, even the most talented of them took 40 years in order to reach minor accomplishment, the sculptor said as he reminisced about the past. It had not been easy even for him, the creator of the fist art, to master it. Just reaching minor accomplishment had taken him 12 whole years. His students had fared much worse than him, such that they were not even worth mentioning. Just from that alone, it could be seen how difficult it was to learn the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm. You must have given up after realizing that it will be extremely difficult for you to grasp the technique with your current cultivation, right? That's the right way to go. Without my guidance, there is a good chance that you might end up cultivating it incorrectly, and that could lead to disastrous consequences. Before he could finish his words, the young man before him scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "While practicing the technique earlier, I think that I accidentally reached minor accomplishment." You accidentally reached minor accomplishment? The sculpture shook wildly, and it nearly burst apart on the spot. It was just a moment ago that he said that he, despite being the creator of the palm art, took 12 years to reach minor accomplishment. How long had it been since the young man before him started practicing it? Even assuming that the other party had deciphered the stone tablets as soon as he arrived, he would still only have had around 6 hours to practice the heavenly demon Great Sorrow art. And yet, minor accomplishment? Was he for real? Indeed. To be honest with you, your heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm is indeed very strong. But it's a pity that it simply has too many flaws. Xianxia sighed deeply. It's really distressing for me to practice a technique like this. You! As soon as the sculptor heard those words, he nearly fainted from rage. Back in the unbounded world, that fellow directed those words to another one of his soul fragments, and eventually, that fragmented soul ended up losing its composure and dissipated. And now he was off again. Just what did I do to offend you? If it's so distressing for you to practice my technique, why the heck did you cultivate it to minor accomplishment? You said that you cultivated it to minor accomplishment? Frowning, the sculptor glanced at Xianxia and said, "It is possible for me to gauge if you have learned my palm art correctly, and how deep your mastery of it is through the might you exert with it. How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation to nascent saint and execute my heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm at minor accomplishment mastery, and as long as you can withstand my attack, I will acknowledge that you have indeed grasped the essence of my palm art." There was probably no one who could remain calm after having his capabilities doubted by a mere nascent saint cultivator multiple times. It was not the first time that the young man before him had said such words. Thus, ancient sage Qiu Wu decided to teach the other party a lesson so as to make him learn that there was a greater world beyond the world he saw. Otherwise, with such a complacent attitude, the other party would not go far in life, and that would truly be a huge loss to mankind. Hearing that the other party intended to cross palms with him, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. You are able to execute battle techniques despite being a sculptor. Of course. I might only be a sculptor at the moment, but through my fragmented soul, I am still able to easily utilize strength comparable to a nascent saint. The sculptor replied before raising his palm. An indomitable aura immediately permeated the area, exerting an incredible pressure on all life forms standing in the vicinity. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was already a renowned top-notch expert in the master-teacher continent before he joined Kong Shi's ranks. He was known to be a peerless existence even among those who had reached the same height in their cultivation as him. Even if ancient sage Qiu Wu suppresses his cultivation to nascent saint, there's no way Principal Zhang will be able to take his palm. That's a definite. After all, the palm art was created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and he has practiced it for innumerable years. On the other hand, Principal Zhang has barely had 6 hours to grasp the technique. Within such a short period of time, no matter how talented he may be, how much could he possibly have comprehended? Indeed, There is simply too huge a difference between the both of them. Principal Zhang doesn't stand a chance. Upon seeing this sight, Wuxia and the others shook their heads. In their view, there was no way Xianxia stood a chance against ancient sage Qiu Wu. One had barely cultivated the technique for 6 hours, whereas the other had years of experience. Not to mention, ancient sage Qiu Wu was one of the strongest experts in the continent. Even with his cultivation suppressed to nascent saint as well, it was impossible for Xianxia to be able to match him. Seeing how adamant the other party was on the matter, Xianxia could only relent with a nod. All right then. To be honest, even though he had said that he had practiced the palm art, he had not had an opportunity to execute the technique yet. All he had done was drive his Jinqi through the circulation pathway as stated in the palm art manual. This spar would serve as a good opportunity for him to gauge the strength harnessed within the heavenly demon great sorrow art. If it was still decently powerful, he could consider using it in future battles. Let's begin then, the sculptor said as he thrust his palm forward with overwhelming momentum. Boom! A devastating aura that was reminiscent of innumerable heavenly demons descending upon the lands pervaded the surroundings. It exerted a crushing pressure not only on one's physical body but on one's soul as well. The prowess of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm did not just lie in its physical might but its ability to assault souls and primordial spirit as well. This was precisely why it was extremely well known back in the ancient era despite only being a saint intermediate tier battle technique. How strong! Despite standing such a long distance away, even though the attack isn't directed toward me, my body still instinctively stiffened in fear, rendering me incapable of retaliating at all. As expected of a battle technique created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, if I could master it, my fighting prowess would surely be enhanced by at least twofold. This palm art requires the user to infuse their soul energy into the palm strike as well in order to bring forth the immense might it harnesses. It won't be easy to grasp it. Feeling the might of the palm art, Wuxia and the others found their bodies stiffening uncontrollably, and their faces paled in astonishment and fear. It was simply too powerful. To be honest, the sculpture's movements were not fast, and there was not anything particularly profound about it either. Yet, it harnessed a might that left one feeling deeply helpless before it, both physically and mentally. This was a sensation that none of the battle techniques they had cultivated could ever hope to evoke in their opponents. Truly terrifying. No wonder ancient sage Qiu Wu said that the palm art won't be easy to practice. I can now see why. I wonder how deep a mastery Principal Zhang has achieved in the technique. Wuxia said. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm had already transcended the level of being a mere maneuver involving the use of one's palms. In order to execute the technique, one's spirit, psyche, and mind had to be perfectly aligned with one's movements. Without years of training, it would be impossible to pull it off. As talented as Principal Zhang was, he was simply too young. The experience he could have accrued would inevitably be terribly limited. As such, it was truly unlikely that he would be able to grasp the very essence of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow art. The reason most cultivators chose to journey through the world to experience the many facets of life, be it joy, anger, sorrow, or envy, was to temper their state of mind, making it more wholesome and resilient. There were also many cultivation techniques and battle techniques that were built upon such experiences, and without personally going through those experiences, it would be difficult for one to grasp its essence. With such thoughts in mind, Wuxia could not help but turn his gaze toward the young man in question, only to see the young man standing calmly with his hands behind his back, not in a rush to prepare his defense. He glanced at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking about, but unspeakable sorrow was reflected in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps his lover had left him behind, or maybe his kin or a close friend had passed away before his eyes. But in that moment, he exuded a forlorn aura that felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Wuxia narrowed his eyes before exclaiming in shock. That is a Terpsichorean art? It was just a simple posture, but it emanated deep sorrow that spectators could vividly feel with their entire existence. This was no longer just a state of mind but a technique involving the soul as well. Terpsichorean art? I thought that Terpsichorean arts utilize dance in order to assault one's opponents. Feng Sun asked in confusion. In his view, terpsichore was an occupation that put others in a trance through their resplendent clothes and graceful movements. Due to the nature of the occupation, it was usually practiced only by females. How could Principal Zhang be a terpsichore as well? Not to mention, even if he was a terpsichore, all he was doing was standing still in his plain and unspectacular master-teacher robe. How could something like that be considered a terpsichorean art? It's true that most terpsichores utilize dance as a medium to launch soul attacks against their opponents. However, it's said that if one achieves a deep mastery in terpsichorean arts, one will be able to put others into a trance even with the simplest of gestures. Even though Principal Zhang isn't moving, I'm certain you can feel your soul resonating with his state of mind. At this point, Wuxia raised his finger and pointed. Look at them. Feng Sun turned his gaze over and saw that the combat masters behind him had their emotions deeply moved by Xianxia, and tears were flowing uncontrollably down their faces. This? Feng Sun narrowed his eyes in shock. He thought that it was already an amazing feat for Xianxia to possess a deep understanding of formations and wield strength comparable to his. Who would have thought that he possessed such fearsome means to deal with the soul as well? Even though the combat masters behind him only possessed cultivations of Saint 1 Dan and Saint 2 Dan, they were all experts who were capable of easily rivaling opponents far stronger than them, so it would be a huge mistake to measure them solely based on their cultivation realms. Furthermore, they had also undergone training to temper their souls and fend off soul attacks. Yet, with just a glance, they had all succumbed to Zhang Xian's terpsichorean art, completely helpless to retaliate. In that moment, Feng Sun felt his goosebumps rising all over his skin. Look! It's starting! Amid his shock, Wuxia suddenly exclaimed loudly, jolting him back from his daze. He hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw Principal Zhang rising his palm lightly to face the sculpture's strike squarely. His movements could not have been considered fast, and there was nothing elegant or impressive about them either. It resembled nothing but a simple push, and yet, it left the crowd feeling as if they were standing atop a small boat amid a violent storm in the ocean. In that instant, Zhang Xian seemed to have morphed into a gigantic heavenly demon, and his presence crushed their souls so tightly that none of them could even gather the slightest courage to stand against him. Noticing the abrupt change in the young man's disposition, the sculpture's initial calm expression turned slightly grave. Frowning deeply, he infused more strength into his palm strike. Pong! The two palms finally collided with one another, and an incredible shockwave surged into the surroundings. So, before the sculpture could even process what was going on, he was sent flying into a stone tablet and shattered into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. This? The same cultivation realm, the same palm strike, and the same level of mastery, and Principal Zhang was still able to defeat ancient sage Qiu Wu in a single strike? None of them had doubted that Principal Zhang was going to be sent flying from ancient sage Qiu Wu's palm strike. But the situation ended up being the complete reverse. The expert who had stood beside Kong Shi for many years ended up being instantly destroyed instead. More importantly, the fellow who had instantly destroyed him had done it using his palm art after practicing it for barely 6 hours. How in the world can I ever match up with that monster? Feng Sun, whose hair had been devastated by the shockwave, was on the verge of tears. Even though he had lost to Zhang Xian the previous time around, he had been able to accept his loss calmly because he thought that as long as he cultivated diligently after returning to the Combat Master Hall, he would eventually be able to return the favor and cleanse himself of the humiliation. However, after witnessing the insane might that Zhang Xian was able to exert on a whim, he should just abandon all hopes of that then and there. Otherwise, he would only be treading down a path where he would suffer blow after blow until insanity finally consumed him. Are you sure that you have only reached a mastery of minor accomplishment? Just like the shocked crowd, the sculpture's head rose from its destroyed remains and stared at Zhang Xian, flabbergasted. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was a technique that he had created after long years of studying and experimentation, and he thought that no one would be able to top him in it. Yet he was still sent flying so easily. How could the might wielded by the other party's attack be so much greater than his? It is only at minor accomplishment. Xianxia had never used the palm art before, so he had not thought that it would be so powerful either. If he had known earlier, he would have made sure to hold back so that he did not destroy the other party's body. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. There were too many flaws in the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm previously, so I altered it slightly. I really did not think that it would be so powerful. My sincere apologies. The sculptor widened his eyes in shock. Altered? You altered my palm art. In just 6 short hours, not only did that fellow decipher the battle technique he had left behind and practice it to a mastery of minor accomplishment, he even thought that it was too weak and modified it. Man, you are really heading for the stars. Your heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm is a decent palm art indeed, wielding considerable strength. However, it is simply riddled with too many flaws. There are exactly 27 of them. Due to the limitations of my shallow knowledge, I was only able to resolve 18 of them, so there are still 9 remaining, which I can't find a solution to at the moment. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. If he had sufficient palm art manuals at hand, he never would have practiced such a flawed palm art. Just thinking about it was sufficient to leave him deeply frustrated. Voila! The sculptor was in the midst of regathering his shattered body when he heard those words, and he shook intensely, nearly shattering once more. Shallow knowledge, and furthermore, what is with that frustrated look on your face? Will you die if you stop showing off for a while? It is a fist art I created, and even I was unable to correct it any further. With just a look, you were able to resolve 2/3 of the remaining flaws, and you call that having shallow knowledge? If that's considered as shallow, should I just end my life right here and right now? It is a Saint intermediate tier battle technique, and you actually feel frustrated from practicing it. I am the one who should be frustrated. Due to the intense fluctuations in his state of mind, more and more cracks began appearing on the regathering sculpture. He had left behind his ancient domain to find himself an outstanding student to pass down his heritage, so as to return glory and honor to his lineage. Who would have thought that instead of displaying his awe-inspiring might as an esteemed elder, he ended up suffering blow after blow instead? Suppressing his vexed emotions, the sculptor asked, "Which 18 flaws did you alter?" Given that they were at the same cultivation realm using the same palm art with the same level of mastery, the fact that the might harnessed by the other party's palm was far greater than his went to show that the other party had successfully improved his palm art. As the one who had painstakingly created the technique, it was natural that he wanted to know what mistakes his palm art had. "You wish to know? I can teach you," Xianxia replied with a smile. Gotcha! A huge crack appeared on the sculpture, and ancient sage Qiu Wu felt a sharp pain assaulting its chest. There's no need for it. As much as he wanted to know where he had gone wrong, he did not think that he could take it if the other party were to ask him to acknowledge him as his teacher once more. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's actually quite simple. The first flaw is that when one's zhenqi is directed toward the spiritual sea. Xianxia began explaining the flaws. As he did not have sufficient advanced movement arts to fuse together with the boundless voyager, he only knew of its flaws and not how they should be resolved. As such, he was unable to respond to the other party's query back then. However, for the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, he already had the solutions for those 18 flaws, so it was not a big deal for him to recite them to the other party. Gotcha! Gotcha! Hearing those words, more and more cracks appeared on the sculpture. Too overwhelmed with shock, it seemed to be at the limits of its endurance. Ancient sage Qiu Wu had only left a sliver of his soul in the ancient domain. Furthermore, with the passing of innumerable years, his fragmented soul had already grown incredibly weak and unstable. As such, after suffering consecutive traumas from Xianxia, he was already nearing the point of dissipation. It was not that his mental resilience was too weak, but the fellow before him was simply too exaggerated. To his shock, the 27 flaws listed were also identical to what Kong Shi had said back then. Kong Shi had not solved them for him back then either, tasking him to find a solution himself. Xianxia's words had truly enlightened him. The flaws of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm were an issue that had plagued his mind for a very long time, and learning the solutions to them had left him feeling as if he would be content even if he were to die at that very instant. His mind inadvertently slackened, and that single lapse in concentration triggered the start of his dissipation. These are the 18 flaws that I have altered. As for the remaining 9, there's nothing I can do about them at the moment. Very soon, Xianxia was done reciting the portions of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm that he had corrected. Raising his gaze, he looked at the sculpture once more, and his eyes immediately widened in horror. Ah! What happened to you? The sculpture, which had been trying its best to regather its body earlier, suddenly collapsed onto the ground as if a slab of mud. Even the previously intact head was completely covered with cracks, reminiscent of a spider web. It looked as if it was on the verge of shattering altogether. I see. So, all along I have been practicing it in the wrong manner. It is no wonder I was unable to reach greater heights despite many years of hard work. Seemingly oblivious to Xianxia's words, the sculpture muttered in a daze beneath his breath, and more cracks crept across its head. After a momentary lamentation, the sculpture raised his gaze and looked at Xianxia. Thank you for your guidance. Not only did you manage to decipher my palm art, you even altered it to such perfection. You have cleared my trial, and you are qualified to obtain my heritage. My heritage is. Halfway through his words, however, a loud "Kacha" sounded. Voila! The sculpture's head shattered. Xianxia was dumbstruck. He hurriedly rushed forward in an attempt to piece the sculpture's head together, but upon contact, the shattered fragments were reduced to dust. The fragmented soul deposited within it had already vanished. You haven't said what your heritage is. Xianxia's body trembled in anxiety as he nearly spewed blood. Isn't this ancient sage Qiu Wu a little too unreliable? Didn't you say that anyone who cleared your trial will be entitled to your heritage? So, how can you shatter before revealing what your heritage is? Heck, this is too much. He was not the only one who was feeling frenzied by the turn of events. Wuxia and the others also had their eyes widened in shock, and they nearly burst out crying. After going through so much trouble, just when the heritage seemed to be within reach. The will of ancient sage Qiu Wu ended up being so heavily traumatized by Principal Zhang that he dissipated on the spot before managing to utter a word about the heritage. At this moment, they felt as if someone had taken a treasure that was right before their reach and tossed it into the ocean. What the heck was with that? Moments earlier, they had still been thinking that it was a good thing that they entered the ancient domain together with Xianxia. His talent, sharp wits, and comprehension of formations were top-notch, and they felt that they would be safe following behind him. If the expedition team were to obtain something good in the ancient domain, they would at least gain a share of it as well. However, at this moment, it dawned on them that they were gravely mistaken. Now that even ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul was traumatized to the point of dissipating on the spot, the heritage had disappeared for good. In other words, there was not even a morsel left for them anymore. Perhaps his time was up, so the sculpture ended up shattering apart. While the crowd was feeling depressed by the situation before them, Xianxia suddenly spoke up with an apologetic look. Even though we did not manage to obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, we still have the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm. Mastering it should induce a significant rise in your individual fighting prowess. The crowd nodded. There was no way around it anymore. Since ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul had already dissipated, who else would possibly know what the heritage was and where it could be found? There was no point brooding over it anymore. At the very least, they still had a powerful palm art left. With this thought in mind, the crowd turned to the stone tablet once more, but a familiar, crisp sound echoed yet again. Kacha! Kacha! Innumerable cracks crept across all of the stone tablets with an unstoppable momentum. Guild leader Han was the first to realize what was going on, and he quickly explained to the dumbfounded crowd. These stone tablets have long exceeded their lifespan. It was only with the reinforcement of ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul that they were able to hold on for so long. With the dissipation of ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul, they are rapidly deteriorating as well. However, before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly began shaking intensely as well. It felt as if the countdown to the utter destruction of the folded space had just begun ticking. Let's quickly leave. Just like the stone tablets, the folded space for the trial was held in place by ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul as well. We have to get out of here as soon as we can. Right after saying those words, Guild leader Han hurriedly rushed off, leading the way forward. Knowing that any delay could result in them being trapped eternally within this collapsing folded space, they hurriedly followed Guild leader Han as well, not daring to hesitate. Xianxia also stuck close to the group. Not too long later, they returned back to the flower garden, only to see that Luo Ruoxin was no longer around. They quickly rushed back the way they had come from, and right after they stepped out from the door, the 9 doors behind them abruptly collapsed before vanishing altogether. It was as if what they had gone through earlier was only a mere dream. The crowd looked at one another, and cold sweat gushed down their backs. It was fortunate that they had cleared the trial, thus causing the seal that prevented them from leaving to collapse. Otherwise, they might have just disappeared along with the folded space. That was really a close shot. Where is Ruoxin? Xianxia asked as he scanning his surroundings anxiously. She was not in the flower garden earlier, so why was she not outside either? Worried, Xianxia was about to use his eye of insight to track Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts when he suddenly saw the latter flying back from the distance. Luo Ruoxin landed before him and asked, "How was it? Have you obtained the heritage?" Cough, cough. We didn't obtain the heritage. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul ended up dissipating after being traumatized by Principal Zhang's words before he could even present us with the heritage, Mu Shi explained awkwardly. Ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul dissipated? Luo Ruoxin turned a curious gaze to the young man before her. Xianxia scratched his head, not knowing how to respond to her gaze. All he had done was to share the alterations he had made to the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm with the other party. It was not like he had said anything much. How was he to know that the other party would be so trauma-prone? To think that he was even known as an ancient sage. This is the manual of the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm that I altered earlier. Feel free to cultivate it. Consider it compensation for joining the expedition to the ancient domain. Shaking his head, Xianxia began writing down a copy of his corrected Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm manual before passing it over to the crowd. Regardless of whether ancient sage Qiu Wu had dissipated due to his words or not, it was a fact that he had prevented the others from obtaining the heritage. The least he could do was offer the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm manual to them as compensation. Thank you. The eyes of the crowd lit up in agitation. Wu Shi flipped open the manual, and the others quickly turned their eyes over. Not too long later, they were done going through the secret manual, and they could not help but turn their gazes toward the young man before them with horrified looks. Principal Zhang, is this really the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm? Did you really achieve minor accomplishment in it within just 6 hours of practice? They gulped subconsciously. Without a doubt, the palm art was indeed very powerful. However, it was for the very same reason that mastering it was an extremely difficult feat as well. Putting everything else aside, even if a 7-star high-tier master teacher like Wu Shi were to devote his effort to the technique, it would at least take 10 years for him to achieve novice mastery, let alone minor accomplishment. Yet, such a difficult battle technique, and the fellow before them had actually managed to achieve minor accomplishment within just 6 hours. Furthermore, he was able to harness greater strength than ancient sage Qiu Wu when both of them were at the same cultivation. Just how in the world did he do it? It was no wonder ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented soul ended up being traumatized to the point of dissipation. If it had been them, they would have reacted in the same manner as well. Thinking back, his previous claim of saying that he had attempted to accept ancient sage Qiu Wu as his student is likely true as well. That freak, the crowd thought in their minds. Xianxia watched as the crowd cultivated the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm. But even after a while had passed, none of them was able to reach novice mastery. He couldn't help but shake his head at that sight. While he had altered 18 of the palm art's flaws, there were still 9 more to go. As such, practitioners of the technique would still require a vast amount of jinqi in order to execute it. The members of the expedition team weren't weak either, but unlike Xianxia, they hadn't cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher and were lacking in comparison. It couldn't be helped that they wouldn't be able to master the technique in a moment's time. As the saying goes, even the most capable of housewives are unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. No matter how good a teacher Xianxia was, there was nothing he could if the crowd's jinqi capacity and purity were lacking. I am heading to the Saint Ascension Hall to find the old principal. Is there anyone who wishes to tag along? Knowing that they wouldn't make much progress at this rate, Xianxia spoke up and said. In any case, he had already imparted the complete heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm to them, so how far they could take the palm art to would depend on their own aptitude. Previously, ancient sage Qiu Wu had said that the old principal and the Skyleaf King had gone into the Saint Ascension Hall. If they intended to save the old principal, they would have to head there as well. Let's go there together, Wu Shi and the others replied with a nod. They had already memorized the formula to the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, so it was pointless for them to hang around the area anymore. It would be better for them to quickly find Zhang Yinxiu and the others and get out of the ancient domain. Where did you go earlier? As the group headed forward, Xianxia suddenly remembered how Luo Ruoxin had left for a brief moment in their absence, so he sent a telepathic message over to ask out of curiosity. I just wandered around the area to take a look, the young lady replied with a smile. I see. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, Xianxia chose not to press any further too. Following the markings on the map, it didn't take long for the crowd to arrive before a grand pavilion. There was no plaque above its entrance to indicate its name. Shrouded by mist, it emanated an aura of divinity. Taking a closer look, Guild Leader Han remarked with a grim expression. There's a particularly powerful formation constructed around the area. Those who enter might find themselves unable to leave anymore. How about this? Why don't I, Wu Shi and Principal Zhang enter to take a look first? The rest of you should just wait outside for the moment. The pavilion had an illusory presence that felt as if it was concealed amidst the void. It was apparent that it was shrouded by a massive formation. Furthermore, recalling what ancient sage Qiu Wu had informed them earlier regarding the Saint Ascension Hall, there was very high chance that they might end up being stuck within. Given so, there was no need for all of them to undertake the risk together. Wu Shi, none of us here fears death, Feng Sun said with a grim expression. It's not a problem of whether you fear death or not, but that it will be the end of us all if we were to be trapped within the Saint Ascension Hall together. For the time being, it'll be better for the rest of you to stand guard outside. If we aren't out by 3 days, we may require you to seek help for us. Wu Shi said grimly. All right then. Feng Sun and the others hesitated for a while before nodding reluctantly. You should wait outside as well. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xianxia looked at Luo Ruoxin and smiled. He had no idea what would happen within, but there was no doubt that great danger lay within. He didn't want the other party to undertake the risk as well. Let's go together. At the very least, we will be able to look out for one another. The young lady said. But Xianxia was planning to dissuade Luo Ruoxin, but upon meeting the latter's resolute gaze, he hesitated for a brief moment before eventually nodding. All right. However, you must be very careful after we enter. No matter what happens, your safety comes first. With a light smile, Luo Ruoxin nodded. Afraid that the escaped fragmented primordial spirit of the Skyleaf King would endanger the lives of the remaining group, Xianxia had Guild Leader Han to construct a Grade 7 pinnacle slaughter formation to protect the surroundings. Only after that was done did they step into the pavilion. The formation constructed around the pavilion worked in a similar fashion to the seal in the subterranean gallery in the sense that it was unidirectional. One would face no impediment entering the pavilion, but after stepping in, the formation would turn into an unbreakable wall confining them within. We are indeed trapped inside. Upon walking into the pavilion, they could feel that the space behind them was sealed up, and they glanced at one another with grim expressions. They quickly scanned their surroundings, and after realizing that there was no apparent danger in the area, they heaved a sigh of relief before advancing ahead. The first floor of the pavilion was extremely vast. There were several rows of stone tablets, and every single one of them was densely inscribed with words. These are insights to achieving a breakthrough to Saint Realm. Taking a closer look and realizing what the content inscribed on the stone tablets were, Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin traded surprised gazes. They had seen the words on the stone tablets before. They were identical to the insights inscribed on the road up the mountain leading to the Saint Ascension platform. It seems like the Saint Ascension Hall does have a close connection to the Saint Ascension platform. Similar names and stone tablets with identical contents, that was far too much to pass off as a coincidence. Wuxia and guild leader Han seemed to have been to the Saint Ascension platform before as well, and when they saw the content on the stone tablets, they were stunned for a brief moment as they frowned in bewilderment. Proceeding ahead, they were about to enter the second floor when a surge of sword chi suddenly flew for them from the depths of the Saint Ascension Hall. Boom! Wuxia and guild leader Han immediately drove their jinqi to the maximum and rushed forward to face the sudden assault of sword chi. Even without a formation between them, they were still able to synergize their strength together to produce a might far greater than what they could achieve individually. Pang! Upon collision with the sword chi, Wuxia and guild leader Han were immediately forced back several steps as their faces paled. "It's the Skyleaf King," Xianxia exclaimed. To overwhelm the combined might of two Saint Fordan experts with just a sword chi in itself. The only one who was capable of this feat was only the Skyleaf King, whom was trapped in the Saint Ascension Hall as well. Not bad. Xianxia, I might not have been able to done anything to you if you hadn't entered the Saint Ascension Hall. But since you chose to come in, don't even dream about getting out of here alive. With a cold harumph, the Skyleaf King's voice echoed deafeningly throughout the Saint Ascension Hall. In the next moment, a towering figure slowly walked out from the depths of the pavilion. Unlike the primordial spirit whom they had seen before, the Skyleaf King before them possessed a tangible body. He had a tall stature which towered over even the Scarlet Leaf King and the Stone Leaf King. "You recognize me? Then, that fragmented primordial spirit." Xianxia was stunned for an instant before realizing that the fragmented primordial spirit must have reported the happenings back to the Skyleaf King through some unique means. Or perhaps the fragmented primordial spirit might have even flown back in to fuse back together with the Skyleaf King. "Since you are so audacious as to harm my primordial spirit, I'm going to make sure that you suffer a fate worse than death." Sneering coldly, the Skyleaf King raised his finger and flicked it lightly towards Xianxia. Alarmed, Wuxia and guild leader Han hurriedly rushed forward to cover Xianxia, driving their jinqi to its capacity to fend off the Skyleaf King's attack. Pang! Pang! With two dull thuds, the duo was sent flying. They were top-notch experts even when taking the entire Qingyuan conferred empire into account, but their cultivation was still a step away from matching up with the Skyleaf King, and this single step produced a world of difference in their fighting prowess. "Principal Zhang, run away!" Wuxia forcefully twisted his body so as to regain his balance and land back onto the floor, but the rebound from doing so caused a spurt of blood to spew from his mouth. Knowing that it would be difficult for them to fend off the Skyleaf King, Wuxia bellowed. Even before the other party had drawn out his primordial spirit, the both of them were already no match for him. If the other party were to really use his full strength, they could be annihilated in an instant. "Run away? Are you really that delusional as to think that you can still run away at this point?" The Skyleaf King burst into laughter as he grasped at the space before him. Voila! In an instant, a powerful force shrouded the entire hall, sealing all paths of escape for them. This is truly bad. Not expecting that they would meet with a fully powered Skyleaf King right after entering the Saint Ascension Hall, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The other party was already guarded against him, so it would be impossible for him to beguile the other party to go along with his flow anymore. At the same time, fighting the other party face-on wasn't an option either. Were they really going to meet their end here? Break! Raising his palm, he executed the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, directing it towards the seal which the Skyleaf King had just set up. Wang! Similar to the surface of a lake, upon striking on the seal, the force rippled on it for a moment, but it didn't break it apart. Instead, a force suddenly surged back towards Xianxia, forcing him to retreat several steps back. This is a secret art which I have come up with in the 2 years I was trapped here. Not even a Saint 5 Dan expert will be able to break it open, so do you think that a nascent saint cultivator like you will be able to do so? Noting Zhang Xian's actions, the Skyleaf King scoffed coldly. Guild leader Han and Wuxia and stood up and attempted their strongest battle techniques against the seal, but it was completely ineffective as well. I still need to comprehend those stuff that Kongshi left behind, so I have no time to be idling here with you. Let's end this quickly. Gazing upon the group coldly, the Skyleaf King raised his finger and shot a burst of sword chi towards them once more. This time, the might harnessed within the sword chi was greater than the ones before. It was directed straight towards Xianxia, and if it were to strike, not even a deity would be able to bring him back to life. It won't be easy to get out of here alive. Xianxia sighed deeply. He wasn't even a match for a fragment of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit, let more the other party at full strength. Furthermore, it seemed like the other party had also advanced his cultivation a fair bit over the past 2 years, placing them in an extremely disastrous position. Nevertheless, he wasn't one to give up without a fight. Just as he was about to let his clone out to withstand the might of the sword chi, a brilliant radiance suddenly burst in the area. A loud buzzing sound reverberated before a thick layer of mist abruptly set into the area. It's a grade 7 pinnacle formation plate. Only a grade 7 pinnacle formation plate could produce such a thick layer of mist which even Saint Realm experts couldn't peer through in an instant. But grade 7 pinnacle formation plates were incredibly rare, such that even guild leader Han didn't have any of it. Why would it suddenly appear here? Everyone, follow me. Just as the crowd was feeling deeply perplexed, a voice abruptly sounded in their ears, following which, the silhouette of an elder appeared before their eyes. That is, Vice Principal Ji Yan. Upon getting a closer glimpse of the other party's appearance, Wuxia couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm indeed Ji Yan. Wuxia, please follow me." The elder nodded hurriedly as he gestured forward. All right. Nodding, Wuxia beckoned for the others to follow them closely before heading in the direction gestured by the elder. Vice Principal Ji Yan? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Xianxia came to a realization. Just like the previous Vice Principal Mu Renshu, the elder before him was a Vice Principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as well. The other party had entered the ancient domain together with old Principal Zhang Yinxiu back then, and one way or another, they had managed to survive till now. His cultivation. While following behind the group, Xianxia discreetly sneaked a peek at the elder, and his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Vice Principal Ji Yan should only possess a cultivation of Saint 1 Dan Pinnacle 2 years ago, just like Vice Principal Mu Renshu and the others. Yet, at this moment, his cultivation was already at Saint 4 Dan, on par with Wuxia and Guild Leader Han. To leap 3 realms within just 2 years, and in Saint Realm at that, this was too exaggerated. Your strength. Having noticed the anomaly in Vice Principal Ji Yan's strength as well, Wuxia couldn't help but ask. The spiritual energy in here is significantly more concentrated as compared to the external world, and Kongshi has also left behind a fair bit of treasures. On top of that, we had to pit our wits and strength against the Skyleaf King day after day in the past 2 years, so we would have long died if we hadn't managed to grow that quickly. Vice Principal Ji Yan replied with a bitter smile. Noting a particular word in Vice Principal Ji Yan's words, Xianxia asked, "How many people are left in your group?" The expedition team which the old principal had brought into the ancient domain back then consisted of roughly a group of 30. Considering how there were roughly a dozen corpses outside, there should be at least 17 or 18 of them survivors remaining. There are less than 3 of us remaining. Vice Principal Ji Yan sighed deeply. Less than 3 of us? Xianxia was perplexed by the response. There must be either 2 or 3 of them remaining in the group. What did less than 3 mean? Could there be 2.5 of them remaining? You will know once you come along with me. Noting the perplexed looks on the faces around him, Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head bitterly and replied, Traversing through the mist, they soon arrived at a certain room. There were all kinds grade 7 pinnacle seals and traps lying all around the area. Even for an expert of the Skyleaf King's caliber, there was no doubt that he would be torn into shreds if he were to be trapped within them. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia nodded in realization. Judging from the current situation, it seemed like the Skyleaf King wielded the absolute advantage within the Saint Ascension Hall. Unable to stand up against him, they could only remain within this room and set up formations and traps so as to fend off the other party. Pushing open the door and entering, the room was only roughly several dozen square meters large. There wasn't a single window within the room, and the only source of light within it was the dim radiance of a night illumination pearl. Leaning against the wall was an old man whose both legs and right arm had been severed. Nevertheless, upon seeing the group which had returned, he hurriedly flew up and rushed towards them with eyes filled with disbelief. Vice Principal G. For the past 2 years, they had been the only humans within the Saint Ascension Hall. Thus, it wasn't too difficult to imagine his imagination upon seeing Xianxia and the others. Vice Principal Tan. This is Wu Shi from Qingyuan Conferred Empire. Vice Principal Ji Yen introduced. Vice Principal Tan? You are Tan Qing from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Finding the name familiar, Xianxia pondered for a moment, and a figure abruptly surfaced in his mind. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had a total of 4 vice principals, and Mu Renqiu, Ji Yen, and Tan Qing were 3 of them. That's indeed me. Tan Qing nodded. With a perplexed look, he turned to Ji Yen and asked, May I know how I should address these master teachers? Actually, I encountered them while they were being pursued by the Skyleaf King. So I quickly saved them and led them back here. I haven't really gotten a chance to ask them for their names yet, Vice Principal Ji Yen replied. As the situation was very precarious earlier, there wasn't any time for them to introduce themselves to one another. As such, he wasn't too sure whom the other 3 beside Wu Shi were either. This young man over here is the newly appointed principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Shi. This young lady is Luo Ruoxin Luo Shi. Last but not least, this elder is the head of the Qingyuan Conferred Empire Formation Master Guild, Han Su. Wu Shi swiftly introduced the group. Newly appointed principal? Upon hearing the introduction, the eyes of the duo quickly turned to Xianxia, and a deep frown appeared on their foreheads. They weren't able to report the matter to the headquarters before heading to the ancient domain due to the urgency of the matter back then. So their abrupt disappearance was bound to create some chaos in the leadership of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. It was understandable that they would attempt to elect a new principal as soon as possible in order to stabilize the situation. But still, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was still one of the 4 great academies. How could they allow a mere nascent saint cultivator, not to mention such a young child, to become the principal? Weren't they making too light of Hongyuan? Principal Zhang might be young, but he possesses extraordinary capabilities. It's due to him that we were able to advance through the ancient domains safely. Noting the complicated looks on the duo, Wu Shi could tell what they were thinking, so he hurriedly stepped forward to speak on Zhang Xian's behalf. To be honest, Zhang Xian was simply too young that it was inevitable that others would doubt his capabilities. Even he himself had doubted the legitimacy of the other party's inauguration as the principal back then. Let more the duo before him. You're right. How could a person who was able to venture so deeply into the ancient domain possibly be someone ordinary? After hearing Wu Shi's words, the duo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They had experienced the brutality of the Qiu Wu Palace firsthand, so they knew very well the dangers that lurked all around. Without outstanding capability, it was impossible for one to venture safely from the entrance to this point. Not to mention, even a person as esteemed as Wu Shi had chosen to speak on the behalf of Xianxia. Scanning the room, Xianxia realized that a certain person was nowhere to be seen, so he asked with a perplexed frown, "Where's old Principal Zhang Yinqiu?" Since the 2 vice principals were still alive, the old principal who had just sent the principal's seal out shortly before should still be alive as well. Why wasn't he anywhere to be seen? Not to mention, Vice Principal Ji Yen had earlier replied his question with not a 2, but a less than 3. Principal Zhang Yinqiu, Ji Yan and Tan Qing glanced at one another as the light in their eyes dulled. After a moment of silence, Ji Yan was the one who spoke up. He's already dead. Dead? But Vice Principal Ji, didn't you say earlier that there were less than 3 of you remaining? There are only 2 of you here. The one who spoke this time around was Guild Leader Han. Clearly, he had also noticed the anomaly in Vice Principal Ji's words earlier. If there were only 2 of them remaining, an ordinary person would respond with a 2. However, Vice Principal Ji Yan had replied with a less than 3 instead. There was bound to be a deeper reason behind it. There was no way a 6-star pinnacle master teacher would make such an elementary verbal mistake. Indeed, there is still one more person other than us around, and he is Principal Zhang Yinqiu. However, the current state he is in is truly no different from being dead. However, he isn't here at the moment. I can only bring you to meet him within a specific timing, Vice Principal Ji Yan explained. No different from being dead? Wu Shi and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment, unsure of what the 2 vice principals were driving at. However, looking at the duo, it seemed like they were reluctant to speak of it anymore, so they decided not to probe too deep at the moment as well. After a momentary pause, Wu Shi turned his gaze over and asked, "What happened 2 years ago? Why didn't you report the matter to the headquarters?" In truth, Wu Shi wasn't the only one who had been pondering over this question. Even Xianxia found the matter incredulous as well. Considering how the old principal had erected a tomb for himself in the Mausoleum of Principles, there was no doubt that he was aware that the dangers lurking in the ancient domain were far beyond his means. Given so, the logical course of action should be to report the matter to the Superior Master Teacher Pavilion. So, why did he remain silent on the matter, choosing to assemble an expedition team out of his own academy instead? It's not that he doesn't want to report the matter to the headquarters, but that there was no time for it. Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Wu Shi, you are quite close with Principal Zhang Yinqiu, so you should be aware that he idolizes Elder Wu Yangzi a lot. The greatest interest in his pastime was to explore the history of Elder Wu Yangzi and investigate his disappearance. Under his relentless efforts, he eventually found some intelligence and an important artifact concerning the ancient domain. His immediate response was to report the matter to the headquarters. But somehow, the news managed to travel to the ears of the otherworldly demonic tribe before he could do so. In the end, not only did the otherworldly demonic tribe manage to dupe the important artifact away, they even managed to learn of the deeper secrets concerning the ancient domain. Shortly after, he learned that the ancient domain was on the verge of opening, and there was no time to be lost. Thus, he gathered all of us overnight and rushed over as soon as possible. Vice Principal Ji Yan's explanation only served to deepen the frown on Wu Shi's forehead. Zhang Yinqiu has a communication jade token connected straight to the headquarters. As long as he wishes to, he could inform the headquarters of the matter any time he liked. It wouldn't have delayed him by too much. So why didn't he do so? It wouldn't take more than 10 breaths for Zhang Yinqiu to construct a message to the headquarters to inform them in detail of the entire incident. For a person who gathered an expedition team overnight and rushed right towards the ancient domain, surely sending a message shouldn't be too difficult? Claiming that there was no time for it was truly a poor excuse. If I am not mistaken, instead of saying that the news traveled to the ears of the otherworldly demonic tribe, perhaps it might be more accurate to say that they had insider news on the matter? In other words, a spy of the otherworldly demon had intercepted the message before it reached the headquarters, and that spy happens to be from the headquarters as well, and this left old Principal Zhang Yinqiu deeply distrustful of the headquarters. Am I right? Xianxia pondered for a brief moment before stating his deduction. Since Zhang Yinqiu didn't send out the message to the headquarters to inform that of the matter, that could only mean that there was something preventing him from doing so. This, Zhang Shi, is indeed astute. It's indeed as you have said. Hearing those words, Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing couldn't help but nod their heads in awe. To be able to deduce this far based on the nuances of their words, this young Zhang Shi's discernment ability was truly outstanding. It was no wonder why he was eventually elected to succeed Principal Zhang Yinqiu as the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Spy? From the headquarters. Wuxia was stunned for a moment before he clenched his fists tightly together. He was a smart person as well, and it didn't take him too long to figure out what was going on. In the first place, Xianxia didn't have much of an understanding of the Qingyuan-conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Thus, when he was duped of the important artifact and intelligence from a fake Master Teacher from the headquarters, he became deeply apprehensive. He didn't know whom he could trust, so eventually, he didn't send out a message at all. Perhaps Xianxia was intending to pay a visit to the Qingyuan-conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to inform them of the matter personally, but he abruptly received news that the otherworldly demonic tribe was about to enter the ancient domain. Left with no choice, he could only assemble an expedition team by himself and head in personally, and eventually, none of them managed to return back. Who is it? Wuxia's eyes narrowed menacingly. He knew all of the master teachers in the headquarters, so who in the world could the spy be? We are all trapped here, so it's meaningless even if we were to reveal the name to you now. Vice Principal Ji Yen shook his head in disconsolation. It was not like any one of them could escape and apprehend the spy, so what was the point of them speaking about the matter at the moment? Since that was going to be the case, they might as well just remain silent, so as the very least, there would be one less frustration for them to bother about. Is it really impossible to escape from here? Guild leader Han asked. I'm sure you should have seen the seal outside. It's constructed in a manner that makes it unidirectional, only allowing one to enter but not to leave. It is most probably set up by ancient sage Qiu Wu himself, so unless one were to obtain his heritage and comprehend the secret behind the seal, otherwise it will be impossible to escape from here. Vice Principal Tan Qing shook his head. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a matter, and he looked at Wuxia and the others and asked with a gleam of hope in his eyes. Right, back then, the Skyleaf King was tight on our trail, and we weren't able to shake him free. As such, we could only escape here directly. However, on your journey here, you should have noticed the door leading to ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, right? How is it? Did you obtain the heritage? Hearing those words, a look of awkwardness surfaced on the faces of Wuxia and the others. They did manage to enter the correct door, they successfully met ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture as well, and they even cleared the trial smoothly, but they still failed to obtain the heritage. Would the two vice principals believe them if they were to tell them of such a bizarre matter? What's wrong? Could it be that you didn't notice the mark Principal Xianxia left behind? Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces around him, Vice Principal Ji Yen couldn't help but ask. The mark was very apparent, so surely master teachers of their caliber should have noticed it easily. You were indeed the ones who had left the mark behind, but since you know that the heritage lies within the door, why didn't you enter to take a look? It was Guild Leader Han's turn to be perplexed this time around. Since the mark was left behind by them, it should be apparent that they had opened the doors and confirmed the correct one to advance to. Since that was the case, why didn't they enter it? If they had chosen to enter it, the Skyleaf King could have died under the might of ancient sage Qiu Wu. Back then, we did manage to trigger the mechanism in the square that causes the 9 doors to appear. However, shortly after we confirmed the right door, before we even had the opportunity to check it out, the Skyleaf King arrived at the square as well. The implications of ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage is simply too great. If the Skyleaf King were to obtain it, it could become a calamity for the entire mankind. We can't afford to take such a gamble, and we dare not to either. Thus, Principal Xianxia secretly left a mark on the door before rushing over here. Having a skeptical personality, even though the Skyleaf King saw the 9 doors, he dared not to enter to check them out either for fear of it being a trap, so he continued pursuing us instead. Eventually, all of us ended up here. Vice Principal Ji Yen recounted the situation back then. His words and description were nonchalant, but Xianxia and the others could feel how intense the situation was back then. The fact that Vice Principal Mu Renshu had lost his life in the square, and the others had to flee without having an opportunity to collect his corpse went to show how dangerous the situation was back then. By the time we entered the pavilion, we were already all exhausted. Even though we managed to slaughter all of the otherworldly demons aside from the Skyleaf King remained, we also suffered great casualties in the process, to the point that we are the only survivors of the initial expedition team. It is fortunate that the terrain within here is complicated. That's why we were able to survive till now. Otherwise, we would have sure been wiped out long ago. Vice Principal Ji Yen sighed. I see. The crowd nodded in response. They had all experienced the fearsome might of the Skyleaf King themselves. Even a collaboration between the powerful Wuxia and guild leader Han wasn't sufficient to match him. Considering how Vice Principals Ji Yen and Tan Qing were only at St. Wundan Pinnacle back then, it wasn't difficult to imagine how helpless they would have been. It had truly been difficult for them to have survived 2 years while being trapped with the Skyleaf King. Right. You still haven't told us whether you have managed to obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage or not? After explaining the matter, Vice Principal Ji Yen asked once more. This matter involved whether they would be able to escape from here or not, so he was determined to clarify this matter. We managed to clear the trial, but before ancient sage Qiu Wu could reveal to us what his heritage was. His fragmented soul had already dissipated after suffering multiple traumas from Principal Zhang. After a long moment of silence, Wu Shi finally spoke up. Dissipated? After suffering several traumas? What do you mean? Vice Principals Ji Yen and Tan Qing were stunned, unable to process what they had just heard. If the other party were to say that they failed to find the correct door or that they did not even trigger the mechanism that induced the appearance of the 9 doors in the first place, they would still be able to understand it. But to dissipate ancient sage Qiu Wu's soul by traumatizing him, why did it sound so profound that they could not understand a word of it? May I trouble you to clarify the matter a little more? Noticing the 2 bewildered faces before him, Wu Shi's face reddened. He really had no idea how he was supposed to explain the matter to them, so he turned to guild leader Han for help. I think it'll be better for you to say it instead. All right, the situation is like this. With a deep sigh, guild leader Han contemplated over his choice of phrases before he began recounting the matter. You are saying that Xianxia managed to see through the flaws in ancient sage Qiu Wu's palm art? Not only did he manage to practice it to a mastery of minor accomplishment, he even corrected it on top of that. Not to mention, he offered to take ancient sage Qiu Wu in as his student? The 2 vice principals widened their mouths in shock, and they nearly blacked out on the spot. Surely, they must have been listening to a fictional story. How could there be such a ridiculous master teacher in the world? That was ancient sage Qiu Wu. All who had heard of his affairs would revere him like a deity, not daring to even breathe loudly before him. Yet that fellow actually offered to take ancient sage Qiu Wu in as his student? Do you not understand the meaning of what taking a person in as your student means? Or are your guts so inflated that even ancient sage Qiu Wu means nothing to you? Cough, cough. Noticing the shocked gazes of the duo on him, Xianxia quickly explained himself. All I did was share the flaws of the heavenly demon Great Sorrowpalm with ancient sage Qiu Wu. I didn't expect that he would be so brittle, collapsing at the slightest trauma. Geez, he really does need to temper his mind a little more. To be honest, he also did not intend for such a situation to happen. It was not as if he had done it intentionally. Brittle. Temper. The duo was rendered completely speechless by Xianxia's words. One of the most renowned ancient sages of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, a figure who had stood alongside the world's teacher through numerous crises. It was already a blessing that he did not die from anger from having a several dozen millenniums younger junior like Xianxia attempting to take him in as his student, and yet, the young man expected him not to be traumatized by the matter? Not to mention, he altered the prided palm art that the other party created on the spot, strengthening it significantly. The fact that Qiu Wu was still able to talk to him after that was already testimony to his incredible mental resilience. A moment later, Vice Principal Ji Yen shook his head with a bitter smile. So, you didn't receive the heritage either. It seems like we really won't be getting out of here today. A treasure trove was right before them, but that fellow ended up pushing it right off the cliff. How in the world did such a ridiculous master teacher become their new principal? They were really starting to worry for the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's future. But in any case, without the heritage, they would not be able to escape from the place either. Their worry would not change a thing at all. They were still hoping that those who had received their news would come to their rescue, but from the looks of it, their expectations might have truly been a little too high. Paying no heed to the disappointed looks around him, Xianxia asked, "What exactly is the Saint Ascension Hall? How is it related to the Saint Ascension Platform?" Saint Ascension Hall and Saint Ascension Platform. Given how similar their names were and that they were both related to Kongshi, it was hard to believe that there was no relation between the both of them. There's indeed a relationship between the both of them. If I'm not mistaken, Vice Principal Ji Yen began to reply, but before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly began trembling intensely, and it felt as if the pavilion would cave in on them at any moment. Alarmed, Wuxia and the others asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Vice Principal Ji Yen seemed to be very used to the trembling, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "This happens every single day at irregular intervals. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet Principal Xianxia. However, just a word of warning, we will only have an incense's time. We will have to return here before then, or else we will face grave danger like before." Meet Principal Xianxia? The crowd was stunned for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's go." Without wasting any more time on words, Vice Principal Ji Yen led the way forward. As Vice Principal Tan Qing had lost 3 of his limbs, and there were several places where he would be unable to fly, he decided to remain behind. Bypassing the many formations and traps outside, the group headed straight forward, and before long, they arrived at the very top of the Saint Ascension Hall. The roof of the Saint Ascension Hall was flat, and at the very center, there was a round platform, which emanated a brilliant glow. The previous tremor seemed to have originated from the energy released by the round platform. "This is..." Xianxia was taken aback. The round platform before him was identical to the one that had appeared after the cliff face on the Saint Ascension platform collapsed previously. Back then, after he had pointed out the flaws in Kongshi's writings, the cliff face broke apart, and a round platform emerged from within. Standing above it, he and Luo Ruoxin had ended up being transported into a folded space. Back then, he had thought that the round platform was the place where Kongshi had seated when he ascended to become a celestial saint. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was mistaken. Noticing Xianxia's confusion, Vice Principal Ji Yen explained, "Indeed, this is real Saint Ascension platform that Kongshi left behind when he ascended to sainthood. The one outside is nothing more than an imitation. This is the real Saint Ascension platform?" Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The conferment of a celestial saint was not a small matter. The lands where the conferment occurred would surely be suffused with the energy of the world, so how could there only be a few halos here and there? Furthermore, how could such an important landmark be left open on the top of a mountain? Not fearing that it would be found by anyone. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia began examining the Saint Ascension platform carefully. There a peculiar sheet of light covering the top of the round platform, and ripples of energy were flowing on top of it. The ripples of energy seemed to carry an extraordinary quality to nourish the saint aura within one. It felt like one could advance one's cultivation significantly just by taking in a whiff of it. Even a sliver of energy emanated from a celestial saint is a great nourishment to ordinary cultivators like us. It is due to it that I was able to advance my cultivation so quickly, Vice Principal Ji Yen said. The others nodded in agreement. The energy emanated by the round platform felt warm, as if one was bathed amid sacred light. Even though it had not been long since Wuxia and the others had arrived in the Saint Ascension Hall, they could feel that their thought process had quickened significantly, and the cells in their bodies had grown more vigorous as well. Under such circumstances, their rate of cultivation would be enhanced immensely. As long as one's talent was not too bad, advancing 3 realms within just a short 2 years under such circumstances was entirely possible. At this point, Vice Principal Ji Yen stepped forward, and pointing to an area not too far away from the round platform, he said, "Principal Xianxia is here." Taken aback, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over. only to see a statue standing in the direction Vice Principal Ji Yan pointed out. The statue was extremely lifelike, and it bore a striking resemblance with the paintings of Xianxia within the Master Teacher Academy. A calm voice suddenly came from the statue. "Wuxia, you are here." To their astonishment, just like the situation with ancient sage Qiu Wu earlier, the statue had opened his mouth and begun speaking. "Xianxia, why would you?" Seeing the plight his old friend was in, Wuxia could not help but feel a dull ache in his heart. It was no wonder Vice Principal Ji Yan said that there were less than 3 of them remaining. The fact that Xianxia was still able to speak and recognize them meant that he still retained consciousness, so he could not be considered dead yet. But, trapped within a lifeless statue, could he really be considered alive? In the midst of saving U.S., Principal Xianxia's body was destroyed by the Skyleaf King. By a stroke of luck, the Saint Ascension platform suddenly whirred into action at the moment, and under the nourishment of the sacred light, his soul managed to avoid dissipation, and he ended up latching onto a statue in the vicinity. Even though he retained his consciousness, he is unable to move or leave the premises, Vice Principal Ji Yan explained. The situation back then had been extremely complex. Principal Xianxia's physical body had been forcefully destroyed by the Skyleaf King, and just as everyone thought that he would have died, the Saint Ascension platform that Kong Shi had left behind suddenly worked its miracles. Under the warm glow of the sacred light, his soul managed to survive despite having lost its body, and he eventually ended up latching onto a nearby statue for survival. As time passed, the statue began shaping itself into him. However, he was still unable to move at all. All he could manage to do was stand quietly and await the end of time. Honestly, there truly was not much difference from death. Realization suddenly struck Xianxia. The contract between the old principal and the Byzantium Helios beast wasn't a soul contract but a blood contract. Given that the old principal's physical body was destroyed, the contract between them was naturally dispelled as well. That explains why I was unable to tell whom his master was through the Library of Heaven's path. Most of the saint beasts and spirit beasts he had tamed were contracted to him via a soul contract. Such a contract would place the souls of the tamed beasts under his control, thus making it impossible for them to betray him. Naturally, most saint beasts and spirit beasts would not commit to such a disadvantageous contract to them unless they were forced into a corner. Thus, the norm was to establish a blood contract, and that was also the type of contract between the old principal and the Byzantium Helios beast. While blood contracts would grant the master a certain degree of control over their tamed beast, unlike soul contracts, the relationship would be automatically dispelled once the physical body of the owner died. It was also due to this that the Library of Heaven's path did not reflect the old principal as the Byzantium Helios beast's master, thus resulting in the huge farce back then. Seeing the sorrowful faces all around him, as well as the pale face of his old friend, Principal Xianxia said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is actually not too bad. At the very least, I'm still alive." Being trapped in a statue was not something that he desired, but at the very least, it was better than having his soul dissipated entirely. After consoling the crowd for a while, Xianxia asked, "Since you were able to come this far, I'm sure you should have seen the marks I left behind. Did you obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage?" As long as they had obtained the heritage, they would be able to finally escape from the Saint Ascension Hall for good. Xianxia himself would not be able to leave the area, but at the very least, Ji Yan and Tan Qing would be able to get away, thus preserving some strength for the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. They didn't manage to obtain the heritage. Ji Yan quickly filled Xianxia in on the matter. "You?" Upon hearing the explanation, Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Xianxia as if he was seeing a ghost. Many words lingered at the tip of his tongue, but eventually, he said helplessly, "Without the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu, it'll be impossible for us to leave. Unless one of us can receive the acknowledgement of the heavens and be conferred as a celestial saint, we will be trapped in here for life." Conferred as a celestial saint? Xianxia was taken aback. The Saint Ascension Hall contains the true Saint Ascension platform, as well as innumerable insights from other cultivators when they achieved sainthood, Xianxia said. All of this is just for a single aim. Kong Shi is hoping to raise another celestial saint among the later generations. As long as one can achieve a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform and become a celestial saint, the seal surrounding the Saint Ascension Hall will fall apart immediately. Upon hearing the conditions to leave, a bitter smile emerged on the lips of Wuxia and the others. That's impossible. Indeed, how could that possibly be done? In the whole of history, only Kong Shi had managed to receive the acknowledgement of the heavens and be conferred as a celestial saint. This was clear proof of how difficult the feat was, so how could they possibly hope to emulate that? Jiyan sighed. When we joined this expedition, we resigned ourselves to death and made arrangements accordingly. It's already a blessing of the heavens that we are still alive at this point. Actually, noting the air of desolation among the crowd, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before looking at them. A breakthrough to celestial saint. I can give it a try. You? Hearing Xianxia's interjection, everyone paused for a moment. All of them looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Cough, cough. Unable to stand the awkward silence that drifted in the air, Wuxia coughed loudly before continuing on. Principal Zhang, I know that you possess superior talent, and you have a unique interpretation to cultivation. However, celestial saint is not something which anyone can just become. In fact, it could be said that it is impossible for anyone to succeed. Indeed, I have specially looked into the process how Kong Shi ascended to sainthood, traveling to the Saint Ascension platform myself and flipping through many records. Based on my deduction, the first requirement to becoming a celestial saint is to be a celestial master teacher. Only when the heavens recognize your occupation will you be qualified to become a celestial saint. Other than that, you must also practice a peerless cultivation technique which grants you incomparably condensed jinqi. That is the basic requirement for you to knock on the doors of the world and rid yourself of all impurities, thus stepping on the path to unparalleled greatness. Hearing Xianxia speaking such words, Xianxia couldn't help but offer a word of advice as well. The fact that you are able to decipher the secret hidden amidst ancient sage Qiu Wu's palm art shows that you have an exceptional understanding of battle techniques. Also, considering how you were able to come so far through the ancient domain despite only being a nascent saint, you must possess an extraordinary cultivation technique as well. However, just that in itself wouldn't suffice for you to become a celestial saint. Ascending to sainthood is no child's play. Throughout history, how many geniuses do you think have emerged amongst the sage clans and the combat master hall? Yet, for several dozen millenniums, there was not a person who was said to have succeeded in becoming a celestial saint. This goes to show how difficult it is. Principal Zhang, you can give it a try, but you really shouldn't put too much hope into it, Guild leader Han said with a bitter smile. There was not a person who thought well of Xianxia. This? All right then. Xianxia was considering on whether he should reveal his identity, but eventually, he chose to shake his head and remain silent. In truth, while he was a celestial master teacher and he had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, he was still unsure whether he would truly be able to become a celestial saint either. He didn't want to give them false hope only to have it shattered eventually. Besides, he was a humble person at heart, and boasting about his own achievements wasn't something that a person like him would do anyway. It's good that you have managed to think it through. Becoming a celestial saint is no easy task. Of course, it'll be best if one of us succeeds in doing so, but otherwise, there's no need to get too disappointed either. Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. He was just about to continue speaking when the layer of light atop the round platform abruptly wavered, and gradually, it began dimming. Upon seeing this sight, Vice Principal Ji Yan's face immediately turned grave. Time's up, everyone. We have to leave quickly. Principal Xianxia, we will visit you again tomorrow. After saying those words, Vice Principal Ji Yan quickly led the group down. Seeing how anxious Vice Principal Ji Yan was, the crowd quickly followed behind him. Not too long later, they finally returned to the narrow room they were in previously, and only then did Vice Principal Ji Yan heave a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why do we have to rush back so anxiously? Wuxia couldn't help but ask. Didn't I say earlier that we only have an incense's time? Vice Principal Ji Yen asked. The crowd nodded. The other party did say such words before. For nearly a year now, the Saint Ascension platform has been releasing a brilliant glow every single day. During the period of time which the Saint Ascension Hall is permeated by the light, the Skyleaf King would have no choice but to remain in his hiding spot, not daring to move in the least. Otherwise, he would risk being burned by the sacred light and suffer severe damage to his primordial spirit. We have been making use for this period of time to explore the Saint Ascension Hall. However, the light will only remain for roughly an incense's time, and once it retreats, the Skyleaf King will rush out and slaughter any of us who is still loitering vulnerably in the area. Vice Principal Ji Yen explained. Everyone came to a realization. This explained why Vice Principal Ji Yen was so anxious when he saw that the sacred light is about to die out. If the Skyleaf King were to assault them before they made their way back to the room, they would have been in grave danger. I was wondering why the rest of you are able to make such a great advancement in your cultivation realm over the past 2 years, whereas the Skyleaf King still remains in leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. It seems like the sacred light that you have spoken of does play a huge role in this matter, Wuxia remarked in realization. You're right. Master teachers are able to raise their cultivation by absorbing the sacred light, but otherworldly demons aren't able to do the same. As such, the Skyleaf King hasn't been able to grow as quickly as the rest of us. However, he has conquered the entire Saint Ascension Hall for himself. Back then, probably in order to ensure that there would be at least one amongst the later generation who would be able to become a celestial saint as well, Xianxia had left behind quite a fortune behind, but it is currently being dominated by the Skyleaf King. Over the past 2 years, even though he hadn't achieved a breakthrough yet, his primordial spirit has been getting more and more powerful. With our current strength, we won't be able to deal with him. Vice Principal Ji Yen shook his head. You said that the Saint Ascension platform only began releasing a brilliant glow every single day within the past year? Does that not happen in the past? Xianxia's focus was a little different from the others. He was more interested in the Saint Ascension platform. A year ago, the Saint Ascension platform was still rather normal. While it would emanate sacred light from time to time back then, the intensity was nothing close to what we saw previously, and its frequency was irregular as well. It's only around the end of the 8th month last year that it suddenly began releasing huge bursts of light, as if heralding the arrival of a certain someone. Well, I don't really know the details myself either. Ji Yen pondered for a moment before replying with a nod. Trapped within the Saint Ascension Hall, where the concept of day and night didn't exist, they were gradually losing their grasp over time. Nevertheless, as master teachers, they were still able to fathom a rough guess. Who could it be waiting for? Xianxia. Right after saying those words, Guild Leader Han shook his head with a helpless smile. Xianxia had gone missing several dozen millenniums ago. Even the 72 sages knew not about his whereabouts, let more the others. It was inconceivable that he would return all of a sudden after so many years. Not even saints possess a longevity of several dozen millenniums, so I don't think it's possible that the Saint Ascension platform is waiting for Xianxia. Perhaps, you might have triggered some kind of mechanism within the Saint Ascension Hall after arriving here, thus resulting in the emanation of sacred light every day. Wuxia remarked. That might be the case. Vice Principals Ji Yen and Tan Qing nodded. Limited by their strength and eye of discernment, there were many things that were beyond their understanding. Putting everything aside, they had no idea where the sacred light emanating from the Saint Ascension platform had come from. It was also inconceivable to them why it could keep the Skyleaf King at bay while benefiting the master teachers. All right, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Those are simply too far away from us at the moment, so there's no point discussing it. Vice Principal Tan Qing, I have a grand intermittence pill here. Give it a try. Perhaps it could resolve your current condition. Shaking his head, Wuxia turned to Vice Principal Tan Qing and whipped out a jade bottle. At this moment, Vice Principal Tan Qing had both of his legs and right arm severed, crippling his movements. Only the legendary Grade 7 Grand Intermittence Pill, said to be able to induce the regrowth of severed limb, would have a chance to resolve his condition. Back then, Xianxia had also had a grand intermittence pill forged for Wei Ruyan in order to restore her physical health. Thank you, Wuxia. Upon seeing the pill, Vice Principal Tan Qing's eyes lit up in excitement. He had already spent 2 years as a cripple, and there was no way he could turn down an opportunity to regrow his severed limbs. He swiftly took the jade bottle and corked it open. There was exactly 1 grand intermittence pill inside, but its tier wasn't too high, having only achieved formation. Consuming the pill, an incredible surge of vitality immediately gushed through his body. In that instant, Vice Principal Tan Qing felt an incredible itch overwhelming his body. The severed stumps of his limbs began to slowly grow out, but before they could form complete limbs, everything abruptly came to a halt. Vice Principal Tan Qing shook his head bitterly and said, "The grand intermittence pill can indeed resolve my condition, but the tier of the pill here is simply too low. Furthermore, as my limbs were severed by the Skyleaf King, there is still some of his killing intent lingering there that hinders the regrowth of my limbs. It seems like I won't be able to recover for the time being." The grand intermittence pill contained an immense amount of vitality that allowed for the regrowth of a limb, but Vice Principal Tan Qing was simply too severely wounded. A single pill wouldn't suffice for his recovery. I only have 1 pill here," Wuxia frowned. The grand intermittence pill was extremely valuable, such that it would be extremely difficult to find even one of it in the markets of Qingyuan-conferred empire. Even Wuxia had to pay a heavy price in order to procure one, and he hadn't too willing to use it due to its immense value. However, who could have thought that even the seemingly miraculous pill wouldn't be enough to bring about Vice Principal Tan Qing's recovery? "I have forged the grand intermittence pill before. If we have sufficient medicinal herbs here, we can try forging it," Xianxia said. "Forge it right here. I should have most of the medicinal herbs required for its forging within my storage ring at the moment, but I am still lacking the main ingredient, grand intermittence grass," Wuxia said with a frown. "Grand intermittence grass is simply too rare. I don't have any of it here either." Guild leader Han shook his head. Xianxia could only smile bitterly upon seeing this sight too. The grand intermittence grass was a rather elusive medicinal herb. Back then, he had to specially apply for one from the Qingyuan Empire Apothecary Guild in order to forge the grand intermittence pill. Even though he had obtained quite a few good stuff from slaying the otherworldly demon kings, there wasn't any grand intermittence grass in their storage rings. Actually, there is a grand intermittence grass right in this Saint Ascension Hall. At this moment, Vice Principal Ji Yen suddenly spoke up. "There's one here." The crowd was taken aback. Didn't I say earlier that Kong Shi has left quite a fortune behind here, so that those of the later generations can successfully achieve a breakthrough to become a celestial saint? It happens that there is a grand intermittence grass amongst the fortune he has left behind. Back then, I secretly sneaked into the area to take a look, so I am confident of it. However, the area is currently dominated by the Skyleaf King," Vice Principal Ji Yen said. Hearing those words, bitter smiles emerged on the lips of the crowd. If the grand intermittence grass was just lying around the area, they could still secretly head over there while the Saint Ascension platform was emanating its sacred light and retrieve it. However, if the Skyleaf King were to keep it with him, it would nigh impossible for them to lay their hands on it. "Regarding the fortune you spoke about, where is it stored? I can secretly head over to take a look. If I could sneak away the grand intermittence grass while I am at it, Vice Principal Tan could be relieved from his suffering," Xianxia said. Hearing those words, Wuxia and the others frowned. "That's too dangerous. The Skyleaf King is bound to be in the vicinity. Let's think of another way instead." Indeed, the Skyleaf King is a leaving Aperture Realm expert, so there's no way you will be able to stand against him. Furthermore, just like us, he's bound to have installed all kinds of formations and mechanisms in his base so as to prevent us from assaulting him while his guard is down. If you were to head over recklessly and get caught in one of his traps, there's no way that we will be able to save you, Vice Principal Ji Yen added. "Don't worry, I have my means. Besides, I will just be taking a look. I will only grab the grand intermittence grass if I spot an opening, or else, I will return straight away. Rest assured, I am not so foolish as to challenge the Skyleaf King head-on, Xianxia said. This. The crowd glanced at one another hesitantly. Wuxia opened his mouth once more to dissuade Xianxia from the matter, but before he could speak, Xianxia had already interjected, "Don't worry. Even if I am captured by the Skyleaf King, I do have some means of my own to escape from him." All right then. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Wuxia eventually relented. "All right. I will be heading out first then." After Vice Principal Ji Yan pointed out the directions, Xianxia left the room with a reassuring smile, and after making a few turns, he disappeared from everyone else's eyes. This, Wuxia, it's too reckless to have him go on his own. He can't possibly deal with the Skyleaf King himself. Vice Principal Tan Qing couldn't help but speak up worriedly. He didn't want others to lose their life in the midst of saving him. Vice Principal Ji Yan also shared the same thoughts as well, and he couldn't help but pace around the room anxiously. "Well, I do think that it's a little reckless as well, but if you were to know about Principal Zhang's accomplishments in his battles with the otherworldly demons, you will probably think that he just might succeed as well." Knowing that they would respond in such a manner, Wuxia replied, "Accomplishments? What accomplishments?" The duo looked at him curiously. "Since you have been together with the Skyleaf King for so long, I believe that you should have heard of the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage, right?" Wuxia asked. "Of course. They are said to be experts on par with the Skyleaf King. Every single one of them wield incredible strength that could easily devastate any Tier 1 empire. They are truly frightening existences." Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. "Indeed. Most of them possess strength on par with me, some superior even. But single-handedly, Principal Zhang." At this point, a helpless look appeared on Wu Shi's face as he continued. "Managed to slaughter the other 9 of them." "He managed to slaughter the other 9 of them? Are you sure you aren't messing with us?" Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing widened their eyes in shock. Over the past 2 years, they had pitted their wits, courage, and strength against the Skyleaf King day after day, and they were on the verge of being driven mad from all of that, but they were still unable to phase the latter in the slightest. On the contrary, the number of master teachers on their side was slowly growing fewer and fewer, such that only the both of them were left. Yet, that fellow, a nascent saint cultivator, encountered the remaining 9 of the 10 great kings and managed to slaughter all of them? Was that for real? Not only so, Wuxia continued. On one occasion, the Skyleaf King was hidden a fragment of his primordial spirit among our expedition team, and he ended up nearly being crippled by Principal Zhang. Thus, I feel that as long as he proceeds carefully, it might just work out. In fact, I am wondering that if we place him and the Skyleaf King in the same room, would he just happen to be the one to walk out from the room alive? This. For a very long time, Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing found themselves unable to speak a word at all. They glanced at one another for a very long while before they finally found their words once more. Just what kind of principal did the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy nominate this time around? All this while, due to Xianxia's young age, they had thought that it was infeasible for him to become the principal. After all, there were bound to be more experienced and qualified master teacher who could hold the fort much better than him. However, after hearing the latter's accomplishments, probably not even Zhang Yinqiu could match up to the latter. While the crowd were still in the midst of a shock in the small room, Xianxia had already arrived at the vast lobby of the Saint Ascension Hall. "There is no doubt that I will be found if I head there in my current form. I should switch to my soul instead." With a swift movement, Xianxia found a remote corner before drawing his soul out from his glabella, after which he stored his physical body in the myriad anthive nest before placing the anthive nest into his storage ring. If he were to head there with his physical body, it would be very easy for the Skyleaf King to notice him, and it would be difficult for him to escape as well. He would be in a much safer position in his soul form. At leaving Aperture Realm, the Skyleaf King's spiritual perception was probably strong enough to easily discern everything in his surroundings. But spiritual perception wasn't an ability that one could constantly maintain. As the saying goes, even the wary tiger occasionally rests. As long as Xianxia sneaked in while the other party had his guard down, it would not be too difficult for him to sneak the grand intermittence grass away. Thus, Xianxia's soul began discreetly heading to where Vice Principal Ji Yan had pointed out earlier. Not too long later, a chamber appeared before his eyes. Just like the room that Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing dwelled in, the chamber had all kinds of grade 7 formations constructed around it. If an ordinary man were to step into it, he would find himself losing his sense of direction in an instant. However, Xianxia was a 7-star pinnacle formation master himself. As complex as the formations were, they were not sufficient to keep him at bay. After maneuvering nimbly around the formations, Xianxia soon arrived at the entrance of the chamber. He secretly took a peek in. The chamber was extremely spacious, and it was permeated with concentrated spiritual energy. Innumerable treasures were laid out neatly around the room, reminiscent of a massive treasure vault. Most of them were medicinal herbs, pills, books on how to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm, and the sort. In comparison, there were very few weapons in the chamber, or perhaps even none at all. It seemed like Kong Shi had really put quite some effort into preparing the room, so as to ensure that the later generations would have a celestial saint of their own as well. The Skyleaf King actually isn't around. Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the room, and upon realizing that the Skyleaf King was nowhere to be found, his eyes lit up in excitement. I should move quickly. Xianxia was still in the midst of thinking up a countermeasure for how he should enter the room if the Skyleaf King was within. However, since the latter was not around, there was no need for him to restrain himself. Grabbing his storage ring tightly, he carefully entered the chamber in his soul form. Medicinal herbs took up the bulk of the treasures within the chamber. All in all, there were at least several hundred types of saint herbs within the room. Despite being stored in the chamber for innumerable years, they had not lost their medicinal properties as a result of aging. Instead, under the nourishment of the concentrated spiritual energy in the area, they were becoming more and more potent. However, one thing that Xianxia swiftly noticed was that there was a unique formation sealing away every single one of the medicinal herbs, preventing anyone from coming into contact with them. It's no wonder the Skyleaf King didn't store the medicinal herbs into the storage ring. He probably has no way of breaking these seals, Xianxia thought internally. The seals were built in a manner similar to the seal in the subterranean gallery. Master teachers could pass through the seal with relative ease, but otherworldly demons weren't able to do the same. In other words, despite having guarded the chamber and watching over these medicinal herbs for 2 years, the Skyleaf King was still unable to obtain a single one of them. Otherwise, even with the suppression from the sacred light, he still should have made significant advancement in his cultivation through consuming the precious medicinal herbs in the room. If I wish to obtain the medicinal herbs, it will need to be in my body. Thus, Xianxia swiftly drew his physical body out from the myriad anthive nest before returning his soul to it. He stretched his stiffened body for a while before turning his gaze toward the medicinal herbs and books around him. Most of the books detailed the various methods of how one could achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm. He had already collected many of those and compiled a correct version of the Saint Ascension decipher, so there was no need for him to collect any more of them. Saint Void Heartgrass, Heavenly Dragon Flower, Woodscent Stalk. While these medicinal herbs aren't particularly high-tiered, they possess the ability to induce a metamorphosis of one's soul and physical body, thus making them ideal medicinal herbs to push for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. After a swift scan around the chamber, Xianxia nodded. The medicinal herbs within the room were all useful in one way or another in achieving a breakthrough to Saint Realm. It was probably with the differing needs that different cultivators would have when attempting a breakthrough in mind that Kong Shi prepared an entire room of medicinal herbs within the Saint Ascension Hall. Soon, a certain medicinal herb appeared in Xianxia's sight. As expected, there's indeed the grand intermittence grass here. The grand intermittence grass could nourish a person's vitality. If paired with suitable medicinal herbs, it could metamorphose a cultivator's physical body into the flesh of a true saint. That being said, it would be rather extravagant for one to use such a precious medicinal herb for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. I should quickly take it first. With a swift movement, Zhang Xian's hand reached for the seal to grab the medicinal herb. Wang! As soon as his hand came into contact with the seal, he immediately felt a powerful force pushing him back, stopping his hand from stretching any further in. If he could not touch the grand intermittence grass, he would be unable to store it within his storage ring. If so, he would have made a wasted trip. Humph! I don't believe that I can't overcome a mere seal. Seeing that the seal only served the purpose of hindering his movements, Zhang Xian harumphed coldly as he increased his strength, causing his muscles tighten. Jai! Jai! The seal dented inwards like a crushed ball, and the deeper the dent, the greater the resistance Zhang Xian felt. That's weird. Despite increasing the strength exerted several times, such that his Xianxia and physical strength were already pushed to their limits, he was still unable to touch the grand intermittence grass. Frowning, Zhang Xian was just about to retract his arm and try again when he realized that the seal had bound itself tightly to his arm like glue. No matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from it. What a bizarre formation! Zhang Xian did not know whether he should cry or laugh in this situation. Other formations were dangerous and lethal, but this seal, when he tried to push his arm in, it tried its hardest to keep him out. Yet, when he tried to retract his arm, it ended up sticking onto him, not allowing him to leave. Given the current situation, it seemed like he would be trapped until he successfully retrieved the grand intermittence grass. Soul. Since his Xianxia and physical body were not sufficient for him to reach the medicinal herbs, he had no choice but to drive his soul energy as well. Wang! As Zhang Xian further increased the force he exerted, energy ripples spread across the seal as it gradually grew more and more dented. Zhang Xian's Xianxia cultivation had reached nascent Saint Pinnacle. His physical body had achieved the fifth incandescence of the quintuple incandescence golden body, and his soul had reached nascent Saint Pinnacle as well after being nourished by the lightning elemental orb. With the three powerful sources of strength stacking upon one another, not even a Saint 3 Dan expert would be able to stand their ground against him. Jia, go in. Due to Zhang Xian driving his Xianxia too quickly, steam was rising from his head. There was a brief standstill between Zhang Xian's hand and the seal as the both sides depleted the strength of one another. Eventually, after 2 minutes, Zhang Xian's hand finally overcame the seal and touched the leaf of the grand intermittence grass within. Hoo! He swiftly stowed it into his storage ring. Voila! As soon as the medicinal herb was stored into his storage ring, a loud popping sound echoed from the seal as it abruptly vanished from sight. It was as if the seal had become worthless with the disappearance of the medicinal herb inside, so it chose to dissipate of its own accord. While Kong Shi has left behind a huge collection of medicinal herbs for the later generations, it seems like he has set up a trial around them so that they would only be used by those who are qualified. Without sufficient strength, it's impossible for one to retrieve the medicinal herbs. If I'm not mistaken, the seal automatically adjusts its durability according to the cultivation realm of the person attempting to retrieve medicinal herb, so it would be nigh impossible for cultivators who are beneath or beyond nascent saint to obtain it. This serves as a measure to ensure that the medicinal herbs would be used for breakthroughs to saint realm, as well as to ensure that the nascent saint cultivator retrieving and using the medicinal herb is qualified to be conferred as a celestial saint. Zhang Xian thought as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. As expected of the world's teacher, he sure had everything well thought out. It seemed like Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing were unaware of this matter, which resulted in them attributing the Skyleaf King's rise in strength to the medicinal herbs. Speaking of which, the Skyleaf King sure was pitiable. Despite having so many valuable medicinal herbs around him, he was not able to obtain even a single one of them. It would be good to obtain all of these medicinal herbs, but it's simply too difficult to draw them out. It'd be best for me to leave with just the grand intermittence grass for the time being. Otherwise, once the Skyleaf King returns, I'll be in deep trouble, Zhang Xian thought as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid gas. Of course, it would be for the best if he could obtain all of the medicinal herbs in the room, but that would be extremely dangerous as well. He dared not imagine what would happen if the Skyleaf King were to return while he was in the midst of retrieving one of the medicinal herbs. Thus, Zhang Xian turned around, and just as he was about to leave the room, his eyes suddenly fell upon a certain peculiar object. It was a gel-like fluid that emanated a radiance of 7 colors. Flowing slowly within the seal that it cased in, it exuded a peculiar aura that seemed to draw him in. To this, could it be 7-colored earth jade essence? Xianxia's breathing hastened as his entire body stiffened in shock. His Saint Ascension decipher required one last artifact for him to achieve a breakthrough from nascent saint to saint realm, and that was the 7-colored earth jade essence. After browsing through innumerable records, he had learned that the 7-colored earth jade essence only sprouted in the very depths of the earth veins, making it an extremely rare commodity, such that even the author of the book had not seen it before. As such, there were no descriptions on the artifact in the book. Even so, he felt a peculiar feeling of intimacy to the 7-colored fluid. Furthermore, considering that it had been left behind by Kong Shi himself, without a doubt, it was definitely the 7-colored earth jade essence. With this, I should have no trouble becoming a celestial saint. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward and reached his hand into the seal. This was an artifact that he had to obtain regardless of the cost. He had already been at nascent St. Pinnacle ever since he left the subterranean gallery, and it had been a long time since then. As long as he could assimilate the 7-colored earth jade essence, he would finally be able to reach Saint Realm. Jai, driving his Jinqi, physical strength, and soul energy to their limits. The seal casing the 7-colored earth jade essence immediately dented inwards. Humph! For pesky rats, you sure scrambled fast. Xianxia, you'd better pray that you don't meet me ever again, or else I will tear you apart into innumerable shreds. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of pushing his hand into the seal to obtain the 7-colored earth jade essence, a cold harumph abruptly sounded outside, following which a towering figure walked into the chamber. The Skyleaf King. He pushed open the door while mumbling furiously beneath his breath. As soon as he got into the room, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. Scanning the room swiftly, he found a hand plunged right into one of the seals, and attached to the hand was a young man who was trying his best to struggle free. You! Many emotions flickered across the Skyleaf King's face. From the initial bewilderment, it slowly warped into shock before eventually turning into rage. Clenching his fists tightly, he was just about to rush forward to make a move when the young man suddenly raised his free hand and waved. Yo! Actually, Xianxia was also having a mental breakdown at that very moment. He had not thought that the Skyleaf King would walk in on him. With his hand trapped within the seal, he could not leave even if he wanted to. It was truly an indescribably awkward situation. Yo! Hearing the other party's bizarre greeting, the Skyleaf King was taken aback. Upon seeing him, not only did the other party not flee from fright, he was even speaking some kind of weird language to him. The sheer ridiculousness of the situation left him slightly dazed. However, it took only a blink of an eye for him to recover from it. You are trapped within the seal? Ha ha ha. It seems like even the heavens are on my side. Not only did that fellow foil his plan, the fellow had even humiliated him, the first king of the Qingtian lineage. Ever since then, he had been wanting to exact vengeance. He had thought that the other party would surely coop himself up in the small room like the other pesky master teachers, and if that was the case, there would truly have been nothing that he would have been able to do. However, who would have thought that the other party would be so foolish as to wander right into his base? He truly must have been eager to seek death. He had studied the seals for 2 whole years, and he knew that once a hand touched the seal, it would be impossible to extract it unless one were to obtain the artifact within it. Judging from the other party's current state, he must have been trying to retrieve something but got stuck in the midst of doing so. Ha ha ha! Since you are already here, why don't you just remain here for good? With his eyes glowing in excitement, the Skyleaf King reached out to grab Xianxia. But before his hand could reach the other party, the young man suddenly spoke up. Hold it a moment. Why? Are you going to plead for mercy now? Let me tell you this straight. It's too late for that. Knowing how scheming the young man before him was, The Skyleaf King formed a massive palm with Xianxia and directed it straight toward the other party. As a Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm expert, he wielded astounding strength. Even with the combined prowess of guild leader Han and Wuxia, they would still be beaten into a lump of meat before the palm strike, let alone Xianxia. Plead for mercy? You must be joking. Do you think that I'll plead for mercy with a lowly figure like you? Do you know who I am? Xianxia looked at the Skyleaf King fearlessly as an aura of majesty flowed from him. Who are you? You are the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the only one in history to have received the recognition of everyone within the academy. As long as I devour you whole, I will surely be able to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation and escape from this darned place. The Skyleaf King roared furiously as a savage glint flashed across his eyes. Otherworldly demons were able to raise their cultivation through devouring the flesh of master teachers. Back then, Vicious Phalange One had fed off the bodies of the master teachers that the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge had offered him, and through doing so, he was able to regain his strength and regrow his flesh. The higher ranked and more talented a master teacher was, the more an otherworldly demon's cultivation would grow by consuming him. For a very long time now, the Skyleaf King had been wanting to kill Xianxia and devour him. Since Xianxia had trapped himself within his base, how could he possibly allow this delicious prey to escape from him? Audacious! Xianxia's face darkened. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, he swiftly converted it into the chilling Xianxia of slaughter unique to otherworldly demons. Within the blink of an eye, a powerful aura burst into the surroundings. I am Pelipala. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, a powerful current of electricity abruptly ran through the hand that was trapped in the seal. In just a brief moment, his entire body was charred black from the powerful lightning current. His entire body stiffened under the electrocution, and his hair also stood up from the lingering static electricity. If not for his body having achieved durability comparable to a Saint low-tier artifact, he might have just died then and there. Xianxia's eyes flew around the place, and he nearly burst into tears. All he wanted to do was pose for a bit so as to fool the Skyleaf King. Was it really that big a crime? To actually be electrocuted over such a small matter? As stifled as Xianxia felt, he swiftly understood what was going on. Just as he had guessed previously, otherworldly demons were indeed unable to retrieve the artifacts within. The moment he converted his heaven's path Xianxia into Xianxia of slaughter, the seal assumed that an otherworldly demon was attempting to breach its defenses, so it immediately sent a powerful electric shock over. It was fortunate that Xianxia had converted his Xianxia back as soon as he noticed that something was amiss, or else even his Saint low-tier body would not have been strong enough to survive a sustained electric shock of that intensity. How embarrassing it would have been if he had died from an electricity shock while he was in the midst of posing. You! The Skyleaf King was just about to make a move when he suddenly saw Xianxia being charred black before his eyes, and he froze in shock. For an instant, he vividly felt a killing intent being emanated from the young man before him. It was weak, but it was even purer than his own. Furthermore, he was even electrocuted by the seal on top of that. Could it be that the young man before him was not a master teacher but one of their tribesmen? Cough cough. You should know my identity now, right? Exhaling a mouthful of white smoke, Xianxia turned to the Skyleaf King and spoke confidently. You are also an otherworldly demon as well? The Skyleaf King frowned for a moment before a glint flickered in his eyes. No, that's not right. You are a master teacher. How could a person who has received the acknowledgement of so many master teachers possibly be an otherworldly demon? Ah! You must have killed the Scarlet Leaf King and the others and drawn the Xianxia of slaughter from their bodies through some secret art. Do you think that you can beguile me through a cheap ploy like that? Dream on. Boom! The Skyleaf King immediately gathered his strength once more and launched a palm strike against Xianxia. It was not without reason that he had managed to surpass innumerable otherworldly demons to become the #1 expert of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings. He was indeed not as easily fooled as the other kings. While the Xianxia of slaughter was unique to the otherworldly demons, It was not entirely impossible for the fellow before him to have extracted the Xianxia of slaughter from the other kings and stored it within his body so as to disguise himself as their tribesman. Back then, a certain master teacher had used such a method to deal a crushing blow to them. You said that I killed the Scarlet Leaf King? Ha ha ha. You were fooled by that as well? That was just a ploy that I used to fool them. Take a look at who is this. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a figure appeared beside him. The fellow had a towering stature and a powerful body. Upon seeing the Sky Leaf King, the fellow smiled and said, "It's me." He was the Scarlet Leaf King. "You aren't dead yet?" Seeing how the young man trapped in the formation had dragged out a living Scarlet Leaf King, who should have been ripped into pieces within a grade 7 pinnacle slaughter formation, the Skyleaf King found himself completely lost for the first time. What was going on? Back then, even though his fragmented primordial spirit had suffered a heavy blow, he did not leave the premises immediately. With his own eyes, he had watched the Scarlet Leaf King being tricked by the young man, and trapped within the formation that he constructed himself. He was torn into innumerable pieces. How in the world did he come back to life? No, something is wrong. The Xianxia of slaughter within your body does not belong to the Scarlet Leaf King. Furthermore, your cultivation isn't right either. After a moment of bewilderment, the Skyleaf King swiftly found a few points that were off about the Scarlet Leaf King before his eyes. The Scarlet Leaf King before him did harness Xianxia of slaughter as well, but it had an ancient quality to it. This was at odds with the cultivation technique practiced by the Scarlet Leaf King. More importantly, there was a significant difference in their cultivation as well. The Scarlet Leaf King before him was only at nascent Saint Pinnacle, not having even reached Saint Realm yet. One should know that the Scarlet Leaf King was a true half-leaving Aperture Realm expert. In order to fool those master teachers, I had no choice but to take a fatal blow. As a result, my cultivation ended up suffering a temporary decline. Well, if you still don't believe me, surely you should recognize this guy, right? The frowning Scarlet Leaf King explained. There was a momentary blur before the Skyleaf King's eyes, and another figure abruptly materialized in the chamber. It was the missing Violet Leaf King. Paying respects to the Sky Leaf King, the Violet Leaf King hurriedly clasped his fist and bowed deeply. The frown on the Sky Leaf King's face deepened. There was nothing wrong with the Violet Leaf King before his eyes. The other party's cultivation realm and aura were exactly how he remembered them to be. For both the Scarlet Leaf King and the Violet Leaf King to be with him, could Xianxia really be one of their tribesmen? While it looked as if he had killed the 10 great kings on the surface, he was, in fact, saving them all. Recalling the incident from before, the Skyleaf King asked doubtfully, "No, that's not right either. If you are truly one of our tribesmen, why would you reveal my hidden identity to those master teachers?" His fragmented primordial spirit had been hiding within Zhang Yuan all along, and with his secret art, no one would have noticed him. Yet, the other party forced him out of Zhang Yuan's body and put him through great suffering. If the other party was truly an otherworldly demon, why would the other party have betrayed him? Not even Feng Sun, Zhang Yuan's close companion, had noticed the anomaly. It was all to obtain the trust of those foolish master teachers so that I could obtain the map. Xianxia replied with a leisurely wave of his hand. However, as his entire body was still charred from the previous electrocution, his leisurely movement looked sinister instead. "You have obtained the map from them?" The Skyleaf King was taken aback. "Indeed. It's in my hands right now." Xianxia nodded, and he flicked his wrist. A map appeared in his hand. It really is the map. Feeling the unique aura that emanated from the ancient goatskin resonating with the entire Qiuwu Palace, the eyes of the Skyleaf King lit up. The map had a distinctive quality reminiscent to the booklet that contained the introduction to the ancient domain. There was no doubt about it, it was the real map. The Skyleaf King reached out to take the map in agitation. "Can you let me take a look?" "Who?" With another flick of his wrist, Xianxia returned the map into his storage ring and shook his head. "With this, you should know who I am, right?" "This?" Seeing Xianxia keeping the map, The Skyleaf King was stunned for a moment before asking with a deep frown, "Who in the world are you?" All of the evidence suggested that the young man before him was an otherworldly demon. But he did not know of any figure within the Qingtian lineage who possessed such pure Xianxia of slaughter. Xianxia waved his hand. "It's not convenient for me to tell you who I am at the moment. You just have to know that the Qingtian Emperor dispatched me to assist you in this mission." "His Majesty sent you here to assist me?" The Skyleaf King assessed the fellow before him once more. The Xianxia in his body felt upright, and the faint air of a master teacher lingered around him. No matter how he looked at the fellow before him, the other party did not seem to have anything to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe. "Indeed. All right, I will have to obtain this artifact now, so stand back a moment. I will talk to you once I'm done." Seeing that he had finally convinced the Skyleaf King a little, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he pushed his other hand further in to touch the seven-colored earth jade essence. Obtain the artifact? The Skyleaf King was stunned for a moment before a ferocious glint flashed through his eyes. "Do you think that you can fool me with your cheap acting? Tell me, who are you?" "Fool you? Why would you think that I'm trying to fool you?" Seeing how the other party was still reluctant to believe his words, Xianxia felt a little headache. If it had been any of the other kings, they would have been sold by now. Yet, the Skyleaf King just would not believe him despite all of the evidences he had produced. Wasn't he being a little too skeptical? "I have no way of ascertaining who you truly are, but the seal that Kongshi left behind is surely able to do so. If our otherworldly demonic tribe truly had a way to bypass Kongshi's detection, we wouldn't have been in vulnerable position all along." Sneering coldly, the Skyleaf King gathered his Xianxia within his palm once more, ready to make a move. The fact that the fellow was only electrocuted once while his hand was stuck within the seal was conclusive evidence that the other party wasn't an otherworldly demon at his core. Without a doubt, he was a fake. "You!" Hearing those words, Xianxia immediately panicked. "Exposed, huh? Regardless of whether you are truly a human or an otherworldly demon, you won't be getting out of here alive today." With a cold sneer, the Skyleaf King raised his palm to bring it down upon Xianxia. At that moment, however, he suddenly felt a splitting pain cutting into his head. Pong! His head abruptly burst apart, and his body was sent crashing into a nearby wall before collapsing back to the ground as if a lump of mud. The Scarlet Leaf King slapped his hand as the muscles throughout his body warped back into Xianxia's appearance. "I told you from the start we could have just killed him with a single punch. There was no need to waste your breath. You sure like to create more trouble for yourself, don't you?" Naturally, the Scarlet Leaf King was Xianxia's clone. His clone and he were mentally connected, so they could easily transmit their thoughts to one another. Earlier, in order to fool the Skyleaf King, Xianxia had instructed the other party to morph into the Scarlet Leaf King's form. As his clone cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, he was unable to fully disguise his Xianxia to that of the Scarlet Leaf King nor conceal his level of cultivation perfectly, thus resulting in the Skyleaf King seeing through his clone's disguise easily. Back then, his clone had said that they shouldn't waste their time with the Skyleaf King, and they should just end him with a single punch. However, Xianxia felt that there was too huge of a disparity between their strength, so it was best for them not to move recklessly. Even so, his clone still ended up striking the Skyleaf King anyway. It was truly fortunate that the Skyleaf King hadn't really thought that anyone would be so brazen as to attempt an assault on him, and his clone also moved at a speed beyond the Skyleaf King's expectations, so the Skyleaf King ended up being struck in the head and died just after a single punch. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia couldn't help but fall in a daze. The Skyleaf King's strength was centered on his primordial spirit, making his physical body significantly weaker in comparison, but nevertheless, he was still a leaving aperture realm expert. With his body reinforced by his powerful Xianxia, it would be difficult for anyone wielding strength beneath Saint Fordan to inflict harm to him, even with a successful surprise attack. Yet, his clone actually managed to destroy the other party's head with a single punch. That was far beyond the might that he harnessed within his physical body, Xianxia and soul combined. If he were to challenge his clone in his current state, There was no doubt that he would be utterly destroyed. Was that fellow really still his clone? To think that his rate of cultivation and fighting prowess would end up being so far beneath his own clone. At this rate, he dared not claim that he was a genius anymore. How did you become so strong? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The gap was between them wasn't that huge previously. At the very least, he was still able to stand his ground against his clone to some degree in the past. But if he were to clash with his clone once more in the latter's current strength, just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Could it be that his rate of cultivation was actually really slow? You gave me the lightning elemental orb not too long ago. I thought that it was quite useful, so I absorbed it a little. His clone began explaining with a proud look on his face when a loud explosion suddenly sounded from behind, following which a furious roar echoed resoundingly within the chamber. Shit, the Skyleaf King is a leaving Aperture Realm expert. Even with his physical body destroyed, his primordial spirit would still be intact. Xianxia suddenly recalled the distinctive traits of leaving Aperture Realm cultivators, and his eyes widened in horror. Leaving Aperture Realm cultivators were capable of drawing their primordial spirits from their physical bodies and operate independently from it. Even if their physical bodies were to be destroyed, it wouldn't affect their fighting prowess by much. Since the Skyleaf King was a true leaving Aperture Realm expert, the same applied to him as well. In other words, they weren't out of danger yet. If anything, they were in greater danger than before. While Xianxia was speaking with his clone, his hand hadn't been idling about. Noticing the urgency of the situation, he immediately drove his jinqi, physical strength, and soul energy to the maximum, such that he could feel a sharp pain acting on his meridians and muscles as they were pushed to the verge of tearing apart. Kacha! The seal dented deeper and deeper inwards, and eventually, Xianxia's finger finally came into contact with the seven-colored earth jade essence. He quickly kept it into his storage ring. Who? The seal swiftly dissipated, freeing his hand. I will kill you. Halala! Along with a furious roar, a primordial spirit flew over with reddened eyes. Even without making a move, just the pressure it was exerting already left one feeling as if the world was being torn apart. Strong! Xianxia's heart turned cold. Even though he had encountered and even fought with a handful of primordial spirits in the past, none of them could begin to compare up with the one standing before him at this very moment. If the primordial spirit of the Jadeleaf King could be said to be a ferocious cat, the Skyleaf King would definitely have to be a ferocious tiger. They weren't even at the same level. Just by the pressure itself, he could already tell that even with 10 of him combined, he still wouldn't be a match to the other party. That fellow really only knows how to cause trouble. I should never let him out again. If he hadn't destroyed the Skyleaf King's head, I might still be able to stall for some time. But this, what should I do? With his life hinging on a thin thread, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with anything else anymore. He swiftly rushed for the exit as he cursed his clone in his mind. Had his clone not acted so recklessly and destroyed the Skyleaf King's head, the Skyleaf King also wouldn't have gotten so furious. He had only barely managed to flee from the seal, but at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was captured by the Skyleaf King once more. Clone, you were the one who caused this trouble. You should take responsibility and fend him off. Xianxia bellowed furiously, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw something that caused his eyebrows to shoot up. Hey! Don't go! Wait a moment! With a speed even faster than him, his clone had already dashed out of the room, leaving only his back visible to him. Who could have thought that his clone would actually be so disloyal, fleeing at a speed even faster than him? Xianxia nearly died from sheer anger on the spot. He had known all along that his clone was not a reliable teammate, but he had never thought that it would be to such an extent. However, this wasn't a moment to dwell about the matter. Knowing that he would die if the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit were to catch up with him, he quickly flicked his wrist, and the lightning elemental orb appeared in his palm. That was currently the strongest trump card he had at the moment. As long as he could activate it, he would be able to generate a field of lightning, which could possibly stall the Skyleaf King for some time, thus opening a small window for him to escape. That being said, it was nigh impossible for him to activate the lightning elemental orb given his current level of cultivation. But considering the current circumstances, he had no other choice but to give it a try. Lightning! Grabbing the orb tightly, Xianxia infused Jinqi into it furiously. Halfway through his words, a loud "Kacha" sounded, and the orb was reduced to dust. Xianxia was speechless. He was still thinking how his clone had gotten so powerful within such a short period of time. It turned out that he had fully absorbed the lightning harnessed within the lightning elemental orb dry, emptying out the precious artifact. Damn it! Realizing that he had lost his greatest trump card, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Watching as how the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit was swiftly catching up to him, he felt despaired. He was just about to give himself up to death's embrace when he suddenly felt a burst of wind rushing past him. He turned around to take a look, and to his shock, the Skyleaf King had ran straight past him, as if the other party hadn't seen him at all. Ah! Xianxia was stunned. As a large figure standing in the middle of the room, there was no way that the Skyleaf King would have missed him. So, why did the Skyleaf King run straight past him? Nevertheless, since the Skyleaf King had chosen to overlook him, Xianxia grasped the opportunity and swiftly kept the Violet Leaf King back into the myriad anthive nest before rushing out of the chamber. Stepping out of the chamber, he saw his clone facing the Skyleaf King with a mocking look on his face not too far away. His clone wagged his finger provocatively while speaking in a resounding voice. "If you really think that you can defeat me, come at me then." Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that, after absorbing the lightning elemental orb, my clone's cultivation has already reached leaving Aperture Realm and could defeat the Skyleaf King? If that's the case, I won't need to escape anymore. Xianxia had thought that his clone was being disloyal for running away. But it turned out that the other party was actually luring the Skyleaf King out to face the latter one-on-one. From the looks of it, his clone seemed to have gained the ability to defeat the Skyleaf King face-on. There was no need for him to worry anymore. "You're courting death," the Skyleaf King roared as he flung a fist forward furiously. The clone also swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. My clone is actually facing the Skyleaf King head-on? Seeing how his clone was valiantly charging at the Skyleaf King, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes wide to see who would emerge victorious from the clash, only to see that before his clone's fist could even come close to connecting with the Skyleaf King, the Skyleaf King's fist had already fallen on his head. Pada! His clone's head was knocked flat. Pooh! Xianxia's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets, and he almost blacked out on the spot. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? To be destroyed within just a single blow? Where in the world did you find the courage to behave so arrogantly before the Skyleaf King? He is intentionally luring the other party so that I can escape. Xianxia was dazed for a moment before realization came to him, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Despite how his clone usually acted, it seemed like he was still a trustworthy ally during crucial moments. Deciding not to waste the other party's selfless sacrifice, he quickly dashed away. Reanalyzing the situation, while his clone's fighting prowess had increased significantly after absorbing the energy within the lightning elemental orb, he was still far from matching the Skyleaf King. The only reason why his clone had challenged the Skyleaf King so arrogantly to his face was so as to buy some time for him to get away. What a noble clone! At this moment, Xianxia felt deeply embarrassed that he misunderstood the kind intentions of the other party. With reddened eyes, he swiftly dashed back towards the room where Wuxia and the others were at. Barely after he took 3 steps, a figure with a flattened head abruptly sprinted past him while shouting, "Main body, you will have to deal with him yourself. I am not a match for him. Also, Skyleaf King, you should stop pursuing me. He's the real Xianxia. I am only a clone." Xianxia's body shook as he spurted blood. So, in the end, the fellow was just trying to posture, but it ended in a failure. Xianxia swiftly took a glance behind him and saw that the Skyleaf King was looking at him with reddened eyes. "Don't come for me, he's the real Xianxia. I am just a clone." When have you seen a clone escaping faster than the main body? Xianxia immediately backed away fearfully. I will kill you first before killing him. With a look of savagery, the Skyleaf King roared angrily as he rushed towards Xianxia. Voila! An incredible might tore through the air, but surprisingly enough, despite standing before such devastating might, Xianxia didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, his lips curled up into a faint smile. You want to kill me? Give it your best shot then, the young man replied calmly as he stomped his feet on the ground. Wang! With a loud buzz, the formations that were set up around the chamber came to life. In the blink of an eye, a dense layer of mist shrouded the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit. Xianxia had already examined the formation closely when he first arrived, and with his clone's help, they were able to successfully lure the Skyleaf King into the formation and trap him within it. He's the one who had set up the formation, so there's no way the formation can kill or trap him for too long. Let's go. While Xianxia was able to activate the formation to trap the Skyleaf King temporarily, given the Skyleaf King's deep understanding of those formations, it would be nigh impossible for him to kill the other party through it. Thus, he chose to make use of this opportunity to swiftly return back to where Wuxia and the others were instead. I will kill you. Jai. Shortly after Xianxia left the formation, a series of loud explosions sounded behind him. The formations trapping the Skyleaf King had been torn into pieces. Those grade 7 pinnacle formations could easily trap Vice Principal Ji Yen and the others, but against the leaving Aperture Realm Skyleaf King who commanded a thorough understanding of them, it could only barely last for a few moments. On top of that, the formations required a person of sufficient strength to drive it in order to draw out its true strength, but Xianxia's nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivation wasn't insufficient for him to drive a grade 7 pinnacle formation properly. Run! With the formations being torn apart, Xianxia knew that he would be killed if the Skyleaf King caught with up. Thus, he pushed his body to its limits and dashed forward as fast as he could. What an incredible pulsation of energy! This is bad. The Skyleaf King must have noticed Principal Zhang, and the both of them have started fighting with one another. The crowd, who were resting within the small room, felt an intense disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy, and their eyes narrowed in alarm. Let's go out to take a look, Wuxia said anxiously before taking the lead to head outside. The others quickly followed suit, and not too long after leaving the room, they saw a monster with a flattened sheet dangling on his neck sprinting over. Behind him was a person whose entire body was charred black and hair was standing on end. What are those things? The crowd was horrified. Due to the huge commotion outside, everyone thought that the Skyleaf King had noticed Xianxia and a battle had broken out among them. Yet, when they headed out, they found two monsters running in their direction instead. What was going on? Weren't they the only ones in the Saint Ascension Hall? Wait, no, those are not monsters. Take a closer look. The charred man behind is Principal Zhang. Guild leader Han suddenly noticed something, and he gulped subconsciously. Look at his clothes. They are identical with Principal Zhang's. It's just that he seems to have been struck by lightning. You're right, he's Principal Zhang. But if that's the case, who's the flat-faced fellow in front? Wuxia asked in bewilderment. The fellow with the flattened face in front was dressed in the same clothes as Principal Zhang, and their figures were identical as well. But surely a person whose face had been crushed flat should have died, so how could he still be running about? Not to mention, the speed he was running at was astounding at that. Even Principal Zhang was unable to keep up with him. I will kill you all. Just as Guild leader Han and Wuxia were perplexed by the bizarre situation, a towering primordial spirit suddenly appeared around the bend behind the duo. While chasing the duo, the primordial spirit was launching attack after attack, causing huge palm prints to appear on the ground amid intense tremors. That's the Skyleaf King? He has drawn out his primordial spirit? This is really bad. We must quickly move to save them. Upon seeing this sight, Wuxia and the others did not have the luxury of time to slowly figure out who the duo was anymore. They quickly drew their weapons and rushed forward to save them. Voila! Rise! Along with Wuxia's bellow, The swords in everyone's hand gathered together to form a grand rain of swords directed toward the Skyleaf King. "How dare you hinder my path? Scram, or else I'll claim your lives." Roaring frenziedly, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit burst forth to deflect the rain of swords with a powerful slap. Dang 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 dang. The incredible might of the Skyleaf King's slap caused Wuxia and the others to retreat 8 steps. That single strike had left their Xianxia running in disarray, and their faces paled from the impact. Even before the Skyleaf King had drawn out his soul, they were already no match for him. Given that the Skyleaf King had gone on a rampage, drawing out his primordial spirit to face them, they stood even less of a chance. Nevertheless, even though their attack did nothing to injure the Skyleaf King, they did succeed in slowing down the Skyleaf King's advancement, thus buying Xianxia and his clone sufficient time to reach them. "Quick! Get back into the formation." Knowing that the crowd could very well lose their lives if they were to clash with the Skyleaf King, Xianxia hurriedly shouted as he continued rushing toward the formation. The crowd also knew that they did not stand a chance against the Skyleaf King with their current strength either, so they hurriedly stepped back into the formation. The moment Xianxia managed to reach the formation, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Turning his gaze to the figure with a flattened face not too far away, his eyebrows shot up in displeasure. If not for the fact that he did not stand a chance against his clone, he would have taught the latter a lesson. In the first place, his clone was the one who had acted recklessly and landed both of them in trouble. Despite that, not only did his clone not offer himself to save him, the main body, he even fled faster than him. "You should return back to the anthive nest first. I will settle this with you later." Knowing that this was not the time to be fussing over such matters, Xianxia waved his hand and had his clone return to the myriad anthive nest. Wang! Right after he did that, a light buzz sounded. Vice Principal Ji Yen had already successfully activated the formation, and a brilliant light shrouded the area. They had set up this formation in order to fend off the Skyleaf King's assault, and after numerous uses over the past 2 years, they were already very familiar with it. As such, they were able to activate it instantaneously. Being blocked outside the formation, the Skyleaf King furiously roared, "Damn you! Damn all of you!" Shortly after, the crowd heard a loud thud on the formation. An intense force reverberated through the formation, threatening to shatter it apart. "We won't last long at this rate." After several strikes from the Skyleaf King, the face of the one driving the formation, Vice Principal Ji Yen, blanched and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was not like the Skyleaf King had never attempted to breach the defenses of their formation before, but this was the first time he had launched such frenzied attacks. If it continued, it was just a matter of time before the formation broke apart. "There are only the few of us around here, so originally, the Skyleaf King wouldn't kill us before finding a path to escape. After all, the chances of finding a plausible escape path are greater if there are more of us around. For him to suddenly go into a rampage. Xianxia, just what did you do?" Vice Principal Tan Qing frowned as he turned his gaze toward the charred young man not too far away. Just how in the world did he manage to provoke the Skyleaf King into drawing out his primordial soul and rushing at them as if he had gone berserk? All I did was destroy his body," Xianxia replied awkwardly. His clone could hide back in the myriad anthive nest after causing so much trouble, but he couldn't do the same. In the end, he was the one who had to clean up the mess made by the other party. The more he thought about it, the more exasperated he felt. Destroy his body? You mean, you killed his physical body? Everyone was stunned. They were still thinking that it was ridiculous for the Skyleaf King to go so far as to chase Xianxia in his primordial spirit just because he had stolen a stalk of grand intermittence grass from him. But who would have thought that Xianxia actually destroyed the other party's physical body? Leaving Aperture Realm cultivators were capable of surviving as primordial spirits, but they would still have to take good care of their own body as it was the resting place for their primordial spirits, and it was also the foundation for them to further their cultivation. Given so, there was no one who wouldn't go into a frenzy after having their body destroyed. I also didn't notice it. It was an accident, really? Seeing the horrified expressions on the faces around him, Xianxia quickly explained himself. If he had managed to stop his clone from acting so recklessly back then, they would not have been placed in such a desperate situation. Accident. Everyone's face reddened in frustration, and if they could, they would have really liked to give the fellow before them a good pummeling. In the first place, it is already tough enough for a nascent Saint cultivator like him to destroy the body of a Saint 5-Dan expert, and he was saying that it was all an accident? If that was the result of an accident, wouldn't the world be destroyed if he acted intentionally? Taking a few deep breaths, Guild leader Han suppressed the vexed emotions in his heart and spoke grimly. Forget it, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. We have to find some way to stabilize the formation quickly, or else we might all lose our lives here. He was the head of the Qingyuan conferred Empire Formation Master Guild, and his comprehension of formations was extremely deep. He could tell that while the formation was still managing to keep the Skyleaf King at bay temporarily, the situation wouldn't last for too long at the current rate. To prevent that, all of them would have to devote their strength to reinforcing the formation together. All right. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the others quickly nodded. Wuxia, head to the Qian position and stand guard there. Luoshi, head to the Zhun position. Guild leader Han quickly distributed various roles among the group. He had been studying the formation ever since he arrived at the room, so he had an idea of where the weaknesses of the formation were located. Noting that there was nothing wrong with Guild leader Han's deployment, Xianxia decided to just follow his instructions. Hong Long. As everyone infused their Jinqi into the formation simultaneously, the formation seemed to have stabilized significantly, alleviating the tremors. Damn it! Noting the changes in the formation, the Skyleaf King quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to breach the formation even if he exerted his full strength. Trembling with rage, he roared, "Since you wish to coop in your hole like tortoises, I will crush that statue." Who? Shortly after those words were shouted, everyone felt the immense pressure acting on them disappearing. It seemed the Skyleaf King had left. He has gone to deal with Principal Xianxia. What do we do? Stepping out of the formation, the group realized that the Skyleaf King had indeed left. Realizing what the other party was going to do next, Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing could not help but panic. Clearly, the statue referred to the old principal beside the Saint Ascension platform. The old principal's soul was currently sealed within the statue, so he could not flee even if he wanted to. Faced with the Skyleaf King, the only plausible fate for him was death. Even though the old principal was currently trapped within a statue, he had consciousness and was capable of speaking. Surely they couldn't watch idly as their close comrade was killed by the Skyleaf King? What else can we do? We can only save him, Wuxia replied gravely. But there's no way we will be able to stop the Skyleaf King, Vice Principal Tan Qing said worriedly. The Skyleaf King was simply too powerful. Even with their might combined, they were still no match for the other party. If they were to rush over recklessly, not only would they be unable to save the old principal, their team might even be wiped out at that. I'm sorry, but I can't simply watch idly as a comrade dies right before my eyes. Even at the expense of my life, I want to at least try to save him. Master teachers never abandon their own brethren. Wuxia clenched his fists in agitation. It goes without saying that we share the same feeling as well. But what can we do? Vice Principal Tan Qing shook his head and sighed deeply. It was in order to save me that Principal Xianxia landed himself in such a state. If we charge in recklessly and lose our life in the midst of saving him, we will only be undermining the sacrifice he made for us. He would surely blame us for acting foolishly. Having followed Xianxia for many years, Vice Principal Tan Qing had a clear grasp of the other party's temperament and character. Unmarried, Xianxia had devoted his entirety to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and his responsibilities as a master teacher. Even if they were to succeed in saving Xianxia at the expense of their own lives, they would only make the other party guilt-ridden for being a liability to the team. Is there any way we will be able to defeat the Skyleaf King? Xianxia asked with a frown. There is a way. As long as someone achieves a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform, we will be able to call forth the energy within it and enter a temporary state of invincibility. With the temporary state of invincibility, we will be able to overwhelm the Skyleaf King easily, Vice Principal Ji Yen said. Temporary state of invincibility? Xianxia asked. Indeed. We have been studying the stone tablets on the first floor over the past 2 years, and according to the records left behind by Kong Shi, if a cultivator successfully becomes a celestial saint, a burst of sacred light will descend from the sky. At the same time, the energy harnessed within the Saint Ascension platform will be infused into the cultivator's body. As the energy harnesses the authority of the world, not even 9-star master teachers will be able to stand their ground before it. Vice Principal Ji Yen replied. In the 2 years that they were trapped in the area, other than pitting their strength and wits against the Skyleaf King, they had also been looking into how they could escape from the Saint Ascension Hall as well. As such, they had been looking around the area whenever they had chance to do so, and they had managed to find quite a few records that were related to the Saint Ascension platform. At this point, it seemed like there were only 2 solutions to escape from the Saint Ascension Hall. Firstly, obtain the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu. Secondly, be conferred as a celestial saint on the Saint Ascension platform. The first solution was no longer feasible. The fragmented soul of ancient sage Qiu Wu had already dissipated from being excessively traumatized, so there was no way they could obtain the heritage anymore. In other words, their only hope lay in the second solution. That's as good as not saying anything at all. Celestial saint? How could it be that easy? Wu Shi shook his head. Shortly after hearing those words, the young man stepped up, and with determination in his eyes, he said, "How about this? Let's head to the Saint Ascension platform, and the rest of you will try to find ways to stall the Skyleaf King so as to prevent him from laying his hands on the old principle. In the meantime, I will attempt to achieve a breakthrough to Celestial Saint on the Saint Ascension platform." Since he had already obtained the 7-colored Earth Jade Essence, he was ready for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. With his powerful accumulation and deep comprehension of the Saint Ascension decipher, there was at least an 80% chance that he could become a celestial saint. At this moment, it seemed to be the only plausible way to stop the Skyleaf King and save the remaining soul of the old principle. Becoming a celestial saint is not as easy as you think it is. You really should drop the idea. Seeing how the other party raised the topic once more, Vice Principal Ji Yen frowned in displeasure. He had already told the other party about the matter previously, and it was only out of politeness that he had not hurled criticisms at him. And yet, the other party was going on about it once more. Do you think that celestial saints are like cabbages in the market, available upon demand? Stop overestimating yourself. The displeased Vice Principal Ji Yen was just about to continue when the presence of the young man before him abruptly changed, and an inviolable aura abruptly burst forth from him. Hong Long. That aura created a warm glow around the young man, portraying him as a deity. This is Celestial Master Teacher. Upon sensing the aura, Vice Principal Ji Yan's criticisms were stifled in his throat. His eyes narrowed, and his body stiffened.